it's you can't afford things like insurance repayments and fuel anyway, right? Whereas in the United States, and I'd like to have a comment from an American, it doesn't seem to matter who you are, you still have a car. Is that correct?
That's typically a little more diversified depending on whether or not you live in a major metropolitan area. Chicago has, I wouldn't call it fancy public transport. It looks nothing like the subways they have in Hong Kong or the Chicago public transport system, much like the New York public transport system, could do with a lot more sanitation workers. I'll leave it at that. But the Bay Area Rapid Transit in LA has somewhat of a metropolitan transit system, albeit one that's not used nearly as much as it should be. But if you live places like Oklahoma or the Dallas Metro or Houston, yeah, people using public transport is fairly non-existent. Just about everybody owns a car. If you want to live here in Oklahoma, you almost absolutely have to have a car. It's kind of like Canada, or the more rural parts of Canada. My daily commute when I was at my last job was about 30 minutes each way and about 30 miles each direction. Actually, I take that back. It was 20 miles each direction, but I've driven as far as about 40 miles away from my residence to work every day in an office setting.
Is it cheaper to run a horse, generally speaking, in Oklahoma?
No, they eat a lot, and you have to clean up after them. I've never owned a horse, by the way.
I don't believe you. Anyway, teasing aside, another thing that Ryan has brought up there is the effect of fuel prices on labor market liquidity, which is another very important thing, right? So if you're in a situation where fuel prices are very high and you want to change jobs and your job is slightly further away, this will have a bearing on your decision, right? The cost in aggregate, it may seem like a fairly minor thing, but in aggregate, this will put pressure on labor market liquidity because fewer people will want to change their jobs for a longer commute. So this has in place. Generally, if you change jobs, you are chasing a higher pay. So if you feel you're unable to change jobs because of the distance, because of an extra distance traveled, then you don't get that higher pay. And so that has an impact on your household budget. It has an impact on your discretionary spending. And it generally decreases the liquidity of the labor market, which is generally a bad thing. But yes, so that's my 2 cents on the effect of fuel prices on the economy. If only we had a friendly transatlantic economist kicking around the space somewhere who could answer this with more authority and in more detail. But anyway, let's go to Tom.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly ask another question, and then we can maybe go on to hearing an update on Ukraine. I'd be really interested to hear that. I was just thinking about the effect of rising interest rates on inflation when it seems that the inflation we've got is driven by supply side economics of fossil fuels more than there being too much money in the system. I know that we've had, a decade of really, really ultra low interest rates and quantitative easing and stuff like that. But, what that's inflated, in my view, has been the stock market and asset prices and house prices. Just because I've been able to get really cheap loans doesn't mean I've used twice as much gasoline in a year, if you see what I mean. So I don't think QE and interest rates have inflated the price of petrol due to there being too much money. Same with electricity and natural gas. I've not used twice as much electric or natural gas because of being in a low interest rate environment. So as a result of that, I'm not sure that raising it is going to have the same deflationary impact that they hope. But I don't know because this is economics and not my area. What do you guys think?
That I wouldn't feel qualified to answer. Alex, do you have a view?
Yeah. I would say that's an enormous question that's very easy to ask, Tom. That's what I would say. Once you start talking about supply side economics, you're dabbling in the dark arts there. What I would say is that each individual economy faces its own inflationary and deflationary pressures, and obviously global commodity prices play a role in that, but each economy stands more or less on its own merits, so it's very hard to apply sort of generalized trends across specific things like inflation, because each individual economy has its own set of factors that influence inflation. Like you could take general theories and apply them, but each individual scenario is different. There are different factors that feed into it because, the economy of Australia is not the economy of the UK, for example. So, yeah,
Well,
it's a big question.
on a more generalized basis, I would say that just a couple of years ago, all countries around the world were doing things to basically put their economies on life support. And a bunch of that involved subsidies, either direct to citizens or to businesses in order to keep them afloat. The United States, in particular, had this paycheck protection program, which I guess technically protected some paychecks, but in reality, what it was a bunch of loans that were handed out to any LLC companies or anybody who had employees on a payroll in an organized business. And the way the loans were structured, as long as you didn't reduce your head count of employees, you essentially got the loan forgiven. So it was marketed as a loan on the front end, but really they were enormous business grants for anybody and everybody who had an LLC. And I don't think everybody who availed themselves of that program was entirely honest with the questionnaire when they took out the loan. There, in hindsight, has been some investigative reports from an organization called ProPublica, and they identified a multitude of fraudulent claims that were made against the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP as it was called. Some of them were not even United States citizens and managed to, I wouldn't even say cook the books, they flat out lied about the size of their business or the number of employees they had on payroll, and they expedited this process of loan review and handing out this money in such a way that a bunch of these people got this money and spent it on things like exotic Italian sports cars, and had basically spent half of the money before any of the regulators even caught up with them. And that's just the most egregious examples of it. There are a number of other examples where congressmen, U.S. congressmen and senators, in fact, I know two specifically from my state that both collected upwards of $1 million and closer to $1.5 million each in government subsidies that were initially structured as loans, but then both the loan and the interest accrued in the time that the loan, it took the loan to be converted into a grant or the loan to be forgiven. Not only did they get the original principal forgiven, they actually got the interest forgiven as well. Seems a bit fishy. And I guess my chief complaint with that whole program of how to keep the economy afloat during the pandemic was that it seems that it was people who had connections or a good relationship with their bank were given preferential treatment in lieu of true small businesses that were really, operating pay cycle to pay cycle and trying to keep people employed.
Yeah, I guess that's a matter of policy rather than economics, though, Ryan. But I have some Ukraine news. I'm not sure if our European listeners have heard it yet. So
please go ahead.
Please, yeah, save us from myself.
Yeah. Ryan. So I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but sometime in the last 24 hours, Ukraine has undertaken offensive operations in the Kharkiv region. So it appears that the town of Balaklia, just southeast of Kharkiv, in between Izium and Kharkiv, is now encircled, cut off from any other Russian forces, and two other, according to open source intelligence, there are 2 SOBA units cut off there. So SOBA are like SWAT teams, I guess you could call them, but a bit bigger. So there are 2 of those units cut off there, and it looks like there's a generalized, a general offensive going on in Kharkiv. So yeah, the Russians think it's going one way, according to the Telegram. They might be right. I'm not so sure. So the suggestion is that on Russian Telegram, so just to be clear, it's all out in the open, that the objective might be Kupiansk. It might be Izium. No one's really sure at the moment, but there doesn't seem to be any Russian ability to do much about anything in that area at the moment. There's also been some offensive activity going on in what we might refer to as the Donbass area, with a few villages. I don't have too much details about that in front of me. And also on the northern sector of the Kherson front, another town has been liberated. I don't have the name in front of me, but I can find it. It's got a lot of V's in it, if that helps. So yeah, I don't know if everybody had heard about that overnight, but yeah, excellent news.
So Alex, let's talk a little bit more about the SOBR, right? The SOBR is a special
triad, something or other. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a quick response. Sorry, I know what the Russian is. I tried to translate probably. Specjalny otrяд быстрого реагирования. Rapid reaction
team thing. Yeah.
Okay, so these are, like you said, kind of like the SWAT, but they're even more militarized than the SWAT, obviously, right?
Yeah.
They are they're very much a the Spetsnaz equivalent of the National Guard rather than of Rosgvardia rather than of the regular army, right?
Yeah, that's correct. They're essentially heavily militarized police. They are part of Rosgvardia after the reorganization, and they're regionally based. So these guys are from, apparently, I should say, did read it just before, I'm just going back. But they're from the east, I think.
And they left from like Samara or something?
Yeah, Samara and Yakutia, I think, but I'd have to go back and find out, yeah. But yeah, they're basically policemen with guns. These are not frontline units.
They're very good at beating up on people who are unarmed. That's what their principal task is, right? Or
no. I have to correct you there.
Or maybe a counter-terrorism type stuff.
Yeah, Ormon are the ones who are very good at beating up unarmed people. SOBR are more about beating up on oligarchs or your local political opponent or your local reformer.
There we go. Basically, people without tanks, typically. Without tanks, without artillery, without, attack helicopters. People with lightly armed, let's say. Handguns only, kind of armed. Maybe some rifles. Not 155mm guns.
Yeah, or, squad level tactics or that sort of thing.
Is my understanding correct? They intend to hold out and all die there. That's kind of the idea, right? That they're saying.
There seems to be an indication that this might be the case. So the Telegram sort of channels are saying, "Oh, they're going to hold out," and blah blah blah. So, well, I guess we'll see how that pans out. But there, as I say, there seems to be not a great deal that the Russians can do to respond to it at this stage. It's sort of unclear, but yeah, it's interesting. Let's say that. It seems that the suggestion that I've seen is that because a lot of the available troops have been moved south to respond to what's happening in Kherson, the actual sort of ability for Russia to hold ground in other areas is perhaps compromised.
How much is known about what Ukrainians will be doing? Is what Ozerske, whatever that thing is across the river in the south to the north of Sloviansk and Siversk. Has any more come out of there? Any expansions of that bridgehead there?
Not that I'm aware of. As we know, it seems that they crossed the Siversky Donets using small boats, and there was either token resistance or no resistance on the other side, and they've managed to liberate Bazan, or yes, as you point out, the village in question. But I haven't seen any expansion of that as yet. I mean, in the context that we had the information, it wasn't clear whether it was a deliberate move or somebody went, "Hey, there's nobody over there. Let's go have a look." So that may in fact be the context for a lot of these sort of movements where there's just, putting pressure on the front and there being no pushback. So, yeah.
Yeah, there are two towns in the north of Kherson Oblast, Novovoznesensky and Novovoskresensky. Are they getting confused? Novovoskresensky is a bit further south than Novovoznesensky.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's sorry, I'm just having a look now. I did see it just before. I thought I'd just pop in and share some news, but sorry, I'm just looking up the name for you now.
Результат мне нужен, результат. Это работа командиров одного из батальонов 4-й бригады армейского корпуса народной милиции ЛНР. Они постоянно рядом с линией фронта. Получают разведданные...
The reason why I ask is because I've seen a bunch of communications. Let's say, did say one and then the other and then one and then the other and then one and then the other. And it seems as though somebody doesn't know that there's two towns with a very similar name, very close to one another, about 8-10 kilometers apart, north to south. But there's a significant difference in how, in how far any front line will have had been pushed between one and the other. And the reason why I asked is because I got two confused DMs asking, wait, is this the same place? No, says different. There are different places on the map with slightly different names. Very similar, very long, slightly different names.
Yeah, that's pretty much my life at the moment. Yeah, I can't tell you which it is because I can't find it in front of me. But, here we go. So there's Novo
There's one with a
Vorontsovka.
Z, and there's one that doesn't have a Z and has a KR instead.
Okay, so one.
Look at Visokopilia. And
Hang
just go basically dead south from Visokopilia. Pretty zoomed in. These are tiny places, right? But
I'm sure this is gripping radio, but yeah.
It is. It should be. Okay, so if you go from Visokopilia to sort of 5 o'clock, you get to Novovoznesenske down that little road T2207. But if you go twice as far down from Visokopilia to sort of 5:30 ish, roughly, you get to Novovoskresenske. And I think there was a lot of reporting about one that was actually about the other. That's why.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Because it would possibly be the one that's south of Viskopilia, because Viskopilia has just been liberated, right?
Well, I mean, they're both south of Viskopilia. One is, I don't know, 4 or 5 kilometers south, and one is 10 kilometers south. Yeah.
Yeah. I would suggest that it's the closer one between Kostrik, in the sort of south of Dobryanka. Excuse my pronunciation. And Miro. Yeah, so the one south of Dobryanka rather than the one that's
Yeah.
Petropavlivka.
Exactly. But I'm just very curious because the one that's further away would be very significant indeed, right?
I would say that if it was the one further south, there might be a significant amount of fuss being made. But the one just south of Viskopilia would probably make more sense. So yeah, I'd say that's the one there. So sensible advance there.
Very good. 3 mushroom clouds over Nova Kakhovka this morning. That's not the weather forecast. That's the Heimers forecast. Well, backcast, I guess.
And the interesting thing is that while we've all been looking at Novakovka and Kherson for attack for HIMARS strikes, apparently there've been a significant number in the Kharkiv region for the last few weeks leading up, and apparently as early as 8 days ago, sort of 8 days ago, they were talking about concentrations of forces. The Russians were talking about Ukrainian concentrations of forces in Kharkiv, so they were aware of it, and it just seems like they couldn't do anything about it. I mean, I don't really want to imply that that's the case, but it seems like there was just they just don't have the ability to hold ground there. So yeah.
So my question is, and maybe this is a question for Tim, because Tim said that he used to do lots of exercises when it was very muddy outside. Tim, when lines of defense are constructed, one would presume that the more forward sets of lines are more firmly constructed usually than more backward sets of lines, because they're prioritized, right? The first one, the second one, maybe the third one. When you're 20, 25 kilometers back from the front lines of defense, would you suspect there to be much less well-constructed lines of defense there?
I mean, that's a bit of an expansive question. So you're supposing that there is a, shall we say, a kind of a main hard line of defense. To there is a forward line which is fortified, and you're talking about another line potentially 25 kilometers behind that, or you're talking about kind of a no man's land of 25 kilometers between lines, or what exactly?
No. I'm saying so. Say the Russians' first line was, let's say, somewhere in front of Viskopilia, right? And then their second line is 5 kilometers behind them. The third line is 5 kilometers behind that. But what I'm getting at is, if Ukrainians get through the first one and the second one and the third one, what is likely to be behind there on the basis of what you know about Russian organization and the like?
If there is a general answer to that, I don't have one. I would imagine that it really depends what army doing. What the particular circumstances of the battle in that area, and also also what has previously happened in that area, right? Because if you've had a piece of ground that's changed hands a few times, then you're talking about occupying old lines that haven't been slighted by the enemy, or whatever. I think if there is a rule of thumb, I'm not sure what it is. Put it that way.
Fair enough. So, if I remember correctly, when the Russians advanced through that bit, that happened relatively quickly. So I don't think there was an awful lot of. There was some fighting, but there wasn't an awful lot of fighting in that area. So I would sincerely expect there not to be an awful lot built out from before in those fields. So would you say that Russians would more likely have focused on constructing the more forward lines as opposed to any full back positions further back over the last 6 months?
It depends what they've been able to do, right? Because there's more than one moving part here, right? So I would say it's a function of, right, what exactly you want to achieve by building the line. Obviously, stronger is better, and also what you're capable of achieving given enemy action. Right. So if you are right up against the enemy, he's going to be firing on you. Your activities are going to be very visible to him, and so your ability to use heavy plant, your ability to construct things in a durable way is going to be limited. The movement of your engineers is going to be limited. So yeah, it does depend what enemy doing. You're going to put your strongest fortifications where you need them to be strongest, subject to your actual ability to build them given enemy action. I appreciate that's a very general answer, but it's kind of a very general question.
I have another general question for you, Tim. So there was some figures about enemy losses in the Kharkiv region overnight for you, and there was, I can't remember exactly the numbers, but there was almost a 2-to-1 ratio for vehicles destroyed of self-propelled guns to tanks. Would you be able to draw any conclusion from that?
So this is enemy equipment. Russian
equipment. Yeah.
Twice as many self-propelled guns were destroyed as tanks were destroyed.
Yeah, it seems that way. That's what's being reported. Not enormous numbers, but in that. But that was the general pattern. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure we can draw any particular conclusions from that because there are a lot of moving parts there. The moving parts could be the Russians have more guns than tanks. That could be one factor. Another factor is generally self-propelled guns are not as well protected as tanks, so they are easier to destroy. Another factor is that Ukraine is deliberately targeting artillery assets, and another possible thing is what we know about how Russia prepares its positions, which is in a very lazy way. And how good they are at mobile warfare, which is not very good at all. So it may be a symptom of them not using their self-propelled artillery in its intended role, which is to be highly mobile, right? So it could be that, but I wouldn't want to draw any firm conclusions because there are a lot of variables as to why this might be the case, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was just something I was turning over in my mind. I'm being bombarded with DMs telling me that there is a lot of angst and hand-wringing going on in Russian Telegram channels at the moment. So can only be a good thing.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Just for anybody who's missed the last couple of weeks of conversation, well, last week or so. So Ukrainians have apparently advanced about a third of the way closer to Tokmak compared to where they were previously, down from, I think, Orikhiv is where they started off at. So about a third of the way down. They have made major progress all around the Kherson area, right? Especially in the north, but also in that long salient across the river. They are getting ever closer to Izium from two different directions, both from the south and from the west. I would argue it's making a whole lot of a difference. Did I understand correctly that while I was asleep, Roman Kachanov of Kharkiv 11th Fire Station, chief of 11th Fire Station in Kharkiv, came on again overnight? Who was up for that?
I saw that he came on. I'm afraid I didn't hear the discussion last night.
Because I'm curious as to what he had to say. I'd be very interested in some of the people who were awake for that. But maybe Ben knows.
An answer for you.
Ben, were you up when Roman, major in the civil defense, fire chief of the 11th Fire Station, Kharkiv, joined us 7 hours ago?
I most definitely was. I was actually hosting alone, and suddenly an image of what I can only call a stripper wearing a fireman regalia showed up, but I decided to take the chance because I didn't know him, and turned out it was front of the show, none other than firefighter Roman. He was great. He came in very quickly, basically just to be tucked in before going back to bed. He talked about mostly what he needed in terms of equipment. He kept us updated. Him and language learner had a quick back and forth about some equipment you had talked about before with him, which I didn't know. And he said he was still on the prowl for this sort of things. So if there's any firefighter around or anyone with access to firefighter equipment, I think they're definitely on the market for new stuff. He also mentioned that a bunch of volunteers from Poland and Germany were coming. So I guess that's good. And he was only here for like literally 5 minutes.
Was there also something, Ben, about some of his relations being currently very close to the front line?
Actually, worse than that, his grandmother, if I'm not mistaken, turns out to be on the wrong side of the line in that city with a D, which is surrounded. He seemed to be pretty concerned. Language learner gave him a sort of a special dedicated update on the situation precisely in that place. He seemed to be rather content. He did mention that Somehow the Russians were cutting the telephone lines. Of course, it's not lines, but you see what I mean. And that he could not have any access to his grandmother. But he was hoping for the best, and hopefully the fight there won't last too long, and Roman will be reunited with his grandmother very soon.
Thank you, Ben. And there's some talk that maybe Balaklia has actually been liberated already yesterday, possibly in its entirety. Possibly it's surrounded. It's I don't know what's going on. How am I supposed to know what's going on?
He also mentioned that it seemed that attacks had picked up substantially within the last week, and particularly today, it seemed as though they were firing rockets into Kharkiv as something of a retribution for their piss poor performance in Kherson. Specifically, he mentioned a rocket that had landed, I guess, at the base of an apartment complex, and I believe had possibly done some structural damage to the underground parking garage at that building. And he also mentioned another rocket that had landed in the backyard of a private residence and created oh shoot, the word is escaping, a crater in the backyard the size of a swimming pool. He posted some short snippets of video he shot from his phone that one of his fellow firefighters was standing in the bottom of this crater, and it was easily deeper than 6 feet. One other thing of note from his appearance yesterday evening or a few hours ago, I did press him again about shoot, I'm gonna have to get up and go look at the name of this tool. The Halligan, which is like basically a firefighter's Leatherman tool. It's actually like an axe and a pry bar, and I believe something of a sledgehammer all rolled into one. But pretty ubiquitous item for firefighting professionals. He was still on the hunt for a few of those, but he was hoping that some of the volunteers coming out of Europe, and I believe another group of guys is coming from the U.S. for a couple of weeks to assist them. He was hopeful that one of those two groups would bring with them some additional equipment and supplies when they came back. But he hadn't heard anything to that end. It was more hopeful optimism, and he mentioned that they had brought some equipment and supplies the last time they came. I was curious about him updating us on that when they showed up. If I'm not mistaken, he said he was expecting the first group of them on or around the 12th of September, and I implored him to get back with us here on the space if there was anything that they still needed that was not provided by that volunteer firefighter network, and reminded him that Maria Aid had some contacts in the firefighting community up in Canada, and just by happenstance, we had a long-time listener, first-time caller join the space. The gentleman who has listened in for quite a while, I guess caught the first interview with Roman, but he was only a listener back then, and he felt compelled to come up and inform us that he was from Cincinnati, Ohio, and Cincinnati just happened to be a sister city of Kharkiv and had been for at least a couple of decades. So he let us know on the space, not Roman, but the first-time caller mentioned that he was going to be writing or drafting a letter immediately and sending it to someone who has a direct line with the mayor's office in Cincinnati, but this individual that he was reaching out to, I think, was something of the ambassador for this sister city program, and he was going to see what he could do. The individual also had some connections to the fire department in Cincinnati, but he was hoping he could solicit some donations, either in kind or cash, for the firefighters in Kharkiv, and he actually contacted me privately and requested a list of equipment or supplies they might need so he could relay that information specifically. But if Victoria or anyone else has contact with Roman, if he does have a list, I'm not asking him to draw one up. I know he's got a multitude of other things to do, but if he has a list handy or specific items that they're
We
having
can help.
difficulty procuring,
Right.
then are you there?
Victoria's in touch with him. I'll have to step out in a second into another call, but she's in touch with him, and we can get a list. Yes.
Perfect. Someone else reached out to me who's in the firefighting industry as well, shortly after he left the space this evening, and pointed me to a link where what they said were some of the best manufactured Halligans in the industry could be bought online for a price of about $300 a piece. But they use those things pretty extensively. I think they're pretty well-made tools. They just use them so much right now that they're essentially consumable items after they get worn down. And I reminded some of the other listeners in the space that he mentioned when he was with us last, that they had already gone through 3 sets of firefighting clothing, protective gear, and I presume with the frequency of calls they've been getting, they'll need a couple of more sets in the near future. So, yeah, if Victoria can get that list, I'll be happy to relay it on to the individual that reached out, or I can put some of the other space volunteers in touch with him, whatever we need to do. If I can get a copy of that list, I'll be happy to share it with a recently retired Oklahoma City fire marshal and see what, if anything, can be found in or around here that we might be able to deliver over. Thank you, Axel. And that's all I had to add. Don't everybody talk at once.
Shall we have a look at some casualty figures, Dermot?
Let's.
So, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense produces it's not quite a daily update. It comes out a couple of times a week, right?
No, it's every morning.
Oh, is it a daily update? All right.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this morning, the 7th of September, yesterday, I believe we reached a bit of a milestone in that on the 6th, the Russian casualties dead exceeded 50,000 for the first time. Today, they are up by another 460. The Ministry of Defense assesses Russian deaths as 50,610. Now, we're of a view on this channel that this is probably an underestimate, right?
Yeah, probably is an underestimate. It's unclear if, say, Wagnerites are counted in this, or some of the paramilitaries, or so. Also, let's just talk about this. Why is it an underestimate? Because when in the middle of the night you launch a HIMARS strike at an ammo depot, there's a giant fireball, many tens, perhaps hundreds of meters in diameter. You don't know how many Russians were in that at the time. Could have been 10, could have been 40. Probably going to underestimate it a little bit.
Sure, and I believe they're also looking at kind of officially published Russian sources for this, or is this purely a Ukrainian estimate that they're doing here?
This is a Ukrainian. This is the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense Chief of Staff estimate. This is based on what the Ukrainian military in the field observes, be it by drone, be it when they overrun positions. They say, well, there are 7 dead Russians here. Let's add 7 Russians to the tally. or they observe with the drone and did an artillery strike or took out a tank. And well, there are 3 dead Russians in the tank. They just vaulted the turret up into into the lower Earth orbit. Or a javelin takes out a tank, and there are 3 Russians in a tank. Or a javelin takes out a BMP, and then later they go and look in the BMP and they say, well, there are 17 legs strewn across the field now. That means there are probably 9 Russians, and there's an extra leg missing somewhere that we couldn't find. This is a very gory way of putting it, but all of these get phoned in, and in the end they say, okay, well, we got 17 there, 7 here. We blew up at least 10 with that ammo depot. Might be more, but at least 10. There were 7 tanks destroyed over there, so that's another 21. Add it all up, and you end up with whatever you end up, and then it gets added together and reported.
Smashing, thank you, Dermot. Okay, so just to run through those, 50,610 dead on the Russian side. That's up 460 on the day. 2,000 tanks, up 20. 4,520 armored combat vehicles, other types.
So let's just go with the deltas, because those are huge in themselves. How many tanks did you say in a day?
20.
Okay, I'll just put this into context. Tim, how many tanks does the UK operate? UK, a major NATO military, 65 million people, one of the richest countries in the world. How many tanks does the UK operate?
About 300.
Okay, so if the UK lost 20 tanks in a day, let's say that's 2 weeks worth of losses and the UK tank fleet is wiped out. That's how many tanks Russia lost yesterday in a day. This is not an aberration. They've been losing about 20 tanks for the last 10 days every day. So basically, in the past, since the 31st of August, Tim, Russia has lost about as many tanks as the UK has. Close to more than half as many tanks as the UK has. It's a lot of tanks, Tim. It's a lot of tanks.
It is a lot of tanks. It is a lot of tanks. You think about a squadron of armor has about 14, maybe 16 tanks in it. So a battalion maybe has a battalion or a regiment maybe has 3 squadrons. So that's 42 tanks. So yeah, at this rate of loss, this is
Tim.
Half. Yes.
Brief, just minor correction. It was a lot of tanks.
Yes, quite. I think Alex wants to tell us how many tanks Australia has.
How very insightful. So that's half of all the tank. It's just a bit less than half than all the tanks Australia owns. So I believe we have 50 or 55 M1A1s. So yeah, that's basically 2 days of combat would be the entire Australian Armoured Corps or Armoured Regiment.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, I was about to say that if you have an armored regiment with between 40 and 50 tanks in it, they've lost an entire armored regiment / battalion in 2 days at that rate of loss. Like that's quite a lot.
So David Brookfield was telling me that the UK only commissioned about 150 Challenger 3s. In other words, that's a week's worth of this kind of losses that Russians are taking. I mean, it's an insane rate of loss, right? It's just an insane rate of loss. Jim, do you want to talk about how many tanks Russians are losing?
Yeah, a very invigorating chat for the morning. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, I mean, even more importantly, there's 3 crew per tank, right? And assuming that they've been javelin or blown up with mines, none of them would have survived, or 1 or 2 may have survived. And the crew is actually their critical point of failure, right? I mean, they have tens of thousands of tanks in storage, which are still effective. They still got guns. You can dig them in. But losing the crews is critical. They haven't got many left. I mean, even 2 or 3 months ago, we were seeing non-qualified crews. Two officers in a tank, for example, which should be manned by a couple of NTOs. So they're going to run out of professional soldiers to man these things, which is perhaps even more important.
And I think here, Jim, right, what needs to be said is that one thing to drive a tank, it's the other thing to use a tank in a way where they can make a difference and use a tank in a tactically sensible manner, right? It's one thing to drive a tank, is another thing to fight effectively with a tank.
Yeah, exactly. Radio communications, targeting, how to position, how to work as a team, how to call in cover and work with infantry, all that stuff. I mean, they might be able to defend a position and shoot something if it comes across their bows, but not much else. I mean, as a fighting force, they're gone, aren't they? Hopefully, Tim, were you a tanker?
No, Tim was a star.
No, I was in surveillance and reconnaissance. I know absolutely nothing about tanks. I've been quite close to them. They're really big and they're really noisy and they're really scary. Yeah, that's about the sum total I know about armored warfare.
I should get my cousin on here, who was a major in the lifeguards, and which I can't, one of the tank regiments. Anyway.
Okay, so Jim, Majesty. You said in the lifeguards. Now you need to explain for an international audience that you don't mean the ones by the pool. And explain who the lifeguards are.
Yeah, they're the Queen's personal bodyguard, basically, her Praetorian. And there's, how many regiments are there? 2 or 3, I think, Tim? But yeah, he was a tanker.
There's two. Three
cavalry, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was in service a long time ago. He's now a banker, but he always regales me with the story of him sitting on the top of his scimitar reading Tolstoy's War and Peace while he was fighting in Bosnia back in the day. But yeah, he'll know about tanks. I should ask him to come on and talk about this.
Yeah, so to summarize that slightly for our international audience, there are 2 household cavalry regiments. So they form part of the Royal Bodyguard infrastructure. They are the chaps you will see on Whitehall and on the Mall, riding horses with lovely big shiny breastplates. But as with all soldiers in the British Army with ceremonial commitments, they are also a combat unit. They are armored reconnaissance. So there's two regiments, the Lifeguards and the Blues and Royals, and they also do armored reconnaissance. So they use light armored vehicles to perform battlefield reconnaissance in a highly mobile way. Yeah, they tend to be quite small because they have to fit in tiny tanks. So you don't meet many big household cavaliers. Yeah, they have a pretty cool job.
Rupert he's 6'4", so you wouldn't like that much. But yeah, no,
how on earth did he get a commission at 6'4"? How did he fit in the vehicle? That's crazy.
He's very charming. He's good on a horse. They still use them.
Okay, John's coming up to explain this stuff. Yeah, Jim, if you can get him on, we will very gladly learn some stuff from him. John.
Morning, Doman. Yeah, just for a bit of context in this conversation, if you take 1973 and Israel's war in that year, when they were fighting the Egyptians in the south, in the first 2 days, they lost 200 of their 300 tanks that they had deployed in the south. So, I mean, I don't think this is anything particularly out of the ordinary, the fact that the Russians are losing, circa 20 main battle tanks a day. It's just that we're not accustomed to seeing war on this scale, and the losses that entails. We've been through many different types of conflict, but not conventional on this scale, which is why, generally, apart from the United States, that the West is so woefully resourced for it, because we've pretty much forgotten that this type of warfare exists, and this is a lesson in what it looks like. It's unfortunately not out of the ordinary. This is mechanized industrial warfare.
That's a very important point, John. I mean, every so often we do see, these silly articles coming out in the press saying, is this the end of the tank? Is this the end of the helicopter? And what we are seeing is what happens in a peer-on-peer conflict. You do lose enormous amounts of stuff. I guess a better question would be whether these losses are in any way sustainable for the Russian army. And I think Jim's point about crews was interesting. There's no great shortage of tanks, I believe. Well, I mean, they don't have any proper modern ones or effective ones, but there's no great shortage of armored, of tanks themselves. But the crews might be a different matter. Wondering, John's disappeared. Wondering if he might have a view on that. Check.
No, we're here. I'm just trying to establish. Okay, John's coming back.
John's coming back up. Yep.
Sorry, Tim, dropped down for a second there. Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely right. I think the centre of gravity for the Russians all along has been their shortage of manpower, which is why I've consistently said, well, we've been talking about this for months now. That the main objective operationally should be the destruction of Russian manpower, more so even than kit, because as you say, this is in the short term, this is irreplaceable for them. Particularly, not some guy from Donetsk with an AK shoved in a trench in a tin hat, but trained men who can operate artillery, operate armored vehicles, etc. And yeah, I agree with you. These, if you can kill enough of them, or capture enough of them for the more delicate people, then they can't be replaced.
How difficult is it to train a tank crew? How long does it take? What processes do they have to go through? I believe in the British Army it's a year-long course at Bovington, but I'm not 100% sure. Do you know, John?
No, I don't. I was never armoured, mate. We were light infantry. If you saw a tank, you ran away. But I mean, yes. I think there's probably also a difference between being able to functionally operate a tank and move it around and use it with skill and fight it as a platform. And I think that's a case of years to become properly competent at that. And again, it's the same argument. You whittle down the skilled manpower, and they're in trouble because I've made the point already.
Absolutely, and they're not going to be getting much help from their kit itself. The way I read an article on this a couple of months ago, and I can't remember the exact details. I'll have to dig it out. But the point of the article was the way that Soviet kit is generally designed is it favors, rather than favoring overall teamwork in a system where the piece of kit does a lot of the actual individual stuff for you via computerization and automation. The way Soviet kit generally works is that you have to have soldiers who are very, very good at their individual role within operating the piece of kit. I'll have to dig out the article and refresh myself, but they explained it very well, and my memory's failing here. I'll dig it out and comment on that further. But Jim.
Yeah, I was looking at comparable loss rates. I mean, the Battle of Kursk in July, August 43 was, until now, we've always learned it was the most catastrophic tank battle in history, and that was between the Germans and the Russians, obviously, at the end of the middle of the Second World War, not very far from Belgorod, which is just about 200 miles west of Voronezh. It's the same battlefield, basically. Flat lands, grasslands, and the occasional forest. The Germans lost about the same number of tanks in that month and a half, about 500 tanks, an equivalent loss rate, so 20 a day. And yeah, we know that to be the worst, most savage tank battle in history. So there are similar things happening right now. and it's the Russians on the end of it this time.
Yeah, but Jim, how many tanks did the Soviet Union lose in that one?
That's a good point. About 3 times that. 1,500.
Yeah. Right. The T-34 was very good at being produced in very large numbers, very quickly, very cheaply, and with a very high loss rate. But the production effort was sufficient to offset that, whereas the German tanks were much better built, but were very difficult to put together, and very expensive, and very time-consuming, and couldn't be built nearly at anything like the same pace. Same went for aircraft. It was a question of numbers versus artisan production, which was admittedly better, but you couldn't build nearly as many of them. And eventually sheer numbers prevailed.
Well, in terms of sheer numbers, they had a lot more men. I mean, there was 2 or 3 million men in the Russian army at that time, and there's a tenth of that at the beginning of this war, of which they probably lost about a third. So they had more guys to put in the tanks as well, which they don't have anymore.
Yep. Also, there's a reason why the factories went to Chelyabinsk. Chelyabinsk? I never know where to put stresses. I know how to make all the sounds. I just never know where to stress it. It'd be great if they used something for stress.
There's no rule for it, unfortunately. You just have to learn it.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. If there was a rule, I would have had learned it. But I don't know where it is. So.
Which stress? Sorry, Dermot. What are you talking about?
Stress on the word. You know how different words, there's syllables, but one is likely to be stressed, and the rest are likely to be unstressed. That's what I'm complaining about. Linguistics. If only we had someone up to explain it.
Well, as a general rule, I would say that when you're speaking English, you emphasize the first and sometimes also the second syllable of
it's not the English, Tim. I know where to stress all the words in English.
Okay.
Yes, we're talking about Russian and Ukrainian here.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. I didn't hear the first part.
Chelyabinsk or Chelyabinsk, either way, it's not really an English word per se.
No, it's not. Okay, David.
So following on from John, and context really is to what's happening. It's well worth noting that the Russian losses after 6 months are very close to the average for World War II UK losses per year. That's how much, just to give context to how many troops they've lost. They're very close to the average for the World War II UK losses. A bit sobering, really, isn't it? And quite nice as well.
An invigorating morning conversation, as I said. It's delightful to hear.
Yes, exactly.
So apparently, yesterday, this is interesting, and maybe John and Jim and David and Tim, this is fantastic, and explain why this is significant. Ukrainians took a self-propelled howitzer out with a tank. Now, this might not be obviously significant to many, but Tim, Jim, John, and David, why is it significant when a tank is taking out a self-propelled howitzer? Jim.
Well, it means that there's maneuver warfare happening, right? I mean, normally that tank would be dug in, or it would be out of range, right? So if the Ukrainians are close enough and they can see it, it means they're less than 5 kilometers away, probably a lot closer than that. And the Russians are not expecting them to be coming. So that means the Ukrainians have advanced very quickly and in unexpected places.
Right, the self-propelled howitzer shouldn't be anywhere near close enough for a tank to hit it, right? That's kind of the point here. They should be a bit further back. And David? What did the Ukrainian armored column first have to get through to get to where the Russian howitzer is?
Oh, right, the minefields and all the other bits and pieces. I mean, the bit
well, and the Russian tanks, right?
Yes,
the Russian
exactly.
tanks and infantry.
And all those anti-tank weapons they have. I mean, the fact that they haven't moved that thing back is just incredible. I mean, look, I spend most of my time going, it's incredible that they haven't done something, and I think it's probably something that we reiterate every 5 minutes, isn't it? When most people with an intellect look at something and you go, but why would you do that? And that's a constant theme throughout this conflict, right? Constantly going, well, but why would they do that? Why would they do that? Why? I mean, there are days where I wonder if that's all I'm saying.
Jim?
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's the fact that it's a howitzer, as you say. I mean, looking at the Wikipedia for the 2S-19 Mr, the standard Russian Army self-propelled howitzer, it's 25 kilometers range, unless they've got any of the good shells, which I doubt. And as CJ said, you don't fire from the front lines, right? You fire from 5 or perhaps 10 kilometers back to avoid counter battery fire. So the Ukrainians have penetrated well past those minefields, well past the first lines of defense, right into the rear areas of the Russian lines, and that's huge. I mean, advancing a kilometer a day was unheard of in the Donbass when the Russians were advancing. To advance 5 or more kilometers is very impressive. And yeah, the Russians, no panic. Is there any panic?
Throwing an idea out there.
Sorry, David.
Sorry.
I think we lost Jim. Jim? Did we lose you?
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
Oh, sorry, because you finished so abruptly that I thought your audio dropped. So, apologies, David. Carry on.
I've got to be more careful with those transitions.
Yeah. So I was just going to throw an idea out there. So just maybe the Russians have just had a Blackadder cunning Baldric plan of just using those howitzers in direct fire mode.
I'll tell you one thing. That guy is not going to get appointed professor of cunning at Oxford University.
No, he's not.
The Russians just made another enormous effort to move General Shoigu's drinks cabinet 6 inches closer to Berlin.
Someone was asking me a few days ago. Was it you, John? What the Russians are going to say when they lose Kherson, right? What their propaganda is going to say, and they're just going to say, and this is a public service announcement, the Russian propaganda is going to say that A, taking Kherson was a feint anyway, and B, they're going to go on to Warsaw and Berlin tomorrow anyway. So that's what the real thrust is.
You saw a lot of tanks with Zab Berlin written on them, which is pretty offensive, to be honest. And it's not looking good. I mean, what they will say, I think, clearly, the only thing they can say is when they're pushed back to the lines of 1991, or at least 2014, they'll say, look, we have achieved the objectives of our special operation, which was denuding the Ukrainian military. We killed many, many Nazis. Well, I'm putting that in inverted commas. And now we've pulled back out of sympathy for the Russian-speaking civilians. I mean, all clearly bollocks. Whether or not they can sell that to their population, which is under sanctions, and everyone knows someone who's been killed, then we'll see about that.
You have forgotten the most important part, guys. They will obviously announce that they've been fighting NATO forces all along. Just mark my word.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. A couple of days ago, the Russian MOD announced that they destroyed 4 Bradley IFVs as well, which I think should be an excellent point to make to every Western government that yes, clearly Russians do not consider Western-made IFVs and probably-made battle tanks is overly escalatory. So please send them all to the people who really want to use them and use them for a very good cause in Ukraine. That's part one. Part two, there have been a lot of Russian Telegram reports of panicked Russians saying, "Oh, they have Leopard 2A4s. No, 2A6. No wonder we're losing." And Verlaine, as you said, right? They're saying, "Oh, we're fighting all of NATO. It's Americans piloting those HIMARS." So clearly, that's why they're losing. The only reason why is because everybody ganged up on them and their best friends in South Korea and North Korea, and Iran. Right, John?
Yeah, it's all a bit farcical, isn't it? But I do think actually that they are going to struggle to sell it, to be honest, domestically.
But John, we've always been in war with East Asia.
Yes, indeed, and we are sort of at that point, aren't we? Really, where they're going to have no good story to sell, no matter how they spin it, because they can't claim that they didn't want to keep Kherson, because once they put the referendum on the table for formal annexation, they can't step down from that. And I don't know how I haven't got any answers here. I don't know how they're going to manage it, but I think they're going to really struggle. And I think that's going to be really interesting to watch.
And the most important thing is, it's A, they're an Orwellian society anyway. Anything gets believed. And B, let them struggle. Right? David? And I see we've got Edward up then as well. David, go ahead.
Oh, yes, I was just going to tell Verlaine that I had tweeted the Bundeskanzler saying that as the Telegram channels were saying they were destroying Leo 2s, he might as well send them, but he hasn't replied to me yet.
I did the same about the Bradleys. I asked for Maddox.
And has he replied to you?
No!
He's just very, very rude.
Yes, clearly. Edward, what do you reckon? Isn't this the best argument to send more Bradleys since they're already getting destroyed and it's not escalatory in the slightest?
That's right. Just send more. Send plenty. We got lots of them. We got big fields full of them. Let's send them. I do want to pass along that there's a U.S. Armored Corps rotating to Germany right now, and they are piggybacking lots of winter-focused gear into their logistics effort. And, Ukrainians are going to get everything they need for the winter. Just wanted to pass that along. Got that news yesterday. So, joy. They can drag this thing out if they want. It's not going to end pretty.
Thank you, Edward. I'm really glad whenever we get a little snippet of news from you. So for anybody who doesn't know, Edward works on the one hand with the Georgian Legion, and on the other hand tries to get the appropriate governments, and especially the one with the biggest reserves, to send more stuff. Is that about a correct summary there?
I'll put them on the shame train, Domin. If they act a little bit, I should say, hesitant to help, I start throwing the shame train tickets on them, and they start to help. But yeah, that's accurate. I'm now the adjutant to the commander, and I'm the liaison with DC. So my plate is chock full.
Dmitry, our friend from War Translated, who was with us on Friday for a little interview, he's put up some new stuff about 10 minutes ago. Notes from Russian Telegram. Do not expect good news today. Two consolidated detachments of Rosgvardia near Volokhov Yar have been fighting for more than a day in complete encirclement. Now, those detachments of Rosgvardia are Sobr, from Samara and from Bashkortostan, I think. So just FYI, they're also saying that there's a lot of units that were 100% on paper, but in fact 45 to 50% of personnel only at most. There are ones in which they're only 20% of what they are on paper, as in when they were deployed, they were only 20% of the unit they were on paper. So I think that is probably very significant here as well. In other news, let me see what else they say. Yep, they are not doing well. So which is good. When the Russians are complaining, they're doing poorly. That's always a very good thing. Jim?
Yeah, that is particularly good news. The sober guys, the special rapid, they're basically SWAT team, right? They're as hated by Russian civilians as they are by Ukrainian military. They're nasty police, paramilitary police force, basically. Spetsnaz, National Guard, Rosgvardia unit. These are the lads who packed dress uniforms and riot shields on the first day of the war, assuming they'd walk into Kiev. And these are the guys whose officers were booking restaurants on Krещатик. Scumbags. You know, how's that going, lads?
Someone has to remind me, maybe you know this, when those parts of Berkut that fled to Russia after Yanukovych fled, did they join? They joined OMON, right? They didn't join Sober. I'm just wondering if there might be some of those hanging around now, encircled over near Izium.
I believe the majority who fled to Russia were like along or after Yanukovych did join OMON, or just went into the shadows. So it's really hard to say exactly what they are. But I think you're right in thinking that some of them should be there, because that's technically where they were kind of like brought up ish.
Thank you. So there might be some in there as well. Excellent. I know that previously there were some shown as killed in various other theaters, and I know that brought a lot of redemption. Yeah, if we heard yesterday that Russia is now getting supplies from North Korea as well, because they're running somewhat low on their own. If anybody wants to touch upon that.
Dominic, if I can step in, I met with someone yesterday. I had lunch with someone yesterday that's quite close to that situation, and gentleman from the South Korean military, and he stated that so there's two possibilities. This is Chinese gear that's being funneled through North Korea, and people have eyes on that process if it's happening. So they're looking for that right now. He said if it's actual North Korean gear, ammunition, it's worse than what the Russians have. It's older, and he said that it's just going to be just poor quality, and it'll probably kill more Russians than it kills Ukrainians. That was the feedback. It's going to take a while. He said, best case scenario, they may be able to get, they may be able to get 40% of it to serve their needs. The rest of it's going to be garbage and dangerous. So that was the feedback. And it's a money stream for the North Koreans, right? So it gets them hard cash reserves, and they have no problem selling garbage to the Russians. They've been scamming the world for years. Why not scamming the Russians?
And probably straight paid in energy and food, right? That's
absolutely. So that was the feedback, and and also a little bit of insight was given as to what they thought of the entire Russian military, and it was just, I think it's a joke. I think it was, and so now they're casting eyes upon China and what their capabilities are, and whether they have any real capability whatsoever. And it's funny, what I was told yesterday was, we're not worried about China invading Korea. We're more worried about China and the U.S. going to war over Taiwan and it wrecking our economy. They're very secure in their knowledge that they can defeat anyone that forces an incursion on them. So, but their feedback on the Russians getting supplies from North Korea was, that's funny. So I just want to pass that along.
Thank you, Edward.
Yeah.
What I wonder about specifically, right, as you said, North Korean stuff is all crap anyway. We're all aware of that, and it's great to hear feedback from the South Koreans that indeed North Korean stuff is all crap. But what you started with is the thing I'm more interested in, right? Stuff coming in over the Yalu River and then leaving immediately North Korea a few days later over the Tumen into Russia. That is the more interesting option here. And by interesting, I mean interesting from a geopolitical perspective. Because obviously all the stuff would still be clearly Chinese in manufacture, right? That'd be quite easy to establish if and when some of these artillery shells were, say, captured somewhere. Which isn't unlikely to happen, and that might lead to some additional freezing of relationships beyond what they have been before, much more so than previous, non-lethal Chinese equipment that was discovered in Russian positions. So that's the one I'm particularly curious about. What I would expect this might look like is China effectively backfilling North Korean stocks that are being sent to Russia. I suspect that's the most likely version of events. Just guessing here.
Yeah, correct. And so there's nothing that goes on in North Korea that doesn't have a camera lens on it, right? So I think we'll hear something within the next few days as to how that supply chain is functioning, right? So let's be patient and see what happens.
Exactly. I did hear as well, on a related note, that the Ukrainian military said something along the lines of, "Oh, we were a bit worried about those Iranian drones. We've seen them; they're shit."
100% shit. 100% shit. The guys in Saudi think that's hilarious. So they were successful initially, but they figured them out. They've got a 50% failure rate. Then the rest are usually shot down by planes or Patriots. So.
Dermot, did you see the New York Times article about the procurement of North Korean ammunition? I think this is what originally came on. It's quite interesting because they're quoting a number of they're quoting an anonymous U.S. intelligence source that says that it's unlikely to stop at just ammunition for Soviet systems. They're likely to be doing actual procurement of stuff from North Korea. The phrase they use is additional equipment, which is just extraordinary. They also quote Mason Clark, who is the Russia bloke at the Institute for the Study of War, saying that the Kremlin should be alarmed and embarrassed that it has to buy anything at all from North Korea. Really, our friends over the pond think this is really quite hilarious, and frankly, I agree with them.
I think that's only right to think, right, Edward?
Yeah, there's a lot of how should I say, muted grins right now. So it's funny. They've basically gone to the dollar store for equipment. It's sad.
Jim?
Yeah, I mean, their situation is screwed, isn't it? When you're relying on North Korea and Iran for your military-industrial complex, I mean, who do they have arrayed against them, right? That every single one of the world's top military producers in the world, except for China. And I agree with you, Damon, that the risk is, I think it's small, but the risk is that China backfills North Korean stocks. But if there's one thing Chinese are interested in, it's money, right? And they might say that sanctions won't hurt them, but they were unlikely. I mean, if they weren't going to support Russia when it looked like they might have a chance of taking Ukrainian territory, are they really going to support Russia when it looks like they've got zero chance of holding any Ukrainian territory? And the Chinese are very practical people. I think they'll just say, "Hey, look, you're on your own, chaps."
And also, as Yehuda said, let them bring it over. It's going to take 2 weeks on the train, and then it's just going to get blown up as soon as they put it all nicely together next to a railway station. Because there's going to be eyes on those trains from so many satellites that everybody will know exactly which ones all the stuff is on, and exactly where it's being deployed, and exactly where there's going to be a big mushroom cloud of a Gimler-induced sympathetic detonation afterwards.
Exactly.
David?
Go ahead.
No, I was going to reiterate what Jim was saying is that I think that the fact that we're not seeing any real Chinese kit except for the ration packs and the rest of it is just the absolute statement. China isn't at the moment, then whilst they are pushing the military side, they're still looking at their economy, aren't they? It's not going very well. They've got 1.6 billion people to feed. Causing sanctions on China at this point would just be mind-numbingly stupid, and this is where the similarities between Russian economics and the rest of it go, is that they're not mind-numbingly stupid. They know what's happening. They know where they sit. It's not a bromance between Russia and China. And they don't want their economy to tank any further. Putting sanctions on them would just be really stupid. They've got $1 trillion of exports. That's exports, not just trade, or trades more. That's what I'm trying to say. So why would they risk it? They just wouldn't, would they?
That's true. It would be just a train wreck to their economy. They started getting sanctioned. They, like you said, they know where they sit in the global pecking order. Their economy is dependent on those exports, and we buy most of it. And contrary to what most people say, they are in Africa, but the majority of their economy is focused on our consumption here in the United States as well as in Europe. And I just don't see them putting that at risk. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but they have dialed back their rhetoric regarding Taiwan. We sent 2 guided missile cruisers right through the Straits of Taiwan last week, and they didn't even mention it. Whereas usually they'd be, provocative this, see a blood that, see a fire, all of that. So yeah. So I think that they've paused their rhetoric and are just sitting back, and they're going to wait and see how things go.
And yeah, if I may interject a little bit more as well on this respect, is that I know because at the moment there's the China fear factor and the rest of it. I don't see it as clearly as some people see it. I think that China's main strength, which is their exports, because they can produce things cheaply for us, is also their greatest weakness, and they have not solved that problem yet, right? And until they solve that problem, I don't think we will see any major moves militaristically from China, and I suspect they're decades away from solving that.
Agreed.
Edward, did you say that the Chinese had gone awfully quiet about American naval maneuvers around Taiwan?
They had. I haven't checked the news this morning, but whereas it was always front and center, they've gone strangely quiet. There could have been some back channel communications. Could have been some inferences as to what could happen. I think they may have backed away from that. We hold a lot of Chinese debt too. We could easily just say, I'm not going to pay it. So, and if they ever did anything, we could just, if we got into a head-to-head confrontation, guys, all that Chinese debt just goes away, and then, sanctions, Chinese debt, so on and so forth, shooting war, China's done. They'd implode. So they've put themselves in a situation I don't think they'll ever get out of, personally.
Absolutely. I mean, it was the level of hysteria when Mrs. Pelosi went on that visit to Taiwan. Like, it's not possible to get more hysterical than that, right? They went up to 11, right? And now any way they react to anything now just looks like, just looks meek, right? So they cannot shout any more loudly than they shouted then without actually going kinetic, right?
That's true. I think everyone was laughing at the videos of the armor rolling to the seashore. I was like, so what's that do? They can't cross the water. I mean, yay! And all the screeching of their media and their spokespeople on the Twitter sphere. It was almost farcical, guys. I mean, it looked like they took a page right out of the North Korean handbook. It was funny. At no time did I think they were going to do anything to Taiwan, other than what they did. No,
they are militarily incapable of doing anything to Taiwan. It would just be an absolute goat fuck militarily. They can't touch them. No, it'd be really ugly, really fast.
So Taiwan learned a lot from the Koreans as well. If you've ever been, I don't know if anybody on this line's been to Taiwan, but I was stationed in Korea on the Western Corridor, DMZ, and we had just defense in depth arranged where if the North Koreans or anyone else ever came down, the only way south is via the Western Corridor. And that was just going to be, imagine a long road of death, right? It would be ugly. People in Seoul would die, but, I think they'd make it about 12 miles before they just petered out and just were destroyed. So the same would apply in Taiwan. The Chinese could probably put some vessels in a way. They'd drop some rockets on Taiwan, this, that, and the other. They'd be hard pressed to land people on the beach. They'd probably drop some special forces. They'd be wiped out. But anybody that hit any beach in Taiwan, they wouldn't make it a quarter mile. They'd be destroyed, if not sunk in the water. I mean, they've had decades to put their defense together, and I promise you, that island's full of surprises, and the Chinese know it. They'd get their fingers cut off if they stuck them in that box. So,
thank you, Edward. Let's give it to David, Jim, and then Christian.
Yeah, well, I was going to change the subject a little bit, if I may, and I was going to go to ferries. So the misfit who's probably
like tooth fairies.
Yes, those. Let's go for tooth fairies. Yes, so pontoon ferries. So Misfit, who is a listener in here, quite regularly, but he's on the west coast of the United States, so he's just gone to bed. He often we message each other quite regularly. Anyway, he's highlighted a couple of things. So, for which means I didn't get, before I started speaking, did I get the map up? No, I didn't. Right, but we have there's a couple of ferries still operating. So it's it's just to highlight that basically Russia is still getting some stuff through across to the North Bank. They've got a ferry that's running up at Novokhovka, not that far away from the dam, and there's one midway down between Novokhovka and Kherson, and it would appear that they're now trying to construct and use barges that comes down from the biosphere. There's a couple of little places there. In actual fact, they're places that I highlighted is where they may want to make their pontoons. A little bit, about how long ago was it when we started talking about this subject? 2 months ago. So they're still getting stuff through, just not getting a lot. But I think it's also a statement of just how little ferries are obviously a bit harder to hit. It would be interesting to see if we find more of these things. The pontoon that was up at Dorivka, that's been hit. Interestingly, again, they've by the pontoon they had reflectors out. Again, it would appear that no one has reminded them that the anything that's working off GPS isn't affected by reflectors. But yeah, that's where we stand on the ferries at the moment.
So there's a trickle coming across there. I think more got hit today, apparently, again, or overnight. They just keep hitting them and hitting them and hitting them. There's also some that went down into the river at Hola Pristan. Hola Pristan is kind of across the river from Kherson, a little bit downstream, just a little bit downstream. There's a little port facility there. Pristan means sort of a port, not a port. What's less than a port? A marina, but a little bit more industrial than a marina would be. Come on, English native speakers.
I think marinas are also industrial. They don't have to be. Okay. They don't have to be super yachts of the type that Axel has. But Yeah,
when I hear marina, I think of sailboats rather than barges. Anyway.
I think I'm not a yachty, but I would call it a marina. I suspect.
Okay, so that's what it is, right? That's what is there. Apparently, some were trying to get out of there and got hit there as well. The rumor mill around Kherson is that some dozens of drones that they were transporting, maybe even hundreds of drones, like Orlan 10s and the like, were drowned because water isn't their native operation environment. So there you go. Tim, I have some flies to swat, so you go ahead with the people.
Are these figurative flies, or you're literally swatting flies?
Literally swatting flies.
Oh, have fun. Enjoy yourself. Jim.
Yeah, interesting. We were talking about ferries, and I was just looking at the distances involved in the Chinese trying to get across to Taiwan from the previous conversation. It's about the same. It's about 150 kilometers, which is the same as the Allies assaulted across the English Channel to the beaches of Normandy. And that was 80 years ago. And it was touch and go back then, with great planning, with the finest military minds and the finest forces in the world at the time. That was touch and go. It may not have succeeded. I mean, on the first morning, it was a catastrophe on Omaha. So that was without HIMARS, without modern missiles, modern jets, modern naval forces, which the US have piled into Taiwan. As you say, Tim, the Chinese haven't got a chance. All they can do is isolate it, but they're never going to invade.
And Jim, Taiwan has allegedly the best anti-ship missiles in the world, and lots of them.
There you go. It's brinkmanship. It's economic warfare. It's trying to fear people up. The actual, they're never going to do it, right? Particularly after they've seen what American weapons have done to the Russians.
Exactly. Madeline, you've been waiting a bit.
Oh, yes, thank you. I have a question about the cryptocurrency. I've read somewhere that the Russians are using cryptocurrency and the stock is going up. So if they can buy weapons with cryptocurrency, is there also a sanction on that or not? Maybe I did not put my phrase in a good context, but I hope you understand me.
Oh, Tim's the cryptocurrency expert.
I'm very much not a cryptocurrency expert, but I'll do my best. Could you? I didn't quite catch your whole question, Madeline. Could you say that again, please?
The Russians are buying a lot of stuff in cryptocurrency, and the stock is going up. So if they are buying military stuff in cryptocurrency, is there also a sanction on that, or is that not traceable? Can you trace that where it's coming from, or is it like washing your black money and white money? Did I explain myself a little bit?
That kind of makes sense. I'm not sure what exactly the Russians are doing with cryptocurrency, if anything. I would say a couple of things about it. The cryptocurrency, in theory, can be a way to circumvent the mainstream financial system, simply because it's decentralized. Transactions occur wallet to wallet. There doesn't need to be an institution in between. There is a big question mark, though, over who would actually accept it, right? Just because you're doing things in crypto, it doesn't mean it doesn't mean you're anonymous. It doesn't mean that the person you're buying something from still has no idea who you are, right? So if you're, I would question its usefulness in evading sanctions, right? Because no business that is able to provide anything useful to Russia is going to accept cryptocurrency, right? It just seems it seems like a kind of an irrelevance, right? It's also, I mean, you think about Bitcoin as well. My understanding of Bitcoin is that it does have a kind of transaction log to it. So, whereas if you have a £10 note or whatever, that £10 note can change hands hundreds and hundreds of times. You can never really tell who's had it. You can never tell who's had it in the past. You only know who gave it to you personally, right? Whereas when it comes to cryptocurrency, there is a crackable log of everywhere that particular Bitcoin or whatever has been.
And Tim, really, the question here is whether they can buy the stuff or not. Can they actually get it delivered, right? If they can get weapons delivered, they can also ship out bars of gold by the same way they got the weapons in. That's fine. Cryptocurrencies here are a non-issue because it doesn't really matter. Either they can get the stuff in and pay in gold bars, or they can't get the stuff in anyway, and then it doesn't matter if they can pay for them in crypto or not.
Sure, exactly. That's it, right? So if nobody's selling them stuff they need, it doesn't matter how they're going to pay for it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't really matter if they have crypto or they have gold bars or they have rubles or Turkish lira or whatever. If no one's selling, then they can't get stuff. Would be my answer to that. So yeah, I would agree with Doman. What Russia doing with crypto, I would not see it as particularly significant. Bernard came up very, very quickly and stuck his hand up. So Bernard, do you want to talk about cryptocurrency in Russia?
Not particularly in Russia, but about sanctions on cryptocurrency. It's not really a sanction, but the FBI, I think 2 weeks ago or something like this, I think in kind of an operation, they made it public that there was a new legislature about special crypto services like these crypto mixers. So in this case, you don't sanction crypto by itself, but the users. So if you use special services or you use these cryptocurrencies to help Russia getting weapons or by selling them stuff, you basically get sanctions for that, and not the crypto itself is sanctions, but the people who use it in this way. So yeah, basically it's the same effect.
Absolutely. I hope that answers your question, Madeline. David.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to add a little bit to what Madeline was saying, though. So cryptocurrencies aren't going up at the moment; they're going down. So anyone paying now may, in actual fact, for instance, I think Bitcoin's lost about 4,000 over the last 4 days. So by the time it goes over, and the important thing is that to add to what Tim was saying, crypto is 100% traceable, right? You don't even have to crack a log. There is a log that you can see that went from one account to another, and eventually you will be able to find out who these people are eventually. And that's all I was going to add to it.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. That was my understanding of it as well, that it is totally traceable. It has a verifiable chain of ownership. So if people want to be naughty with it, they do so at their very considerable peril.
Exactly, and there's a reason why not Bitcoin, but the XRP, which is another cryptocurrency, is being touted as for digital central banks. It's because it is 100% traceable, right? And so whereas in a normal banking system, money gets lost, it just won't get lost in this respect.
Absolutely. Thank you, David. Jim.
Yeah, if you want to hide £1 million, it's very easy with Bitcoin or Monero particularly. There are untraceable currencies, right? And there are currencies that you can convert Bitcoin into, like Monero, and then convert it back into Bitcoin after moving it once, and you've washed it. So although you're right, guys, Bitcoin itself is untraceable. It's actually relatively easy to launder cryptocurrency, but it's only relatively easy in small amounts, right? If you try to launder $1 billion, you're going to struggle. In fact, you won't be able to, right? It's just not feasible for the kind of amounts that Russia will need to move to evade sanctions on weapons deliveries or buying microchips or anything. It's just not feasible. I mean, because at some point you have to convert that money into dollars, into the fiat world, and any bank that accepts that amount of Bitcoin has to have has to have provenance. It has to understand where it's come from. If you can't explain it, then that bank will be sanctioned itself. So they just won't accept it. So although you can evade, you can wash $1 million, you can't wash enough for Russia to use cryptocurrencies at all for these purposes. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tim, I'm being told that it's either a key or a wharf is the word I was looking for, or maybe even a boatyard. Definitely not an arena.
And there's the thing. I was going to come back and say, how about a boatyard?
There you go, Jim.
Yeah, I have a little more information on what we were talking about before on Berkut, and we were talking about the encirclement of Russian special forces at Balaklia. Just southeast of Kharkiv, where the Ukrainians have tremendously moved forward with enormous bravery and have the Russians panicking. So these are particularly nasty blokes, as we've been discussing. They're the military police. They're hated within Russia or within Samara, where they come from, which is not very far away from Ukraine. It's not the Far East. So it's very, very possible that some of the Berkut, who are the most hideous paramilitaries in the former Ukrainian government. Yanukovych used them to kill protesters in 2014, right? Berkut is Eagle. These guys were supposedly elite police. They were the snipers who took out the peaceful protesters in 2014-15, and obviously they're hated, and they ran off right after the revolution. They were dissolved, and they joined the Spetsnaz, the special forces in Russia, very possibly in Samara. So it's actually more than likely that some of those proper scumbags who the Ukrainians have been looking for 8 years are currently encircled in Balaklia. And yeah, it'll be wonderful to see them get their just desserts, put it that way.
Absolutely. So for anybody who doesn't know where Samara is, it's close to Tolyatti, between Kazan and upstream on the Volga, and then Volgograd downstream on the Volga. It's in the middle Volga. It's a highly industrial area. It's where there's lots of factories, car factories, etc. as well. I would dare say that there's lots of unemployment there right now because they can't really make cars, except for $50,000 new cars that would be underwhelming by early 1990s standards anywhere else. Yeah. Anyway, no wonder they don't want to go back. Shaggy.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. Carry on, Shaggy.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, it's to do with the crypto. One of the cryptos I own is one called Harmony 1, it's called, and that had a hack recently, allegedly by some North Korean hackers, and they got away with 100 million, and that was washed through various transactions. Through, I can't remember the exact mechanism they used, but yeah, it got washed, similar to Monero, but another coin. I think there's about 15,000 different coins and tokens at the moment in the crypto world. So he can wash a fairly large amount. I mean, 100 million is quite a large amount, but yeah, I agree, you can't really wash billions of it. So yeah, that was just my point on crypto.
And again, it doesn't matter if they can't get the stuff delivered in the first place. If they can get it delivered, it doesn't matter if they pay gold bricks or crypto. Because if they can get it weaponed in, gold is easier to transport than weapons. They can take the gold out by the same means. We know they have quite a bit of that.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, the one thing crypto does have is it's very transferable. If you compare it to gold, rather than paying in gold, paying in crypto, and it is transferable. But it is most of it's traceable. I mean, there are a few coins that you can wash it through, but like Bitcoin, for instance, it's traceable. So if people steal Bitcoin, then everyone knows where it goes, and that goes with a lot of cryptocurrencies as well. People think it's very secret, or whatever, but it's all on the blockchain. The only thing that's secret about it is you need to link a wallet address with a person, an actual person. But as soon as you can do that, as soon as somebody slips up somewhere, then there's a whole web that you can create. So it's very traceable. And that's one of the big worries about CDBCs, the state cryptocurrencies that are being created or looked into at the moment, programmable money. That's from my point of view, that's a little bit of a scary concept. I mean, you could theoretically create one of those and program it not to pay or not to be allowed to pay certain companies or certain states. So that's a kind of a scary aspect of crypto that I don't like. But I like my crypto. That's me done on crypto then.
Yeah, the point I wanted to add is you can't cash it out. You can steal this money, but at least in the end you have to buy somewhere goods with it. You can transfer to other wallets and everything. But at the point, this wallets and transaction will be watched. And at this point, where someone in, let's say in Thailand or in some other country, takes this crypto money, takes it out to a bank, buys something with it, and it comes to a company, and these transactions are watched, you have a problem because you made yourself traceable, you are in contact with them, and so the cash out is not possible with this stolen money. I remember, I think 3 months before the so-called Crocodile of Wall Street or something like this, it was a really funny story. A woman and her husband were both somehow they bought or got billions in crypto from a hack, but at the moment they tried to cash it out. It took like a few months, and then the FBI got them. So yeah.
Axel, save us from the crypto hell, please.
Easy, no problem. I just wanted to focus everybody back onto the Asian sector and what is actually currently happening there. I presume you will have gone to Balaklia in quite some detail already, right?
Certainly not detailed. We've mentioned it. We've mentioned that there's sober units apparently surrounded there, or maybe not even surrounded anymore. That Ukraine has liberated Balaklia, seemingly, or at the very least most of Balaklia, and the other Russian units there really being attrited away. And that Volochyv Yar to the northeast of Balaklia has been liberated as well. We've not gone in any detail whatsoever.
Okay. Well, you have the maps there, and you probably will have seen the discussion which we're having in between in the various channels which people use for that. It seems that the MO3 and the P78 as axes are being used for a massive pincer movement of Ukrainian forces, which also is supported by another northern attack, details of which have not yet come out. But at the same time, Ukrainian forces are already standing in the forests around Izium. And if people look at the map and just blow it up so that they can see Balaklia and then look at the Izium,
Siren
you
alert
can see
update.
a rinse
Mykolaiv,
repeat, because it's the
full
same
alert.
kind of funnel going south,
Full alert.
which you see
Kherson,
in Balaklia.
full
Izium is
alert.
just more.
This message has
it's
been
wider,
generated
it's
with
more
municipal
comprehensive, it's
data.
also more encapsulated by it. There's additional ridges, and it's close enough to the Oskil Basin, which is extremely important. Ukraine needs to take the MO3 completely, clear out the space in order to be able to block whatever kind of support lines can come by truck across the Borova Bridge, which is... God, when is this? This is late March, is it? Early April?
Yeah.
I think, yeah. When Russian troops took Horokovatka, and crossed over that bridge, which, whilst beforehand heavily defended and mined, did not go up in flames.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv,
there's good reason for
full
it why
alert.
it didn't, and there's also a good reason
full
why
alert.
now.
Kherson,
Because the Russian
full
troops
alert.
will try to block
This message
off any
has been
kind of
generated
movement
with municipal
by Ukraine.
data.
The natural obstacle for a wider advance and to swing around down south along the whole Severodonetsk National Park stream, the ridge, as I would call it here. If you look at the map, you can see that if you take Izium and you break through southeast of Liman, which is what we discussed during the night with Nuno Felix and Chuck Farah before everybody else jumped in on this.
Siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Fortunately, Huda also brought more sense to it and more detail. But if you look at the breakthrough Balaklia, you look at Izium, and then you look at Yampil, which is southeast of Liman, you can see that in three different axes, Ukraine is doing the very same thing, breaking through in order to take those national park ridges, those forests, in order to make sure that they can interdict and interrupt the rail and truck support lines the Russians need for their eastern front. And as falls Izium and as falls Liman, and as Kupiansk is interdicted, respectively, the rail lines of Kupiansk are under pressure and ultimately fall north of the Oskil Basin. The whole front line of the Russians.
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Down. And that frees up the way to what I said a little earlier, that I expect Ukrainian troops to make their move and take Luhansk, sorry, in this case, Luhansk, before the end of the year.
And with Kupiansk, of course, there's the rail line, right? One of the few rail lines that actually leads into occupied Ukrainian territories from Russia.
Yes.
And that is the one way to resupply area around easily for the Russians. And for a while we were talking about when are they going to start hitting that with HIMARS, and they just hadn't, and now instead they seem to be cutting it off the more old-fashioned way.
Absolutely, and the fact that Ukraine and the Ukrainian armed forces are putting pressure on 4 pressure points all across the Donbass. I know that language learner only came up with 3 things, 2 of which he was willing to name, but there are 4 pressure points at this point in time. Everybody who's listened to Yehuda will by now know where this is. It's very clear that the little triplet, Izium, Liman, Yampil, and Balakleya is there. That's one thing. Then from Kharkiv eastward to Kupiansk, which is the same front line, of course, if you extend it further. But Kupiansk is a different topic because it's harder to reach. It's also harder to take, but it's quite easy to threaten. And the rail yards there now are very much not just only in Gimler distance, but soon enough they will be in M777 distance. And that is where the whole line breaks. Whether you first cut off what seems likely sometime during the day today, Yampil, then break through Izium, that doesn't really matter if you can take Kupiansk. So the next thing is that there is a significant movement happening currently in the southeastern sector. And we should be seeing, and this is what I think language learner try to avoid talking about, we should be seeing significant action en route to both Melitopol and Berdyansk. Because Tokmak, Polovi, and the likes have come under massive pressure. And we should be positively surprised soon enough. Whereas at the same time, then in the sector surrounding Kherson, this is one of the finest operations, I think, we've seen in military history and battlefields since Second World War. It is an astonishing operation. It's it's just outright exceptional, and how they're prosecuting it. Ukrainian troops are breaking through on 4 different vectors with massive force in certain areas. But they are literally attriting the enemy to the point of not just combat effectiveness, but total annihilation of forces in certain locations, because the Russians simply are not retreating in certain locations. In others they are. In others they are actually routed. And with a bit of luck, we'll see an entrance into Kherson city later today.
Sorry, did you say an entrance into Kherson city later today?
Yes.
Can you see? Yeah, you can see why I had to double check.
Yes.
Does that spell an end to one of the things we've gotten accustomed to, which is the bombardment of Chernobyl?
No, I don't think so. Don't think so at all. I think this will just be the beginning of a heavy-duty urban warfare. It's a very interesting day. It's a challenging day, and it's a tough day. But it's a day where our Ukrainian friends are making big strides. The Russian front line is collapsing on in so many areas, and it's being attrited with heavy-duty firing support by the Ukrainians. This is definitely World War II style combat.
Could we perhaps ask why are the Russians deciding to fight losing battles rather than withdraw?
I have literally no concept of trying my way into the current leadership of the Russian forces in the south west frontline area. I just have no concept of understanding as to why they do what they do. They obviously are overwhelmed by the massive amount of firepower. They are overwhelmed by their self-inflicted wound of logistical challenges and shortage of shells and small arms ammunition. And they simply had failed to believe that they could be attacked on the same routes where they opened. They had prepared at least 2 corridors where they had cleared minefields in order to go after Mykolaiv, and I can't judge what kind of methamphetamine-induced lucidity has led them to that, but I don't know. Somebody in some very drunken stupor must have come up with that concept. I have no idea otherwise. You can ask David, who will, as a good old sapper, probably be able to tell you that this makes no sense what they're doing.
Actually, did they also clear some minefields on the way from say, Vysokopilie towards Kryvyi?
Yes, but I don't know which ones. Supposedly the ones further to the east, which makes it very strange because technically, therefore, Ukrainian armed forces, mechanized infantry and tanks could take the route down and advance significantly more quickly. Beforehand, there was always the rumor that essentially they had put up the same kind of the same type, just as like there's this German anti-tank mine which reacts to pressure, as you know, and there was a discussion that the Russians would have pretty much mined up the whole area from Pamyatnik, the TO403, and had ensured that the route would have to be circumvented in certain locations, so that if and when troops were to go down south on that line, that Ukrainians would be forced off-road, respectively, would be denied access. This is the crossing between the T2207 and the TO403. There's an inlet at Osokorivka where supposedly some barges have landed recently. And this is the area which you should have a look at. So Novovorontsovka is the city to the northeast of it.
Yeah, next to the Watermelon Memorial.
Is it there? Okay.
Well, you said Pamyatnik Kavun, right?
Yeah, no, of course, yeah, but okay. Sorry. Now I know what you mean. Yeah, I was... Sorry, mate. Yes. Pamyatnik, yeah, my goodness. It is so funny. It's such a nice... actually, the whole area there on the Dnieper is so beautiful. If you drive down from Mariansk to Kherson, it's absolutely stunning. It's a landscape to, I don't know. It's a landscape to have a great picnic. It's a landscape to enjoy life. And at the moment, they are yet again just bloodlands.
Jim.
Yeah, well put. Poetic as always, Axel. And bracing news this morning, no doubt. I look forward to hearing more from Language Learner and Yehuda later on. On your point about the sheer beauty of Ukraine and the whole of Ukraine, but in that area particularly, you're absolutely right. The Dnieper is the most storied of rivers. Reef Shevchenkas or Lutsenko or any of the great poets in Ukraine, and they talk about it all the time. But yeah, I mean, you have beautiful white sand beaches, clean sandy beaches. It's the same river the Cossacks rode up and down and kept their independent republic up around Zaporozhye. And it's pretty. It's just a lovely place. You won't see a car for an hour when you're driving down that road. There's no cities. There's no hotels. It's just wild nature as it should be. And on Jabba's question about why Russia has not abandoned its hopeless bridgehead across the Dnipro. Hubris, right? Stupidity. The ancient Greeks talked about it in their plays, that every tragic hero, I mean, I wouldn't call Putin a hero, but every protagonist has pride, right? Insolence, where you believe that you are the best. You underestimate your opponent. And it's a tragic flaw, right? It usually, in all those plays, leads to the downfall of the protagonist. And Putin's tragic flaw is his pride. He did not believe Ukrainians were capable of mounting a coordinated counteroffensive. It's the reason he invaded Ukraine in the first place. He just didn't rate his enemy, and it's coming back to bite him.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's presumptuousness, it's hubris, it's lots of wrong assumptions. And they're persisting because there's a political decision that they must not do anything but. They're not staying there because it's a militarily clever thing to do. The most militarily clever thing to do for the Russians would never have invaded Ukraine in the first place, right? That would have been the wisest course of action, and they persist in the exact opposite of that for reasons of political reasons and wanting to commit genocide. It's really as simple as that. I'll go to Nina first, and then back to Jabberwocky. Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Domen. And I just came in and I hear Axel saying, I have no idea what they are doing and talking about methamphetamine. And I'm like, what is happening? And I'm sorry, Axel, but can you put it in one sentence? Because I have no idea what you talked about. Who is on methamphetamine? I can imagine it's like the Russians, but everybody's.
I made a joke. I made a joke. I was
Are you on methamphetamine?
Of course not. Of course not. No. The only mood enhancers I would ever consider taking, other than coffee and tea, remain beer, good wine, and decent scotch. And if need be, a little bit of rye, but that's it. Having said this, and that all with measure, because I'm old enough. Now, what I was highlighting here was that essentially I failed to be able to reconcile the decision-making and the current so-called leadership of the southwestern district or battlefield of the Russian armed forces. Both, I think, David and I have discussed this a couple of times, and Tim was so kind as to weigh in recent weeks as well. The lack of logic as to the additional supplies being fitted onto the western bank of the Dnipro by the Russian forces, then falling into the lure, or falling into the trap, or accepting the lure, falling into the trap of the Ukrainian armed forces in this misconceived and ill-designed and ill-thought-through approach to potentially threaten Mykolaiv yet again with just more indirect fire and advancing troops. The evident intelligence failure of operating on such level it bamboozles me. That's just what it is. So I just projected it. Potentially they had taken these decisions under the affluence of alcohol or some methamphetamine. That was all. So, and with that, I have to step out because I have to get into a call. So I'll be back a little bit later.
Thank you, Axel. And you can't be like serious that you would think that I would even think that you would be on methamphetamine. It just, it maybe it was a bad joke, but anyway, Axel.
All good, Nina. All good.
Thank you.
Go, not methamphetamine.
Hi, I'm here to bring everybody a brief commercial break from the Atacams brand cigarette company. As per Special Kherson Cat, one of our favorite cats of all time, he lives in Kherson, there have been some smoking going on in the airport in Mariupol. I will share this to the nest so everybody can enjoy the amazing smoking. We'd like to remind everybody that smoking kills, so please only smoke at the Russian ammo dump. We would like to thank them for smoking at the ammo dump at their airport. So yeah, Atacam's brand cigarettes, the one and only Russian smoking phenomenon.
Thank you, Finance. Tim, is Finance replacing you as well? Sure, hope so. Jabberwocky.
To be honest, I think that was all explained so far. It's just, I'm trying to, I suppose, draw parallels between how the Soviet Union used to be and what we're seeing in Ukraine. The behavior of, I suppose, using Chechen militants as a political officers, sort of using them as a threat, no step back, etc., etc. And I just wanted to get someone smarter than me with more grey hair, preferably, to perhaps explain to us, to a wider community, why can we see Russians simply refusing to drop their position and move onwards, or surrender, or this sort of thinking.
Air siren alert update.
Sorry, it's still 10 o'clock and I'm working through a bunch of Excel files. I just hope it makes sense what I just said.
That's the thing, Jabberwocky. It makes no sense whatsoever, right? That's why they're doing it, because it doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah, it is beyond understanding as to why they'd be doing it, but hey, it is what it is. Hopefully, they all realize the wrongness of their ways, pack their bags, and drive due east until they hit the Caspian Sea. But in the absence of that, it is on the collective West to give Ukraine plenty of capacity and capability to engender any further expressions of goodwill by the Russians through
Air siren alert update.
It's the only way to do it, apparently.
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
So, that's how it is. Jim?
Yeah, I think Jabberwocky was talking about barrier troops and our Chechens doing these blocking maneuvers where they're preventing troops from withdrawing. I mean, the Soviet army the Russian army has a great tradition of shooting soldiers, their own soldiers who are retreating. I mean, I think it was Trotsky during the First World War who authorized his NKVD to shoot the demoralized troops on the Eastern Front in 1918, who were in mass retreat. Stalin did the same thing in 1941 during Barbarossa, when the Germans were advancing across the same ground that Russia is unsuccessfully defending now.
Air siren alert update.
And yeah, the
Mykolaiv,
are doing the same
partial
thing
alert.
these days.
Dnipropetrovsk,
they're good for nothing.
all clear.
Zaporizhzhia,
all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Their own troops who want to get the hell out. So yeah, there's a great tradition of this type of behavior in the Russian army.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we're getting all the hits back, right? Strafbattalion, right? Getting prisoners to enlist for is basically as cannon fodder in exchange for not being in prison anymore. We're getting psychiatric wards raided for volunteers as cannon fodder. We're getting barrier troops back. We're getting people under-equipped with rifles or even without them. I'm just really waiting for the first report of I wasn't issued a rifle. I was told to pick it up from the guy who
Mykolaiv,
that's the only one left.
Dnipropetrovsk, all clear.
Everything else
Zaporizhzhia, all clear.
Everything else
this message has been generated with municipal data.
They have their own Lend-Lease version, the Russians now, with North Korea providing. It's fantastic. It's really, people are right. They say the history repeats, first as a tragedy, then as a farce. sadly enough, this is tragic as well, and it's just tragic for the others. It's not tragic for the Russians themselves as yet. But everything else is truly farcical. What they're up to, disgusting and farcical. Nina?
Can it also be that because they are all lying to each other? I was just thinking that.
Yep. Do you know what's
Yeah.
funny? That's exactly
Yeah.
what one of the Telegram posters I was reading this morning said.
Aha. Okay, because it's if they are all lying to each other, nobody knows what the real truth is, so they can't know what they should do or would do. But my question is that can you tell me where exactly is this happening? Thank you.
Well, the counteroffensive, or which bit?
Yeah, this bit where the Chechens are not letting the
all over the place. So Chechen and so Kadyrov's forces specifically and Wagner group forces are both being used as barrier troops all over the place in various places at various times. It's not. I'm sure some people can dig up some specifics, but it's been reported all across the front at various points in time.
Okay, but so they don't understand the Kadyrovs either that like there will be high master clock.
No, it's yeah, it seems to be difficult to get it across to them. That's why finance is working so hard. That's why finance had to move across the ocean to better engineer the supply chains for his tobacco products. Jim?
I think the only novel barbarity that the Russian army is using compared to the Second World War is using minority troops for their vanguard, sending in Chechens, Buratians, people from Astrakhan, people who aren't white, Moscow, St. Petersburg, middle class types. That's different, right? Stalin, in fact, encouraged the killing of the middle classes, but Putin is terrified of an uprising in Moscow and St. Petersburg. So he's sending in people from the Far East, people who live around Lake Baikal, which is 5 time zones removed from St. Petersburg. He doesn't care about them. And also, it's a very deeply disturbing trend in Russian society that they're happily killing people, minorities who have a high birth rate.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Russia is stealing Ukrainian children. I think it's 250,000 now. These are the two barbaric novelties that they didn't use in the Second World War.
So two things, Jim. One, our best estimate is actually twice that. We think we're at 500,000 now. Hard to get hard numbers here, so it's actually twice as barbaric. Yeah, it's fucking depressing. And the numbers just keep going higher. Obviously, thankfully, as Russians have stopped taking territory, their ability to steal children has declined. But it's fucking disgusting. The other side of that is, so Russia teaches, even at their top governmental things, is sort of their problem-solving framework.
Siren alert update.
And they try to solve it in their view.
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
And what they've always done is use as troops whoever they want to die in their society. So while, yes, they sent the middle-class people in communist times who they felt, were the people they needed to recycle, they also did send in the vanguard. The rape of Berlin was first led by, the reports at the time were Mongoloid-looking troops, right? It was Eastern province Russian men who were in the vanguard of the Russian army at the time being used. Clearly, there was a high death rate fighting the Nazis, when they went in and committed massive amounts of atrocities then. It was also ethnic Russians, but there was large amounts of minorities used at the time as well, so that's not completely new for them either. So, no, this really is a Russia's greatest hits, as Doman said. Just you have to view that their view of greatest hits is, atrocity after atrocity after atrocity.
Yeah, well said. Good knowledge.
Precisely. Nina.
Talking about the lying, of course, nobody can answer this, but is anybody telling Putin or what is going on in Kremlin? Is anybody on top of the situation? This is, of course, rhetorical questions because I'm sure you don't know the answers to it. Yeah, but I saw just a tweet that Kharkiv offensive is developing fast. There is a possibility to cut Izium. What do you think about this? Thank you.
I'm just going to pass it off to John, who understands these things far better than I do.
Sorry, I completely missed that. I was coming up to ask you a question. What was it again?
Oh, Nina was asking how the Kharkiv offensive is going towards Izium, and if there's any chance to cut off Izium. I guess they would have been looking at that.
Well, I mean, it's bewildering, to be honest. I mean, obviously it's all unconfirmed. I'm just trying to keep up with this absolute avalanche of information on Twitter, but they appear, the Ukrainian army appears to be about halfway to Kupiansk from Balaklia, which is since yesterday, which is just, I mean, it's actual blitzkrieg. It's moving at astonishing speed, and you can only think that the Russians are so thin on the ground that they're not able to offer serious resistance. And that was what I was coming up to. Sorry, Nina, if that's not a very, very helpful answer, but I was coming up to ask you, Domen, do we know what the Russians have currently in Belgorod in terms of reserves?
I don't know. I'm sure somebody knows, and maybe CJ will be joining us in the next half hour. So I think maybe he'll give us a little bit of a rundown of that as well. Maybe he knows. We'll see. But I know that those supply lines in Belgorod are under threat by Finance's tobacco products as well, and there's some understanding that anything that they want to build up around Belgorod is going to be taken out very efficiently with his tobacco products. There was some speculation the last, I don't know, 3 days ago, maybe 2 days ago, about Russians compiling some sort of, assembly of additional equipment in Belgorod to be pushed down at some point, and it doesn't seem likely that will ever make. Well, most of that will ever make to the front line.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Because if they can't get formations there quite quickly, they could lose. The Russians could lose an awful lot of ground here, because I don't see where the resistance is going to come from. And I'm loath to say that, because I don't want to get too cheerleadery and too carried away with everything, which it's easy to do, because it's absolutely incredible to see what's going on. And it just, sorry, I'm a little bit stunned by all of this today. And then with Axel coming up and updating with what's going on in Kherson as well, it's I don't know how they're pulling all of this off simultaneously, but it's incredible stuff.
So my understanding is very limited here, right? Because unlike you, John, I've never had any military training, whereas you've had very extensive military training, if I understand correctly. Admittedly, in how to do stuff on the ground, right, rather than the more high level things, most of it. However, you will know much better than I will that this is a very fast rate of change and very fast rate of advance in many of these areas, right? To the best of my understanding, getting Russians to move a whole lot of their forces into the area around Bakhmut in Pisky on the one hand, and the other bunch of their forces onto the right bank of the Dnieper and Kherson, and many more still on the left bank, has perhaps left them somewhat short in some other areas, such as around Izium, and Ukraine seems to be exploiting that. That's my very limited understanding. I would love for Axel later, when he comes back, to walk us through how important, again, because this is something we're discussing a lot in sort of March, April, right? The importance of the area around Kupiansk and Izium militarily during the Second World War in 1942 and 1943, and maybe we can maybe he can walk us through all of that again, because I think that would be of some interest to many of us. But as you say, John, I mean, I think you're understating it, even just how fast the progress that the Ukrainians are making in several of these areas is. John?
Yeah, thanks. I do understand what's happening on the ground, don't get me wrong. I'm not that confused. What I'm gobsmacked by is the capability that the Ukrainians have clearly built up over recent months, and the speed and decisiveness with which they're being able to deploy it. That's what's rocked me back, is the capability of the Ukrainians. I understand what they're doing. I'm just amazed that they're able to do it.
So, John, let me ask you this. Say, hypothetically, Ukraine was given, 1,000 Western IFVs and 500 Western-made main battle tanks. How much of a difference that would be making right now?
I don't know, because they're getting the job done with what they've got. I mean, when that stuff is really, really useful, is when they're in a serious fight against opposition who are, well positioned, entrenched, and putting up resistance. At the moment, they appear to be, the Ukrainians appear to be just driving over them. I mean, there's some reports I saw. I think it was Balaklia, where they just mounted up in what they had in terms of armored vehicles and tanks, and just rolled through the Russian positions, and the Russians could do absolutely nothing about it. So in that circumstance, does it matter if you're in a T-64 or a Leo 2? Probably not. If they can't stop you, they can't stop you. So, I mean, is it better to always have more kit? Of course. And there may be other fights, particularly if they get into big urban battles later around Luhansk, Donetsk, when because those urban areas you will need armor, and the better the kit you've got, then obviously the less casualties you'll take. So very important for that. But for what's going on at the moment, they seem to be doing incredibly with what they have.
Inspectors have finally made it to Zaporizhia through the war zone, the front lines. The lead inspector came out.
And remember, right, Poland sent about 300 T-72s of various levels of upgrade. The Czechs sent some, right? That's where the extra tanks are coming from, and that's making already a big difference. It just seems like such a shame when there are MADAs, which are 1960s technology, in storage, when there are Leo 1s likewise in storage, when there are plenty of Bradleys parked up in the desert in Arizona, California, or wherever, that could be put to wonderful, excellent use, clearly. In deep storage, never to be expected to be seen off again. That's really what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and I mean, mate, I think I've been a pretty consistent cheerleader for giving the Ukrainians everything but nuclear weapons, and I stand by that. So I agree with you completely. Again, this is part of my astonishment, is they're being able to do what they're doing with what they've got at the speed that they're doing it. I mean, it's just I'm amazed, I think, because I do appreciate what they're doing.
Exactly. It's how much they're managing without that, and how much easier it would be, even if, especially if they had the extra stuff. Finance?
Hi, yeah. So I wanted to ask John, while we have him here, I appreciate all your military expertise, and with what we're seeing, we had military expert after military expert say that offensives are supposed to take 3-to-1 manpower to get her done, but it seems like the Ukrainians are making excellent progress with about 1-to-1. If I'm understanding correctly the mathematics of the situation, is this a correct understanding of what's happening on the ground, sir?
I mean, I'm starting to wonder, Finance, if they've actually achieved local superiority in manpower. They've certainly achieved it in equipment in this Kharkiv offensive. Because I mean, as I was saying, the Russians don't have the kit to confront them with, and apparently some of the heavy weapons that they do have, the guys who were manning them didn't actually know how to use them properly, which is amazing. But I mean, this is old stuff. You go back to Napoleon, who said, the moral is to the physical as 3 is to 1, and if you've got demotivated, barely trained Russian men standing around in fields, and you've got highly motivated Ukrainians charging at them in 50, 60 tons of steel, that's the kind of fight that you want to be having.
Also, given the discussions we heard from Major Giroux last night, sadly, my new European time slot means I always miss him, and he's absolutely brilliant and humble to the level of Moses. But one of the things he's explaining is that the urban environment is actually one of the best environments if you were defending with untrained, questionably equipped troops, which Russia seems to have shoved into Kherson. But instead of defending in urban environments, they've shoved a bunch of these guys into a field. That's just astronomically stupid, if I correctly understand the situation.
Yes, galactically stupid.
And then the Ukrainians are just turning them into fertilizer pretty quickly, if I am correctly understanding what happens to untrained, ill-equipped, badly motivated Russian troops with limited supplies standing in fields outside of cities, right? Like, that's not what they should have done if they were a serious fighting force.
Finance, I can't explain it. I can't explain why they're behaving the way they're behaving, but how long have we been saying this for now? I mean, it's the writing has been on the wall down in Kherson for what's coming for a long time, and I think everybody, and I don't want to over-egg the military expert side on my side. I've served in the military, but I haven't been a divisional level planning staff officer like Yehuda or commanded SEAL Team 6 like Chuck, for Christ's sake. I mean, these guys really know their business, and we've been listening to them saying, what on earth are they doing? This just makes no sense whatsoever, and it doesn't. It's like it's like taking a bunch of civilian men and giving them weapons and saying, okay, have at it. Just do whatever you want. There's no logic to any of this from their perspective, which is fantastic. And I think there was that famous Ukrainian quote from the beginning of the war around Kyiv when the Ukrainian guy turned around and said, "We're lucky they're so flipping stupid." And clearly, there've just been no lessons learned since then. It's astonishing, but very, very good news for our team.
Danny?
Afternoon. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the space. I just had a question regarding this seemingly unexplainable tactical blunder that the Russians seem to have done. Might it have something to do with ever-changing leadership? I think I've counted maybe 4 or 5, even more, people that were in charge of first offensives and then defense of the territories that I had occupied, and they've been changed more frequently than probably the troops on the ground changed their socks. Could that have something to do with this blunder, as well as the rumors, or I'm not sure if it's confirmed or not, that Putin is at the buttons and calling all the shots? Is it maybe a failure of leadership top-down? Thanks.
Very possibly. I mean, it's a failure of leadership top-down and middle-down and almost bottom-down. Probably a failure of leadership everywhere, right? David, maybe you can give us a bit of an insight, just how disastrous it looks.
What I was going to say is that you would think within an effective army. I say think. if there were disastrous decisions being made higher up, right, you'd probably think that the people higher down might just go, yes, of course that's what we're going to do, and then go and do what they needed to do, which would be to stay alive. And doing those things is doing all the things you've been trained to do. I'm just making that suggestion that if somewhere down that hierarchy you had someone who had any brain cells or anything like that, so it's a failure of the whole system, an abject failure of the whole system. You can't blame it on just the top people, because the people at the bottom, if someone had said to me, oh yeah, I want you to be 30 meters over there and dig your trench there, and I went, but hang on, there's this ideal place here that's 30 meters here, that's where I'm putting my trench, and I'd be going, this is why my trench needs to go there. I wouldn't be putting it in the position I'm most likely to die. And there's the thing, isn't it, that John's saying is that it's as if they've taken, or those people have just been given guns and said, work it out. And that's through the whole system. Sorry, my check.
It's systemic, right? That's what it is. It's systemic.
Exactly.
It's Putin down. It's Gerasimov down. It's every 2-star general down. It's every colonel down. It's every captain down. It's every sergeant down. It's everything. That's why you end up with this. I think Girkin was complaining on Telegram that the units that were there, they weren't even trained on how to use heavy armaments. They didn't even know how to use artillery. No wonder they got run over in Balaklia or somewhere around there, right? They just got straight run over because it was untrained, possibly pressed into service conscripts who were told, well, you have guns, what more do you want? You have the howitzers, it's right there. Now, they didn't know how to use it. They certainly didn't know how to use it effectively. No wonder what happened. Hopefully more of them are so poorly trained. Hopefully more of them are completely unable to use the weaponry they have. Fingers crossed. Nina?
Thank you, Domen. I want to welcome Olli back, because he's not being treated like really nicely on Twitter, and he's doing a good fight in his country, and not many of people from Africa come here and do a really great work and educate themselves and fight against corruption and do the right things. So I want to welcome you, Olli, back, and I really like you. Thank you.
Okay, Nina, I think I spoke to Olli like 4 times in the last 2 weeks. I don't know when he left. But maybe it was because you weren't around and he was around. Right, Olli?
Yes, Domen, good morning. It's great to be back, Nina. That was so nice of you. And yeah, it's amazing. And Domen, do you know there's good news coming from Zelensky about Ukrainian grain getting to Africa?
Yeah, I think I was talking about it a couple of days ago last. But yeah, there are more ships indeed heading off to various African countries. That's true as well. Generally, the Ukrainian grain has been making a good push out of the ports and onto ships and towards the Turkish Straits and onward. Now, of course, the bulk of it is still going to places like Turkey, but there are indeed more ships. I forgot where exactly. I think one is going to Djibouti to end up in Somalia somewhere. A couple are going to somewhere in West Africa, etc. Yeah, it's all going along. Luckily, not swimmingly, but instead within the hull of a ship, which is much better for the preservation and quality of the grain. than if it were swimming on its own, because I think it get a bit soggy that way.
Yes, and that makes me very happy and sad sometimes because Ukraine is fighting very hard and Russia is holding these African countries under hostage with food, grain, and it makes me see how actually inhumane the Russians are, and Ukraine is doing everything to survive, and they pushing this much grain. Domen, can you remind me of the tons that was sent to specifically Somalia, because they have a problem with food down there.
I think about 30,000 tons, 25,000 to 35,000 tons. I forget which ship carried how much. I'm sorry. There's at some point some detail escapes me. But we're in the sort of 30,000 ton range.
Yes, exactly. And this much grain, and their Ukraine is helping them, and their leaders turn their back and allow Lavrov into their countries, allows Wagner into their country, and it's heartbreaking. Ukraine is helping them, and they are not helping themselves. No, they don't even. You are talking about these countries that would benefit from Ukrainian grain, and they don't even vote for Ukraine on the UN Council or anything. It's just crazy. But it's amazing. There was a nice conversation about Wagner last night. I really wanted to come speak about it, but unfortunately, it was an amazing conversation. But generally, it's actually great to be back here. Yeah, let me keep quiet for a minute.
Thank you, Ollie. On a bigger scale, I can note that Ukrainian grain exports are doing really well. 4.9 million tons was exported in the month of August. About 1.7 million tons was exported through the maritime ports of Odessa, Chernomorsk, and Pevteni. About 3.2 million tons was exported through alternate ways, such as the Danubian ports, as well as road and rail off to the ports in Constanza and the Baltic Sea. On top of that, the Ukrainian government projects exporting some 8 million tons in the month of September, which is almost twice as much as exported in an average month in 2021. Some 3 million tons are going to go through the maritime ports. The other 5 million tons are going to be going through these alternate routes, such as the Danubian ports of Galați, Reni, and Ismail. Galați, of course, in Romania, Reni and Ismail in Ukraine, and then onward to, as well as road and rail elsewhere. So it's substantially higher than that. Douglas.
Yes, good morning. I saw John Howard is here. I've been silent for the last several weeks. I want to just advise, I guess would be the word, that the integration of intelligence from all sources is, I think we're gravely underestimating. And I think that this is going to go down as the first data-driven war. The supercomputers are busy about gathering any and all AWACS information and calculating, and gladly passing on the vulnerabilities of the enemy. And so it would preclude us to not give thanks to this great and glorious arsenal of democracy that is indeed funding and analyzing this war in a way that a war has never been funded nor analyzed. And I hope it's to the extent to which it needs to be, the total and complete devastation, annihilation of the Russian Empire, finally, so that the atrocities like the theft of grain can be put to an end. That's my addition this morning, John Howard. Thank you very much for your conversation. I really respect your insight, and Doman, you're amazing. Just keep at it.
Thank you, Douglas. I'll echo your comments and say whenever I hear John speak, he gives me a lot of faith and trust as well. I think it's something about the pace and the tenor. Well, not tenor, obviously. You know what I'm getting at. and it's always great to hear from John as well as David, as well as Jim, as well as Nina, as well as many others. Finance.
Yeah, no, I was commenting. Nice to see Douglas here, but I wanted to comment that there was also a big shipment I just read coming out of Ukraine into Kenya today, and they're also a country that doesn't quite produce enough grain for their own consumption, so they need to import some. So it's nice to see thousands of tons of grain headed that direction as well. Obviously, just the way that sea navigation works, Ukrainian grain tends to, in normal times, flow towards the Black Sea. Comes out of the Black Sea through the Suez Canal and hits the Horn of Africa. That is after the Middle East and the Horn of Africa are two of the major foreign buyers, after, of course, Turkey, of Ukrainian grains, besides obviously Europe. So nice to see those people getting their shipments. Hopefully this year's harvest can be bigger than expected. They are expecting a 50% drop in production this year, sadly, due to the war. The solution to Ukrainian grain production would be for Russia to go the fuck back home and stop dropping cluster mines across some of the best farmland in the world. Turns out it's rather difficult to farm land when there are cluster mines in it, and it's rather difficult to farm land when you have a bunch of genocidal invaders sitting on it. So hopefully this will resolve itself sooner rather than later, so Ukrainians get back to doing things they're very good at, like planting food so the rest of the world can eat it.
Thank you, Finance. Exactly. Ian.
Do we know what Putin is trying to propose to Turkey in regards to moving the routes of the shipments? I presume it's been triggered by the fact that they're exporting near record levels of grain.
They're stealing it.
Exactly, right. It's unclear, but But what I mean, with Turkey, you always have to understand that Erdogan is primarily self-interested. Finance, what's the inflation level in Turkey right now?
Last I looked, they'd crossed 75%. So I could be off by a few percent, but they're so ridiculously, insanely high that the only country with actual statistics coming in higher is Argentina, making them the two worst managed economies in the world by far, not even close. So
it broke
cases,
80. Official numbers broke 80.
Oh, they officially broke it 80. I missed they broke 80. I mean, 75, 80. What's a couple percent amongst friends when you're a Turkish lira? There's actually a theme song to the Turkish lira right now. It's sung by Mary J. Blige, one of my favorite songs of all time. It's called I'm Going Down. So I recommend everybody go appreciate the great Mary J. Blige. It's really a memorial song for the Turkish lira because it is heading down real quick.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to highlight, right? Turkey is in dire straits. It's not doing well in the slightest in any way. So what I really wanted to say is Erdogan is self-interested more than anything else. And because of that, Turkey makes decisions that don't make any sense. He seems to be playing both sides, and by both sides I mean all the 27 possible different sides. Yeah. You know what I really like? And CJ is going to appreciate this because CJ is coming up. Sorry, Ian, but I honestly don't have a good answer for you. Once I can interpret things once they come out. I don't know what's going to come out. Every time it's a new surprise, and all of these surprises tend to be pretty surprising. Come on, CJ, connect or disconnect and come back. This is so I want to talk to CJ about things going boom and Ukraine liberating extensive chunks of territory, because that's way more exciting. So CJ, help us out with that. Ollie, if you want to comment on something in the meantime, go ahead, and I'll try to get CJ up.
Yes, this was actually a quick one, and I think it might be a stupid question, but do you Domen, do you see the Russian military command, the heads, actually telling their soldiers to commit war crimes when they go into enter war
Yes,
because they seem to
absolutely.
do it.
Yes. And if they don't, it's because it's conditioned into them that they'll do it anyway, and the officers are going to do nothing at all to stop them, because that is the point of what Russia's doing in Ukraine. So absolutely, unquestionably, they're either telling them directly, or they are hinting strongly that that's perfectly fine and that they should go ahead and do whatever they want to. I mean, for God's sake, they're literally going into prisons now and recruiting among the most violent prisoners that even Russian society thought were too despicable to have within their society. It's really that simple, Ollie. Ollie, now we have CJ up, who's an artillery captain. I really want to turn to things that have been developing on that front. We can talk about the generalities of the Russian military anytime, but let's take advantage of CJ, who will now tell us why all of the maps that are out are about a day behind. CJ, what's going on around Kharkiv? Well, around Eastern, but really more than Kharkiv.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, crazy in the best way possible. Woke up this morning, got ready for, some PT for the Army, and lo and behold, in a single hour period, Ukraine had captured more territory than Russia had in the last month. I mean, the gains that Ukraine is getting around Kharkiv are absolutely mind-boggling considering where they were 6 months ago. So really, a couple important things. So about a week ago, Ukraine started a long-range precision fires campaign, really in Kharkiv. A few people noticed. I mean, I myself was looking at Kherson, so I paid it not too much attention. But since finance is here, basically what happened was in Kupiansk and pretty much in a few other small towns where Russians were stationed, Ukraine hit their barracks with HIMARS, with Gimler specifically, and killed, anywhere between 100 and 400 of them. And this happened several times to the point where in Kharkiv and maybe in northern Luhansk, Ukraine probably killed, wounded about 1,000 Russian soldiers, or a whole BTG's worth over the course of a week. So clearly something was going on. We just obviously didn't see it here because we don't have access to the plans. But the last important piece of information for people to really understand is Kharkiv, and specifically Izium. This area had almost 30 BTGs at the height of the Russian offensive in June, right? This was a major operations base and a major staging area for pushes south towards Slavyansk and, if they were, really optimistic, Kramatorsk. But it never really happened. And of course, Ukraine announced they were going to retake Kherson. And so all of the best units, including the VDV and a couple others, left Kharkiv. And that's very important because they weren't left with the best soldiers, right? They were left in Kharkiv with about 8 BTGs defending a gigantic swath of terrain from basically, if you look at a map, from Izium to Kupiansk. With Kupiansk being one of the most important towns in this whole thing because it's a major staging area for operations in the south, in the Donbass, and also it's a major transit hub. So a lot of people just go through there, even if it's not the biggest town. A lot of people go through there. And so what happened, basically 24 hours ago, is Ukraine, has been fighting in the woods and was really nearby and basically opened up this pretty large assault. What we now look to see is at least a brigade's worth, right? So a couple BTGs worth, a couple thousand people, tanks, armored vehicles, aircraft, M777s, HIMARS, and completely caught the Russians off guard because they weren't expecting it here. The only people they had defending the outskirts of these towns were Chechens, and not just any Chechens, but like National Guard Chechens. So they weren't really the best Russia had to offer, we'll just say. And so from there, they trapped the better units in, again, Doman, you got to help me out, Balaklia.
Balaklia.
which had some slightly better units, right? So it's sort of Spetsnaz, but it's the National Guard Spetsnaz. So again, not the best units. And this kind of shows you how confident Russia was that Ukraine wouldn't be able to attack here that deeply. And now, about an hour ago, this drive to Kupiansk, I mean, basically, there's a three-pronged attack going on. From south to north, you look at the Svertsky Donets, basically that little river crossing we saw 3 or 4 days ago. Well, there's a lot more people crossing the river now from the south, the center drive, which is the one I previously mentioned, and the northern drive to Kupiansk. So basically, Russia is retreating in 3 different directions. Their 8 BTGs are split up, cannot help each other. Russian Telegram is repeatedly saying now, which is very interesting to me, that hope is lost in this area. and just fight till the end, guys, because that's all we have left to give. And that's a very different sentiment that's in Kherson, right? In Kherson, they're complaining about air cover, they're complaining about artillery support, but they are fairly confident that they're going to regain the initiative at some point, and that's not the case in Kharkiv. And so the last thing I'll say, Doman, that I was thinking about this morning about why this is just so significant. This area isn't heavily defended, so it's not like in Kherson where there's just trench after trench or 30,000 Russians to get through. It's the case of operational tempo. So the idea that basically Ukraine has enough people, weapons, and planning ability to attack in multiple places at once across multiple fronts, it makes it almost impossible to defend against that. And this is really the key that Ukraine needed to unlock to win this war, right? Because yes, they have, maybe 700,000 people active duty, but the reality is they don't necessarily have more firepower or manpower at any one spot than Russia does. So if you're in a situation like that where you can't gain, the quote unquote 3-to-1 ratio you need for attacking, which is a little bit BS if you ask me, then you need to make up for it by attacking in a lot of places at once or, concentrating your forces. But you have to really get that synchronized and integrated down to the point where, basically Russia can't respond. And that is exactly what they're doing in such a massive way. I mean, this thing is collapsing for the Russians way quicker than I guess I ever imagined. And I'm fairly confident that within a couple weeks, we'll see almost maybe whole Oblast recovered by Ukraine, which, again, I thought was maybe impossible until the spring.
So, but one thing that really strikes me, and this is something that we were talking about with John Howard here, but 15, 20 minutes ago, is just how fast the pace of change is. Every time a new map comes out, by the time a new map is drawn up, I can say, no, but I saw that they had that. Ukraine already liberated that place and that place. I saw them, jogging casually from one truck to another. They weren't under fire. It's clearly secured area, right? John, I think you're just as astounded as CJ and I are, right?
No, completely, and I actually feel a bit better now. I've listened to CJ that it wasn't just me. But one question, CJ, I don't know if you know, what do they have, the Russians? What do they have in terms of reserve formations in Belgorod? Because presumably they need to try and rustle up some BTGs very, very quickly.
Yeah, so this is a great question, John. We heard everything from 10 to 15 BTGs, which again, on paper is supposed to be something between 10 and 15,000. Probably was a little bit closer to about 5,000, 6,000 troops. But these troops have been actually widely used in, I think, Udi and north of Kharkiv. So in the last week or so, Russia committed to a minor counteroffensive north of Kharkiv to try and get back into regular artillery range. And so I'm fairly confident that those troops are not going to be able to help. And this is the other thing, too, that's so important to realize with all these maps and everything else, is that, the actual area that, Russia controls is the few towns they've actually captured, but it's not all the space in between. So there's a lot of towns that Russia just simply never entered. And even though on certain maps it had it, all as red, the reality is it was maybe half or a quarter of those towns that Russia actually had troops in. So, people are saying, oh, it's just a PR move when Ukraine moves in these towns. But the reality is Russia never controlled these areas to begin with. It goes back to that original problem on February 24th, which is they just didn't enter this massive country with 44 million people and the size of Texas with just enough combat power. And so the last thing I'll say, too, that's so interesting about the reserves, John, is the idea that this area could have been retaken by Ukraine a lot sooner. With only a couple BTGs and a lot of space to capture, Ukraine could have probably cobbled together enough people and sort of organized it to happen. But you lose the effect of the accumulative effect of this operational tempo, the idea which I was talking about earlier, in sort of that attacking all at once, because when you sort of overwhelm the planning cycle and the ability of Russia to move reserves, as you mentioned, because you're doing it simultaneously, then even if you had a reserve, it becomes way more ineffective, right? Because Russia right now is trying to figure out on these three Kharkiv axes, which one is the main effort, right? Which one is Ukraine actually driving at? They're trying to figure out which ones aren't that serious. They're trying to figure out how many troops have retreated, so that reserve, albeit even at optimistically 10,000 people, doesn't know where to go. So they either have to just hedge their bets and split them up, which means they won't be that effective, or commit to the wrong one. So really an important factor that Ukraine is able to attack on so many fronts simultaneously.
Right. And I suppose the other aspect of this, the concern, certainly my concern about Ukraine moving so quickly, was actually being able to hold the ground that they take. But if Russia doesn't have effective forces to actually counterattack, either immediately or in the near future, there isn't really a capacity for them to push the Ukrainians back out again.
Yeah, and I argue, John, with Craig about this all the time. The idea, I generally in principle, you're correct, but I would point out the fact that it's not so much about holding territory, because the reality is this is all Ukrainian territory, right? So it's naturally a lot friendlier, whether it be these Ukrainian civilians bringing food, bringing supplies, acting as partisans. Russia basically, even with the towns they held, very temporarily, 6 months, they were always on the offensive, right? An offensive posture that required a lot more people, a lot more supplies to maintain. And so when Ukraine takes them back, it's not a matter of setting up defensive positions and whatnot, and kind of going into a full offense versus defense spectrum. It's a lot more sympathetic to their cause, for good reason, right? These areas have had many atrocities by the Russians. Obviously, it's sovereign Ukrainian territory. So that goes a long way to kind of help the situation from my point of view.
CJ, I think you're going to get some Finnish questions now. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. Yes, you will get a Finnish question. No, it's from a Finnish person, but it's not a Finnish question. Do you think, CJ, that Ukraine has enough of arms, enough of equipment for to continue this push now? And do you think that if don't, they will have it coming? Because of course we don't know what the outcome will be, but it looks good. But do they have enough? Thank you.
So great, yeah. In my opinion, a great question. So two things that really help out the Ukrainians in this specific area. The first is Verbivka, right, which was a forward operating base, forward headquarters for Russians. That was also a large ammo dump, right? So when the Ukrainians capture a Russian ammo dump, what happens is, it's 122 and 152 Soviet artillery ammunition, along with a lot of other things, that basically doubles the amount of artillery tubes, we'll say very specifically, that Ukraine can bring to bear. Whereas if Russia were to capture a Ukrainian ammo dump with, the NATO artillery and a lot of even HIMARS, they can't do anything with it. So the benefits of Ukraine going on the offensive and capturing territory and ammo is really just like a 100% improvement to their capabilities. And the second thing I'll say, Nina, is, it does take some ammunition and, obviously military hardware to take these towns. But the reality is, as well, is in the offense, of course, fuel is the most important class of supply, because as we've seen in these towns, Ukraine is bypassing areas with stronger Russian troop formations and just cutting them off and destroying them with artillery. So it's a situation where they don't actually need as many military supplies as they would on a full-fledged defense, or in a situation like in Kherson, where they have to sort of methodically cut down the Russian defenses over a period of time. So I'm not too concerned about that in Kharkiv. I would be more concerned about that in other places.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Antti, and then I'm going to go to Ilya and David and Douglas. Antti.
Yes, thank you, Domen, and great to see you guys here. One thing I keep coming back to is that Ukraine wouldn't, because they've been so careful to conserve their forces, and otherwise make moves in a way that they get maximum advantage with a minimum of exposure to their heavier, better trained forces. So I think the one thing I just keep coming back to is that the Ukraine wouldn't launch these simultaneous counteroffensives if they weren't comfortable that Russia was weak enough in these sectors to pull these off. Would you agree, CJ?
Yeah, and this is something numerous people in the Zelensky administration and other military minded Ukrainians have said, that they're exactly what you just said, that the offensive capabilities of Russia have reached their peak, at which point in time they know that they can accomplish this, because they are very concerned about force generation, right? It's not only a matter of, they care about their people more, which of course is true. It's more from a military point of view. They know that they don't have the unlimited resources that Russia might bring, albeit very poor resources, and so they tend to be a lot more careful in terms of military planning. And again, they've sort of planned for this for 8 years in a way that, and by that I mean they've planned for Russia to eventually go on the offensive in a major way in the Donbass. So they had a bunch of contingencies laid aside if Russia were successful in this endeavor. And so while they maybe never planned on, losing Kherson temporarily, in Kharkiv and all these other areas that were much closer to the front for 8 years, I would hazard a guess to say that they were preparing for this, just in terms of what kind of routes to take, where the Russians might occupy area, and sort of how to take it back. So really just a testament to their planning ability and their restraint for so long. But yeah, I completely agree. They really care about their people in a way that the Russians don't.
And there seems to be these offensive, as you know, OPSEC has been really good on the Ukrainian side, but from what we see across the Twitter sphere, it seems that there's beginning to be a little bit of an element of what Helmut Moltke the Elder said. So the Moltke, that was the architect of the German military, or rather Prussian military victories in the unification wars of from 1864 to 71, and not the one who suffered a nervous breakdown in 1914. But he said that first ponder, then dare. And some of these clips that have been visible, there's an element of daring in them. Would you agree?
Yeah, and I think so too. Yeah, it's a lot of military strategy being executed. I mean, the other thing I'll say in terms of OPSEC is, if you were looking at foreign fighters that have been in Kharkiv for months on end, you noticed about a couple of days ago they all went silent or said they were taking a break, and so that keyed at least me in to know that something serious was about to happen in that sector, even though I couldn't have imagined that it would be this successful this quickly.
Yeah. So silence is one telltale sign for sure. But thank you so much. That was what I had.
Thank you, Antti. Okay, I hope we get CJ back. I think he's in his. Anyway, Ilya, go ahead.
Yeah, hi everybody. In the early morning today, there was a topic raised, but I was too half asleep to get involved and give some answers. So excuse me for a little bit of topic. Let's make some steps back and talk about the Maidan, the Revolution of Dignity, and the modern war in Ukraine. I guess that those 2014's year shaped Ukrainian society very much, because Ukrainian society changed a huge bit, and I even made some parallels between those events and today's war, because some parallels are quite obvious, because a small group of people which is in today's war, because we are outgunned and outnumbered, the same thing was happened, I'm sorry, during the clashes in the Maidan Square, because people on the Maidan, the protesters, they were outnumbered and outgunned, but they also knew, like now, that if they will leave, if they will surrender, bad thing would happen, and that faith that we have nothing to we have nothing to lose, because if we give up, we will lose everything, and these, I don't know, like strengths, like inside strengths, was formed during those events, and now it very parallelly, like very closely translates to this war, because well, you know this meme about when Ukraine will stop fighting, there will be no Ukraine, because when Maidan would stop fighting, there will be no Maidan and no more freedom, and all the participants would be some kind of hurt from the government. So it's they would be thrown into jails, and they would be hit a lot, and the freedom would be lost. So people in the Maidan were very desperate to win, and the same thing is going now. Ukrainian army is very desperate to win, because we have nowhere to step back. Thank you. That was my thought.
Thank you, Ilya. I think everybody's minded to agree with everything that you've said. Morale definitely has to be higher for in a military that is fighting a war of existence. Right? There's no choice for Ukraine, whereas for Russia, this is a war of choice. They can choose to stop fighting and go back to Russia. And they still have Russia. I mean, I know anybody
we're
who
like
wants to, right? But exactly, precisely. And between that and actual improvements in the quality and quantity of equipment that Ukraine now has, there has been some very clever people saying, look, with every passing week, the Russian quality and quantity of equipment goes down, and Ukrainian quality and quantity of equipment goes up. And that has to be heartening for the Ukrainian soldiers as well, right? That they're knowing that they're getting stronger and stronger and stronger as an army as well.
Yeah, and Europe and the US and all the lots of other countries are involved in training the US forces, or UA forces. I'm sorry, and Russian soldiers are desperate, and something like that was happening in during the Ukrainian Revolution of Dignity, because a huge amount of charity foundations and volunteers bloomed in that time, and now standing on that background of on that foundation, they are already prepared to help the Ukrainian army, and and the Russians foundations, they collected some money to buy some cheap quadricopter, and it was stolen already. It didn't even reach the front lines. That's the thing in Russia.
One more thing, Ilya. Yesterday, you weren't around about, let's say, 26, 25 hours ago when we had Olya Boychak on, were you?
No, I weren't. I listened to you during the mornings, and then in the evening on Kiev time, we have a Russian/Ukrainian speaking room where we discuss our news in our native languages. So I'm not here always.
I know. I just want to say, because yesterday, about 26 hours ago we started. We had Olya Boychak on for about an hour 45 minutes, and she's a Ukrainian sociologist. She was there for the Orange Revolution and Revolution of Dignity on the Maidan with everyone else, and then she did her PhD in exactly the sort of stuff you were talking about. That's why I thought you'd be interested to hear about this. And she's now at the University of Sydney in Australia, and we're gonna have it out on our Spotify feed within the next 24 hours as a podcast. And I think you'd be really interested to hear about that, because she went really in depth, and she's a researcher that studies exactly this stuff, like people coming together, resisting against oppression, such as in the Revolution of Dignity. That's why she went and did her PhD. She said, because of her experience on the Maidan in 2013, 2014. So I will send you a link to the podcast when it's out if you're interested.
Thank you. I will be quite pleased. And also, shortly, I wanted to add the translations, the broadcasts, I'd say, from Russian clashes with the government in their I don't know, they went to the centers of the city just to film into their blogs and Instagram feeds, stories and TikToks. When in Ukraine, it was very serious. No one filmed except the press, except the operators from, I don't know, Netflix, who filmed Winter and Fire. And when Ukrainian special forces called Berkut grabbed some of the protesters, like 5 to 10 people went berserk to free their brothers, to free the protesters from the cops, because they knew the consequences. And in Russia, 20 people are standing with their phones and looking how OMON is packing their fellows into the Avtazaks. We're different. We're so different.
Thank you, Ilya. Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Right, let's go to David, then Douglas, then Jim, and Ilya. Will make sure to remember to send you that podcast because Olya is fantastic. She's such an excellent researcher. I think you'd be really interested to hear what she had to say. I tried to kind of walk through the history of the Orange Revolution, Revolution of Dignity, because you have a lot of people here who don't understand all the ins and outs of that, and I think she really helped teach people a lot as well. David.
Yeah, so I was going to go on so this is a question, but so with the Ukrainians moving so quickly and supply lines and the rest of it, I'm sort of quite interested in, does anyone know about the humanitarian response, i.e., right, so at the point where they get into Kherson, etc., there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be desperate for a lot of stuff. Do you know anything about that?
Is that for me, David?
It's for anyone who can answer.
Okay, I guess it's probably for me then. It's not trivial. It's not straightforward to do it, obviously, right? For very obvious reasons, because you have to take into account that you have a city that if it ends up as an urban fight, as people are presuming it will, you have to presume that it's going to be very difficult to dislodge the Russians out of the urban territory. And obviously, when we have Colonel Spencer on and Major Giroux, they can talk to this a lot better. But there's a lot of fear of Russians taking civilians that are still left in the city of Kherson as human shields, for them to do much like they did in the areas to the northeast and northwest of Kiev, and Chernihiv as well, where the retreat was immediately preceded by a strong uptick in atrocities committed, even compared to the very high baseline that the genocidal troops of Muscovy established beforehand. I think that's worthwhile noting here as well. How it's going to be done, honestly, I can't say I'm sure, but it's going to be done as best as can be. I'm sure there is a humanitarian response, following the second and third echelons. But of course, first, clearing a city like that is very difficult, and unless the occupiers, the invaders, take advantage of all of the inflatable alligators that they've stolen, it will be difficult to dislodge them in the first place. I think really, David, I think that's really a question for Colonel Spencer when he comes around. I think he's somewhere in the West Coast or maybe Mountain West, so it's very much Old Dark 30 still where he is. Well, Old Dark 40, I guess. But I think you should really try him with that one.
Or if I'm not there, maybe you could on my behalf, right?
You will be there, David. You will be there. Douglas.
Yeah, Jim can go before me if that's okay.
No, go for it, Douglas. Go straight for it.
My question was for CJ, and it had to do with operational integration, intelligence, and decision making. By the way, I think that he would be more than qualified to be the Brussels NATO intermediary. I've learned so much from CJ, and I do appreciate his analysis. So it was mostly for CJ to his comment on NATO role in the decision-making process of lending any and all help that can be lent.
So NATO doesn't have much power here as an organization, right? There's no such thing as NATO troops. They are troops of member states.
I understand conceptually what you're saying, but in reality, it's a whole nother.
That's the thing. In reality, it's a place where people come together. It's more of a forum than anything else, right? So you
ostensibly theoretically, but in practice, it's absolutely a relevant actor. Romania, particularly in the current sense. So, but
it's not a NATO thing. It's a Romania thing. At the end of the day, NATO is far less well integrated than, say, the European Union, Douglas. There isn't a NATO decision-making body in the same way that there is, say, in the European Union. It just functions very differently. And at the end of the day, in fact, as a matter of fact, it functions very differently. There is no ostensibly; it just functions very differently. That's
okay. I'll agree with you to disagree with you because it is an abject element of the participation. It just is, and so these delineations are really critical to be understood in the political versus in the military sense. So this deep intelligence component that exists is in operation now, and it's a contributory aspect to the success of the Ukrainian soldiers to the extent that it can be actually. So where we left off was the creation of a bifurcated NATO. And so, in a sense, you're correct. So we'll go with the bifurcation, the Turkey-Hungary elements of being kept out of the loop. So, but it's CJ maybe has a clue as to or maybe John Howard maybe even has an understanding of the functions, the coordinated functions that can be provided through. Actually a de facto interface that does exist. So anyhow.
Yes and no. But yes, it's a forum. Sorry, Douglas, you have awful background noise. I don't know where you are. It sounds like you're next to a fountain or something.
That's exactly right.
Well, that would explain the water in the background. So yes, there is a coordinating role. However, it is not anything like, and it's wrong to imagine that it's anything like as close as some other international institutions. That is, as you noted, examples of Turkey and Hungary exemplify that. If you look at the different levels of response between the different countries, there are very different levels of response indeed. And if you just compare, say, what the US and the UK are doing on the one hand, with countries more in the middle, such as Germany and France, with countries that are doing very little indeed or nothing, such as Hungary, it's not about a coordinated NATO response. Even also when it comes to intelligence sharing, it's much more something led by countries like the US and the UK, as well as countries of the eastern flank like Poland and Romania, as well as countries not even yet in NATO, such as Sweden, who are providing intelligence to someone, such as Ukrainians, from their planes and the like. Whereas some other countries in NATO don't even allow overflights of other member states' transport jets heading to Poland to unload the Rzeszów. So that's what I'm saying. It's not a NATO response. It's a response of some NATO member states or most NATO member states. But organizationally, it is very different. And NATO is often portrayed by its detractors as some big boogeyman, which it is not, because it's a very limited organization indeed. However, its existence also provides an excellent forum in which meetings are held that otherwise probably wouldn't be held, or held better and more effectively than would otherwise be held. And in practice, when it comes to Ukraine, it's a significantly expanded format still, the Ramstein format, that includes more than a dozen countries that are not members of NATO in the first place, and could never be members of NATO because they're outside of the geographical scope of what NATO prescribes. So yes and no, but it's not so much about NATO as it is about other things that exist in parallel to NATO. And whatever some borderline conspiracy theory people on the internet might claim, NATO has a lot less power. Jim.
Yeah, I mean, and it's important to point that out, Doman. Although Douglas is right to some extent, NATO can get involved in humanitarian missions. It's not its main role, and certainly it hasn't been involved in this war, which is what Russia is trying to portray, right? We don't want to talk about NATO because NATO has not been sending weapons to Ukraine. NATO has not been coordinating intelligence for Ukraine. It's been the US or the Five Eyes countries helping with intelligence. It's been individual countries without having to ask NATO, nothing to do with them. They've been independently sending weapons like Estonia, Latvia, Poland, UK, completely independently sending weapons to help Ukraine. So, if there were, God forbid, an attack on any one of the North Atlantic Treaty countries, then Article 5, it won't just be NATO getting involved. But right up until that point, NATO's got nothing to do with it. To go back to the humanitarian organization, the United Nations would have more involvement on any humanitarian rebuild. But ultimately, it'll come down to major organizations like the Amnesty International, ICRC. Hopefully, they'll be able to redeem themselves in recovering the previously occupied territories. Luckily, it's summer. There's plenty of food around. It's not cold. And Ukraine has shown itself very able, with enough support, to look after its own people. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
I seem to always be the one to,
Douglas,
bring up a Yeah, I'm sorry for not raising my hand. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to just follow up. I understand the conceptual nature of the conversation, so I surrendered to the definitions. And Doman, you'd be a wonderful spokesperson for the organization itself. Amazing neutrality and a sense of awareness. And I didn't want to trigger any kind of aggressive response or any kind of controversial response. And I completely comprehend the organization and how it functions. And but I'm in Sweden, and I'm trying to advise some people who are wondering how this integration is going to fully function and work. And I can assure you that the willingness to be a complete and total partner exists here, as it does in Finland. So.
No doubt that willingness exists. There's just difference between what NATO is and what many people imagine NATO to be. John?
Thanks, Doman, and good afternoon, Douglas. Just to clear up about the NATO piece. Before the war, there was an effort to use NATO as an organising mechanism, effectively to arm Ukraine, when it was determined that the Russians were definitely going in, and unfortunately that was blocked by the German government at the time. So NATO was officially not allowed to do that, and as a result, the support that's been given to Ukraine is either bilateral, i.e. between US, Ukraine, Poland, Ukraine, etc., or minilateral, where there has been cooperation between 2 or 3 countries to shuffle equipment around and achieve the end result of getting more stuff into Ukraine. So unfortunately, NATO hasn't had the role that you maybe thought it had, or that we all probably think it should have had?
Thank you, John. It is much lower level of integration that's often presumed, right?
Yeah, as you said, it's a baseline forum, and then there is much deeper, higher levels of integration and cooperation between individual countries who are members of the NATO alliance. But no, it's not a uniform, integrated platform across all of those states.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much because you research stuff very adjacent to that, right? So I would have guessed that you had looked very deeply into this at one time or another.
Well, I understand the basics.
Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. George, go ahead.
Good morning and good day and good afternoon to everyone. Doman, about David's question about the humanitarian aid, I think one of the issues right now is anything that's newly liberated. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of unexploded ordnance all around. So I guess that would maybe take some time, not to clear it all, but just to clear safe passageways, roads and things of that nature, to be able to get, humanitarian aid to those liberated communities safely. I mean, I'm sure the Ukrainians could use some territorial guard assets to move this stuff, into those areas until they can get whoever else, whatever international or internal organization organized to do it. I do have a question though. What's our status around the Kharkiv area? There was a couple of pictures today of Ukrainians standing in front of the the blue and yellow signs that they have at most of the Ukrainian cities and towns, and I think it's I can never remember the name of that town.
Balaklia.
It becomes Balaklia, yes. So there's a picture of a Ukrainian soldier standing in front of the sign there. Do we have any further news of this morning?
Oh yeah, we have lots of news. You came up. Sadly, you came up 45 minutes too late to hear CJ expound on this. But yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. I'll give you the best summary I possibly can. So Balaklia seems to be either cleared, liberated fully, or if it's not, there might be some people encircled. So some Russian occupiers still encircled somewhere in Balaklia. But for all intents and purposes, Balaklia is liberated. To the north of Balaklia, Volohy Yar is also liberated. Volohy Yar is on the M03 highway going down to Izium. A number of other towns and villages in the area have also been liberated. It is unclear exactly what the extent of the counteroffensive currently is, as in how much territory has been liberated, but for a while this morning, about every 30 to 45 minutes, there was news of yet another settlement, either being engaged over or being liberated. And this just kept going and going and going, and possibly it's still ongoing, but I might not have the best overview. Remember, this is something that purportedly effectively started yesterday. And Ukraine seems to have made 10, 15 kilometers gains, maybe more, since then, which is fantastic, obviously. The details of it aren't particularly well known. It's just what individual soldiers might put out, and then gets massively amplified. And by the time any of us see it, literally a million other people will have seen it previously. because things take a while to get to Twitter from Telegram in the first place. So it's very, whatever it is very, whatever is going on is very impressive indeed. That's for sure.
So we're talking about significant gains. I mean, in respects to this war, right? Because even in Kherson, we haven't heard of that we know of Ukrainian forces moving 15 kilometers, in the span of like less than 24 hours. So, and we're seeing a lot of videos of Russians being captured. And remember, that's the one thing the Russians can't afford to lose is people, because they just don't have them right now in their military. So that's good news all around. Thank you, Doman.
Definitely good news all around. Thank you, George. I see Marco Dmitro joined us. Maybe he has something he wants to tell us as well. Marco?
No, I have not seen.
Oh, okay, very well. Now I'm guessing you must have requested to speaker by accident, which is anyway very good. Nice to have you with us, Marco. But yes, George, good news all around. I'm sure that later in the day, when things crystallize and clean up, there will be some official announcements as well. I'm sure that CJ and Yehuda will give updates through the day as time goes on. But you can rest assured that the Ukrainian counteroffensive that was announced yesterday by the Ukrainian counteroffensive around Kharkiv, from Kharkiv towards Izium, that has been announced yesterday by various Ukrainian military sources, politicians, advisors, and the like, is certainly progressing better than almost anybody had thought it would. John Howard was commenting earlier as well as CJ that they're both impressed and surprised, and positively surprised, and most positively surprised by the efficiency and effectiveness of the Ukrainian counteroffensive in the area, as well as the one in Kherson. George?
Yes, I was going to say, the good thing is the Ukrainians are going to be getting troops are going to be coming in now, like new troops that from the UK initiative, with other countries, and I think they extended the training from 3 weeks to 5 weeks, which is really, really good in two aspects. One is obviously the training will be more extensive and obviously better, and the other thing that tells me is that Ukraine's willing to have them there for 5 weeks instead of 3 weeks, which means right now the manpower is not an issue for Ukraine at this point in juncture, right? Because if it was, they'd just say, hey, get these guys trained up and send them over. We need them now. But the fact that they can afford for them to extend the training from 3 weeks to 5 weeks is a good positive sign all around.
Absolutely, George. And the contribution that the UK is making together with its partners of Canada, the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Estonia, New Zealand, that is certainly going to make a difference with the sustainability and the well training of the Ukrainian armed forces. I would like to note as well that there was a faked document that was circling around on Russian Telegram, apparently reporting. The Brits reporting to the Americans how poorly the training is going and how everybody is very undertrained who ends that training. That suggests to everyone sensible that the training is going very well, and the Russians are afraid of what's going to come out of that, which is heartening, right? Whenever Russians say something, expect that it's a complete lie as per usual, and that whatever is opposite is true. Antti. Antti?
Yes. So, one interesting thing I noticed was that there's been an hour ago apparently a document that was leaked from the Russian Ministry of Defense would seem to suggest that the Russians' own information of their casualties would, at least in KIAs, would extend all the way to 48,838, based on how much they paid up to families of KIA soldiers. I sent you this as well, or at least
Yeah,
pinged you in.
I saw that. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So if this is true, then this is a very interesting document. I wish I could read Russian.
More. Well, we have some people who can help with that. I agree, it's a very interesting document. I have not had time to detailedly review it for obvious reasons, but I have asked someone to do so. I am not entirely sure how trustworthy it is, because, well, again, it could be a bit of a fake, right? We've seen those before, and I don't want to want to presume that it is entirely true. However, maybe the drone or Scandi have looked into it a little bit more. I wouldn't be presumptuous, but I would not be surprised if it is indeed true.
I mean,
oh yeah, Antti, carry on.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna agree with you that though even if I'm a bit skeptic that there is a possibility that it might not be a correct document, but the numbers would seem to be in the right sort of category, because it would stand to reason that the casualties the Ukrainians are reporting are conservative instead of the other way around. But yeah, that was what I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Denjan. I think they actually are indeed conservative. Denjan?
Yeah, thanks, Roman. Back to the topic you brought up, Roman, about the low morale and poor quality of training. I think it's pointless to argue against those who say that. I think it's better to run with it. And I mean, if the results we're seeing is results from poor training and poor morale, then I think then they should really. What's the level of training and morale in the Russian troops? I think that's the way to tackle it. The proof is in the pudding, not in those stupid statements. Just turn it around. Look at the results. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
They occupied our nuclear station.
Thank you, Denjan. Scandi?
The biggest in the Europe.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Domen, for hosting the space again. I was looking at the document that, thanks, Antti.
So they occupied it. So that means that they use nuclear weapons.
Did we lose Scandi?
Hello?
Oh, yeah, yep. Carry on, Scandi. You were looking at the document that Andy mentioned.
Yeah, anyway, but it seems like they're budgeting. They need to budget for the compensation payments for next year. And the basic baseline is basically they're taking the average casualties per month and just extend it to the end of 23, which is also kind of interesting.
That is interesting. So you're saying that they're budgeting this for including next year?
Yeah, so basically at the end of next year, they would be looking at the 150,000 casualties, basically.
Right. But also notably, we've heard plenty of occasions where apparently they weren't paying up, right, what they should be. So at the same time, there's the other side of the equation not being quite complete either. George?
Yeah, I was going to say that they're also listing a lot of these casualties, probably dead, as missing, so they don't have to make payments. So if they're admitting, let's say this document is correct and it is legit, if they're admitting 47,000 KIA, I would add probably another 20,000 that they've listed as quote unquote missing there.
Well, I mean, that would hardly be surprising either, right? However, for those, they don't have to pay up, or at least not pay up as much, according to their
Exactly.
agreements.
And that's the funny thing.
Yes. Also, there's some questions whether the document is authentic, because it doesn't look quite right, according to one of my friends who looked at it a bit. In other news, a sober lieutenant colonel got captured, presumably somewhere near Balaklia. Just FYI. Scandi?
Another topic, I was looking at Romanov 92, which is a pro-Russian Telegram channel yesterday. Looking at the reports that and the kind of the desperation on that side. Interesting piece that I actually did put it on my Twitter feed. What was mentioned in that post yesterday was the typical lack of equipment, half-filled units, poor command, poor communications. But also one sentence referred to that, as you know, brothers, that the Ukrainian armed forces are being trained using the A-10 Fairchild simulators, which I hadn't heard before from a Russian channel, which was also quite interesting.
Противник открывал огонь по территории Донецкой Народной Республики с применением РСЗО «Град», танков, 155
What is that, Scandi, for those of us who don't know?
That would be a very old but quite a formidable close air support aircraft called the Warthog, which the United States is phasing out. And I know there's been lots of discussion about A-10s and what they could do in the battlefield. I am personally of the opinion that probably something like the F-16, which all carries pretty much the same ordnance load, but can do it at a far greater distance, would probably fare better in the man-pads environment.
Yeah, there was someone saying something along the lines of an F-16 can do 80% of what an A-10 can, but an A-10 can only do 10% of what an F-16 can.
Exactly. And when it comes to the payload, the F-16 can carry almost the same weight and pretty much the same spectrum of munitions, should that come to. So I think F-16 would be. But I've never heard of a Russian source disclosing that Ukrainian personnel are being trained for the A-10 in simulators.
No, that came out a few weeks ago, I think, and it might be someone privately funding the training. Actually, some Ukrainian rich person. It doesn't seem to actually be official training, if my understanding is correct. Maybe someone like Air Assets knows more about that and can correct me on. But that's at least what I was. That's at least what my understanding was. David.
Yeah, so I was going to add, this is, I suspect, off the back of, I think it was a Washington Post article, wasn't it, where they were taken to a secret location and shown the basically how they'd been set up to train on a simulator on the basis that they may or may not get them. I think they'd worked out that, every day you don't start training someone is a day lost, isn't it? So they start them on the simulators. Then at least they're halfway along the route, aren't they? But I think the article was maybe 3 weeks old. So
yeah, exactly. That's the one. Yeah,
it was a really interesting article in the fact that so Schultz especially has used but people have to be trained as a way of slowing down things, right? So essentially, it's just an indication that the Ukrainians have gone, right, stuff you, right? We'll take that, but they have to be trained out of the equation by starting the training. I thought it was brilliant by them.
Oh yeah, the farther along they are, the better. Right? The farther along they are, the better. let's add a little bit of good news since we have Scandinavian Finns are almost Hungarian, right? Just kidding, definitely not, far from it. But apparently there was a U-turn by the Hungarian government. Hungary informed about an hour and a half ago. Sodra, thank you for highlighting this. Hungary informed European Union ambassadors that they will agree to extend the sanctions by 6 months, but will bring the issue up in working groups and when the next renewal comes in March, which is very good because Hungary, as of yesterday, was still threatening to block the renewal of sanctions against individuals and individual entities unless 3 oligarchs are delisted. But they didn't have to. But they didn't have to do that. It is quite frustrating. There's some note that the European Union still keeps the 6-month renewal policy because it's too easily weaponized, and people get. An individual country can too easily extort others. But then, on the other hand, without that, it's very possible that the sanctions never would have come in the first place. But it's great to see that Hungary was told in no uncertain terms to stop messing about and to just sign on to this extension, which is good, which is very good indeed. I have an interesting question here from Daniel Arfire. Now that we saw Lieutenant Colonel of Sober surrendering near Balaklia, does that mean that the generals in Izium are also going to surrender? Now, I think that it'd be great if the generals surrender because they'd be worth a whole lot in a POW exchange. My understanding is that Russia would, definitely want to use them to test the build quality of windows and high rises. But I don't know what the rest of you think about that. No, okay. No one liked my joke. Fair enough. Fair enough. Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are reported to have agreed to a joint ban on Russians from entering those countries, which is a good thing. Even in cases where Russians have been issued a Schengen visa by another EU state, well, that's trivial because that's kind of what they were on all along, right? There is no need whatsoever for a country to let in somebody whose visa was issued in a third country. Because the rules are you have to enter wherever your visa was first issued by. Excellent. Welcome back, Tim. Bobby, go ahead.
Do you think that if they did get a general, it could work towards getting some of the Azov battalion members out of that concentration camp?
Yeah, definitely. Either them or other POWs. I would suggest that most POWs that Russia keeps are being kept in a poor condition. Many of whom are subject to torture. It's not just Azovstal defenders. But yes, I mean, very plausibly, as I noted, I think that Russia would love that Putin would love to have back any general who's failed him, because as I noted before, and Tim, I don't know if you heard this one, but I said Russia would definitely value any Russian POW generals very highly because they would wish to use them to check the build quality of windows and high rises.
But would a single general be? Sorry, would a single general be enough? The Azov battalion members seem to be pretty high value POWs, and sort of like a symbol of the denazification of Ukraine, and it just. I value all of the POWs from Ukraine who are in Russian captivity right now, but it just seems like people are continuing to forget that Azov, who are at Azovstal in Mariupol, they surrendered because the president said to surrender, and they went directly to a concentration camp. And there just doesn't seem to be as much mention of them recently. And so I just want to remind people that they are there. They went directly to a concentration camp. And I hope that the Ukrainian soldiers can continue to catch generals maybe even get some like pilots, since they are high value to Russia right now, and use them in a prisoner exchange for those heroes of Mariupol. That's all I have to say. But thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you, Bobby. Good morning. I genuinely agree with you. I do think that it is usually harder for Ukraine to exchange back for Azov-style defenders because of that, because Russia considers them not very much. Well, their capture is potential for further propaganda action for the Russians. Therefore, they seem to be less willing to exchange them in POW exchanges. Bobby, I don't know if you've read it, but there was a very interesting piece, very moving and heartbreaking piece, honestly, that was published a couple of days ago about one of the Azov POWs who was exchanged some weeks ago. If you haven't read it, let me know and I'll send you a link to it. I think you'll be very interested in reading it.
I don't think I have read it, so if you would just send it to like my DMs if possible.
I seem to be unable to send you anything, so if you want to rectify that, I will happily. Tim?
Hello, sorry, your audio is cutting in and out a bit. What did you just say, sorry?
I was just asking how you were doing, and if there was anything that you wished to bring up, such as, for example, the UK MOD Defence Intelligence update.
We can certainly do that. We can certainly do that. Bear with me. Let me just grab it.
Take your time. I think we have William. No, William didn't want to come up after all. Or at least the internet didn't want it. Didn't want him to come up.
Okay, so we can have a quick look at the UK Defence Intelligence Update. This is published on a daily basis by the British Ministry of Defence. Generally has a kind of a take on a particular military aspect of the war in Ukraine. Today's update, the 7th of September, over the last 24 hours, heavy fighting has taken place on 3 fronts: in the north near Kharkov, in the east in the Donbass, and the south in Kherson Oblast. Russia's planned main effort is probably to advance on Bakhmut in the Donbass, but commanders face a dilemma of whether to deploy operational reserves to support this offensive or to defend against continued Ukrainian attacks in the south. Now, this kind of follows from what we know about how Russia have reacted to this, right? So they did bring quite substantial reinforcements to the south. That appears to have been inadequate, as we know that the Ukrainian forces are making significant advances in Kherson to the south, with our very own Axel predicting the entry of Ukrainian forces into Kherson later today, if I heard that correctly, Doman?
I believe so, yeah.
It is said that that Ukrainian forces are basically in the outskirts of Kherson already. Have you heard something similar?
Well, that's what Axel said. I have not seen evidence of that, but that's because I didn't go looking for it. And I trust that when Axel says something, he says it on good authority, because Axel is, not minded to overstate things. Certainly not minded to overstate things, and that's an understatement. Would you agree, Tim?
Yes, I would certainly agree. I mean, looking at the MOD, the UK MOD published a little kind of snapshot map at 1 o'clock this afternoon, which has Ukrainian, which has a contested area, shall we say, which is around 25-35 miles just outside Kherson. So Kherson is not that large, is it? So perhaps not in the outskirts, but certainly creating problems very, very near it. Yeah, our very own Axel reckons that they'll be in Kherson proper by the end of today. Axel doesn't talk out of school, shall we say? So continuing with the defense intelligence update. Multiple concurrent threats spread across 500 kilometers will test Russia's ability to coordinate operational design and reallocate resources across multiple groupings of forces. Earlier in the war, the MOD points out Russia's failure to do this was one of the underlying reasons for the military's poor performance. So essentially, they found themselves unable to react effectively to a changing situation. Operational design is a term I've not heard before. We've got a couple of more experienced military chaps, and we've also got CJ down there. Could somebody explain to me what operational design means? David, CJ, John, perhaps?
William.
Oh, William, of course, did see that.
Well, I think that might be one of those officer theories. I can't exactly tell you the answer for that. I apologize right off the top of my head. And I don't want to make too many assumptions, but it could possibly be talking about how this overall offensive was kind of put together, where we're seeing multiple fronts now. We're large exercises in the south that got so much attention, but leaving other spaces open. But give me 1 second.
Россию, сука! Сука! Я за наш! Россию, сука! Набью! Сука! Я не! Зикхай! На нахуй!
I found a document that explains what it is allegedly from the United States Air Force, but it's so jargon heavy that I can't, it's like trying to learn about IT, right? So it's like you Google an IT concept and it gives you 5 new jargon words that you then have to Google, and you're kind of at this endless cycle of jargon that you can never penetrate. So the US Air Force document is a bit like that. Fortunately, one of our listeners has just sent me a DM. So apparently, operational design is the job of commanders with the support of their strategists and staffs. Planning and design are closely related, since planners take the commander's overarching design concept and intent to create detailed COAs, plans, and orders for operation.
I don't know what that meant, but great, or not good. Is relevant again, Tim? Sorry, maybe John will help us out.
If I can understand this, operational design is apparently the level above strategy, basically.
John.
Hi, mate. No, it's actually the reverse. It's the level below strategy. Operational design is taking the strategic direction that's come from the political leadership, and effectively understanding the overall environment and translating that strategic guidance into operational planning. So operational design, you have the 3 levels of war. You have the tactical, the operational, and the strategic. The strategic is generally political, although it tends to, as a word, it tends to get used all over the place now. But the operational would be effectively at the theatre level. So you would have an your operational design would encompass your intentions for the whole of Ukraine, for example, and the operational design would then dictate what sits below that in terms of various operations in different parts of the theatre. Does that make sense?
Can I maybe try to ask how this sounds and explain me like I'm 5? Does this like mean that the way how they approached Ukraine and their plans are now in such a different situation that they cannot adapt to a new situation that's evolving?
Yeah, I think you've nailed it very nicely there.
So basically, they were going to like Ukraine with this tactical idea. Yeah, we're gonna take over the parts and roll out this new government in the various places, and and now they are getting fucked in the and they don't know how to react to this, and how they never were in this mindset of we're going to need to retreat and we're going to have a plan for this. Basically, something like this is what the operational design in simple words mean, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's to be honest, that's summarized very, very pithily. So the strategic direction that came from Putin would be, right, I want you to take over Ukraine, topple the government, and create the conditions on the ground for the political solution that I'm seeking, i.e. to extinguish the Ukrainian nation and absorb it into Russia. So that was the strategic direction that was set by Putin. The operational design was then translated into these 7 thrusts, effectively. So that's the operational design phase.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Tabasco. James?
Yes. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever it is where you are. I would just simply describe operational design as a blueprint, right? The blueprint will tell you, the dimensions of every little part that goes into the greater whole. It's, I think the previous speaker kind of hit on it exactly. I want to take that city. That's the overall intent. How many bullets do you need to take that city? What are your approaches to that city going to be? Just all the little specific details that go into that greater picture. So that's it. Thank you.
Seems like I came in at the right moment, Timothy.
Perfect moment.
Perfect moment, Joe. Well, Yehuda, welcome up.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. It's the 4th time you've done that. It's okay. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon in Estonia land. Yeah, what's the talk here? We're talking about OPP, operational planning. Is that what we're talking about?
Tim?
Operational design. It's a phrase used in the UK MOD update, and we've had various excellent explanations of what it means. But as you're up, please give us your take.
I don't know how the UK uses that term, but we all generally use the same term when we plan. Usually the plan is not as granular as the previous gentleman I heard say how many bullets will we need to take this city. There's a logistics, there's what we call a sustainment plan, and in the sustainment plan the commander, to make this type of counteroffensive, a lot of planning goes into it, and usually it's the job of my counterparts in Ukraine, the J5s, who are the planners, and there's something called the J53, which is actually my job, and we get direction and guidance from the commander, which is a general, who says, through many meetings, this and this and this is my desired end state, and then our jobs are to come up with problems with it, what considerations are after the fact, to suggest. We don't tell the general anything. We just give our staff officers, we give our impression as to, what's good about it, what's not. Then the J5 also is dialed into the J4s. Those are the loggies. And we might know better than a general as to what resources we have on hand, what we can get. It doesn't mean we don't do the plan. We might say, sir, ma'am, this is the plan you have. However, you're probably going to have to ask higher, meaning a higher formation, for this, because we don't have it. And he might say, okay, I got it. Change my plan a bit because I'm not being cut away any resources outside of what I have, or maybe I am. And what do you need? And then we make the plan. Sustainment plan is part of it. It's one part of many, and let's say it was Kherson. Let's just say, seize all territory, retake all land west of the Dnipro. That's a good start, and then the balls get rolling, and different groups within a headquarters start doing their estimate process, planning, getting things together. Circles back to the J5. J5 puts all of these plans together, cleans them up, and then they have more meetings on them as a group, working groups, back briefs to the commander. The commander will want to know how far you guys and girls, where are you guys at in my plan? And then, you might say, we need another week. We need to know, get returns on this, and this, because we don't know exactly how many trucks are left in the field, or how many tanks, or how much ammunition. And then you have reports from the J2 side, different people doing different things. There's a lot that goes into a plan. It's never one or two people sitting around doing something. Operational design is part of the plan. And it can mean a bunch of things. I'm not sure what this is in reference to, because I heard the word operational design. But ideally, when something's being planned, the scope, the commander in direction and guidance will give a scheme of maneuver where they see roughly this fight playing out, or how they see the fight play out. So they might say, okay, phase one. Let's look at when I say commander, let's say it's a divisional commander. Div commander will go to their staff, have all the branch heads, right? It's like heads of different departments, and the planning department there kind of takes the lead, because that's their job, right, to plan. So the three shop is what we call operations. If you want to Google this, just look up I don't know, NATO sections, NATO branches, and then you'll see from J1, J just stands for joint. In an army, it'd be G for ground, right? G1, G2, G3, all that jazz. G1 is your human resources / personnel. So all of these people get together and they're told, this is the plan. And the commander will give their scheme of maneuver, usually like, this is how I see it happening. I see it happening in phase one. Ukrainians will do a lot of deep fires, bang, bang, blow up all the things that the Russians can use to counterattack my forces. Phase two, Ukrainians will, advance up to this point, consolidate, bring up the sustainment. Phase three would be seize Novokhovka, clear, whilst clearing AO from the north down to the south, this point, this phase line, or this control measure in the south. Phase 4, isolate and or seize or destroy Kherson, and that my answer would be to control all the territory west. So that's how it's planned out on a bigger picture, and then at that point, all of those branch heads, all those colonels who are the heads of those branches, have to sit down. The commander would probably leave, and then meeting would continue, and it would be, all right, so, to the three shop ops people, what's our strengths for all these units right now? Okay, and then everyone gives their input. The 5 shop cuts away, and then probably starts literally drafting the orders. I'm one of the lucky people that get to draft orders. It's not lucky. It's actually quite tedious. I'm being sarcastic. And then that plan, that order, that for example, that I would write here, would get sent back to different branch heads
and said, okay, is this what you guys are saying? Is that, blah, blah, blah. No, I got to fix that because I don't, my statement doesn't look like that. So then we identify shortcomings. A few days later, the commander and the COS chief of staff might say, okay, I want a back brief. J5, let me know what's going on. And then they send a goofball like me, and I go, sir, this is what we got so far. Blah, 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 blah. And he might say, you know what? So you don't have that. Okay, hold on. Maybe we'll do this instead, and change the plan a bit, or they'll get on the phone to Army headquarters and say, okay, we need XYZ because the plan you gave, the end state that you ordered me to achieve, I cannot achieve without this, and this, and then he or she might get more resources. Now, this whole process, people are asking, why do the Ukrainians just go on attack again? Just go, because this whole process starts every single time. So OPP will start over and over again as people are as for when the situation changes, and when all of these considerations are had, all of these things change, right? So it's not simply by the skin of your teeth we just ran over the border and we smacked the Russians and we bonked them. So the first time this kicked off, definitely Ukrainian chiefs of staff or generals or whatever was in charge of whatever formation that was doing the attacking did one of these things. It probably took 3-4 weeks, 100%. And then, as the situation on the ground changed, as new intelligence came in about what the Russians were doing, or new updates as to force strength, fourth generation capabilities came up, the plan would change. Then the J5 would go back to that commander and say, you know what, sir, the J1 people, the personnel say that we've just got we just got allocated 15,000 pretty fresh troops from the UK that they're all ready to go, and they're ours. Okay, all right, put that in your plan then, and then we'd have to rework it. And then we might beef up certain areas or teach certain things away, or more equipment came in. And the logistics branch, the J4s, come and say, actually, we've got 3 new HIMARS platforms, sir. Wow, okay, well, hell, that means that we can, probably increase survivability of Ukrainian troops on this side of the front because we're going to have more HIMARS supporting them in the rear. Okay, great. And then the J2, the intelligence people, sir, there's a 3rd Army Corps coming up. We got to track that. They're coming our way. Okay, yeah, good. Let's track that and then put that in the plan. So almost at any given time, this OPP could be, operational planning procedure, could be restarted, right? You're not going to say, oh, F it, forget about those extra Russians. Just go with the plan we have. That's bad planning. And that's bad leadership, right? They have the time. They planned it out, and they even planned every possibility, not every, but they have a lot of contingency plans built into their main plan. So what would happen is, after this last offensive, guess what? Boom. OPP all over again. They don't just stop. Well, the plan a month ago was this. Now we've smacked the Russians here. We're just going on with the plan. Well, the plan now is more of a guide, right? And then you start it again and say, okay, this is where we're at. This is the Russians at. We smoked the Russians a lot more than we thought we did. We actually only need this, and this. We're going to do this and this. You don't want too many people crowding at battle space as well. So this whole process is like a procedure it's a Groundhog Day, and it goes over and over. And we in NATO and NATO countries, we do this for our planning to be a brigade commander and all that jazz. All of these things that we learn this is actually what it's like centered on. The ability to keep doing this process and adapting to the new changes on the ground, and then rejigging your plan. It's not going to be totally different each time. A lot of the factors will stay the same, but in many cases, there are really important additional bits of information, whether it's enemy opposition force strength, whether it's things you've got to play with, tools and assets you have, whether it's your own manpower or personnel issues. All of those things could possibly change, and you have to consider them. So this is not simply like these goofball Russians on Telegram saying, "Ha ha ha, the Ukrainians just stopped." Of course they stopped. They're thinking, dummy, right? What's the next plan? What's the best way to do this now? Because now we had a plan to do this, and now it looks like we've destroyed 3 brigades that we didn't expect to completely destroy. They're not surrendered, they're gone. Okay, well, I won't need as many, I might not need all those battle groups, those mechanized, combined arms battle groups in the north. Maybe I'll cut one away, send them back for some R&R, or switch out a fresh one that can learn. There's a million things you can do, but the whole point is this is a specific thing that is done. And commanders in peacetime, like a divisional commander, we have, I'm not a divisional commander, but we have exercises throughout the year, whether they're domestic operations exercises, whether they're validation exercises. And during those exercises, that is actually we use this as practices for majors and lieutenant colonels and colonels as a refresher, constant refresher on how to do the operational planning procedure, how to continuously rethink, starting from the beginning. Okay, do your estimate again, boom. Do all the factors, do your battle procedure, boom. Do it all, just go through everything meticulously. And if you do that for years as from a captain, maybe senior captain, major, lieutenant colonel, you're doing that constantly. When it does come to the time you're doing it in a combat situation, when you have a combat mission, you don't have to worry about not being really good at the process. And part of that process, one of the most important part of that process, is making a combat estimate. And that estimate is very detailed. When we do estimates, when we do a course like this in our army, just like the Americans and the Brits do, you learned to beat the estimate to death, right? An estimate on a battle group, not even a brigade group, a battle group advancing 15 kilometers to attack a Russian, company size could easily be 60 to 100 pages. Now, that's not the order you push down to the troops, but it's everything that you have to do. It's considered, your estimate is this isn't an order, it's just the estimate process. It could be 100 pages, but you would write factors down for everything that you will see or face during this attack. Everything. And considerations from the factors and deductions from those considerations, and those deductions will end up in your orders. So it's a very, very, very specific process. Ukrainians were taught this for the last 7 years. Russians, I don't think they would know what it is because they clearly don't do it. And so that estimate process would have kicked off again when the Ukrainians consolidated on their positions in Kherson Oblast. So nothing to worry about. Why aren't they jumping? They must seize the initiative. I saw a Hollywood movie once, and they won one thing, and they just kept going. It doesn't work like that, and that's why the Ukrainians are winning, because they're methodical and they're deliberate. And that's what we call OPP, which is a very in-depth form of battle procedure. I hope that helps, and I'm sorry for ranting so long about it.
No need to apologize, Yehuda, in the slightest. Thank you. James?
I would add merely a quote from one of my country's greatest generals. Plans are useless, but planning is everything.
That's General Electric, isn't it?
Dwight D. Eisenhower, in a speech he gave in '57, I think.
I know. I'm joking.
All right.
General Electric, General Motors. Oh, Lord. I get it. And yes,
oh, good.
It's a very famous quote. Gosh, I killed the crowd. Too much lecturing. That's staff college talk. All right. Who's next?
William.
So I think that, can you guys hear me okay, first and foremost? All right, perfect. Well, that was an awesome staff level explanation of that. Great job, Yehuda. And what I actually wanted to talk about a little bit this morning, if there anybody wanted to have a little bit of conversation, was just kind of what I'm seeing on the ground when it comes to both the Russian defenders or the occupiers defending temporary positions across the front over the last few days, and then also the individual soldiers that we're seeing moving in on those positions, whether it's the combined arms effort or infantry platoons moving through cities and towns, and the dramatic difference between a trained fighting force, a disciplined fighting force, versus I think what Chuck said yesterday, a kind of a hobo camp down by the river. Just as a basic infantry soldier myself, the what I'm really seeing is just a night and day difference between the way the Russian forces are digging in, or lack of digging in. I'm not even really sure what they're doing with their positions sometimes. Their reaction to contact, which is a key thing, and just the difference. We're watching. I've seen multiple videos of Ukrainian infantrymen, moving. They've got good kit. They look like they're ready to go out for 2-3 days. You can see the way that their kit's set up. They're moving in tactical formations. They're not all spread together. And it's just one of those things that really explains to me. I think some people are wondering, like, how are these big lines happening? How are these big breakthroughs happening? When you don't have a disciplined fighting force, when you have folks that are just living in squalor, it seems like, with low morale, I think that's one of the key aspects of this that we're seeing. And I'd love to hear Yehuda's thoughts as an officer. I'm an NCO. If my captain ever came into one of my outposts and saw the trash and the filth, let alone the sergeant major, and the undisciplined living conditions that these folks are trying to defend, I would have a different job as a squad leader. But I was just wondering if anyone wanted to kind of talk about that a little bit, or if they're seeing more of the same.
Well, I'll just say that I wasn't always an officer, so I wasn't an NCO though, but I've seen it on the very far end, right? And I think if it's anything I'd want to communicate to folks like you is that to never I hope that a lot of people know. I can't speak to every plan ever made, but a lot of preparation goes into these plans, right? So on the div level, we obviously, not that we don't care where your squad or your platoon is sat, or where your lieutenant or captain has sighted your defenses. We can't get into that detail, but the process that kicks it off is really, really specific, right? So when it comes down to it, our plans, as long as your platoon commander or company commander knows what the brigade commander's plan is, and the what the div commander's plan is, right? So everyone is in a weird way looped into the plan, in the respects that they in the areas that are important to them, right? So. Sorry. So,
no,
but when it comes to things like field craft, yeah, I mean, some of the best times an infantry officer has is being a platoon commander. Well, actually, it is the best time. As soon as you get to captain, things go downhill. But, we take pride.
Росіяни обстрілюють нацгвардійців боєприпасами, які заборонені Женевською конвенцією. Відео знято на Донеччині. Саме там відбулася атака на наших захисників. Запальні боєприпаси мають вигляд вогняного дощу.
I don't know if we lost Yehuda or if I lost everyone.
No, I lost Yehuda.
We lost Yehuda. Okay.
So I think that what I would like just really quick to kind of like explain, again, when folks are on here that aren't really military, based, when you see a video of, 20 or 30 Ukrainian soldiers, moving in this offensive, right? they got their gear on. There's a couple of videos showing that as they enter into some of these newer villages. It just you don't just get up every morning and say, hey, we're going to start walking, and hope that we go to an objective or get into a fight. There's detailed planning. So from what Yehuda's talking about is, this plan is coming down from super high. It's being disseminated from all these different levels. And then it comes down to the folks that do it on the ground, whether the platoon leader, platoon sergeants, company commanders, and then you're gonna prepare. Just like the senior officers are preparing on a large scale, even the infantry squads and platoons, we're planning on a very smaller scale. So if we're gonna go, say, from point A to point B, we're gonna do a briefing before that mission. We're going to make sure we first of all, have all the equipment for any kind of contingency. We're going to know who's on our left, who's on our right. We're going to know maybe for the first kilometer of movement, we're going to be moving in a certain formation because we can move quicker that way. But as we get into a more, maybe it's a more built up area, we're going to change our formations. All of these things are already planned, put into the plan before you even leave the gate or before you leave your position. Whether it's, knowing that there's a major intersection, and when we get to that intersection, we have to, do different types of maneuvers around that, which is so critical. But it takes, again, what it comes back down to is it takes the discipline, it takes the leadership on the ground, especially the NCOs that are with those soldiers directly. And then, say for instance, our mission was to move from one point to point B, and then set up a defensive position, and we're going to stay there for a few days. And that's what we're seeing. Say in the Russians' case, they get to a position, they've been there for months per se. But if we get to a position and we're going to create a defensive position, it's the NCO's jobs, it's the lieutenant's jobs to have those soldiers ready, where you don't have to tell them to do stuff, right? So if I'm a machine gunner and I have a position that overlooks, a valley or a key area that we're trying to defend, every day my job is to make that fighting position better. Every day, me and my assistant gunner or my team that's with me, we're going to work to make that fighting position as good as it possibly can be. It's a daily task. We have daily tasks as soldiers in a disciplined fighting force. And, again, for me to see, Russian defensive positions just looking like people showed up the day before, or looking like that they started to work on it and then they decided just to hang out and, throw trash all over the place. It's a really telling sight. And again, when you don't have that cohesion, when you don't have that, constant work throughout the day, a lot of that work, I think as an NCO, a lot of my job was just to keep my soldiers occupied, because most of the day you're not actually, shooting, you're not actually fighting most of the day. You're just trying to keep folks occupied, but being occupied means you're ready. You're preparing, you're making your fighting position better. You're preparing for what's going to come down whenever, you see a heavy mechanized platoon coming your way and you have to defend it. So it's just night and day, and it's really explained to me why, the Ukrainians are really being able to push through this, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And sorry, Yehuda, I can see you're trying to come up, but Twitter's being a bastard. I'm trying to bring you up now. I've just sent you an invitation. It's interesting what you say. Here it's back. It's interesting what you say about the very low level lack of discipline that the Russian army seems to have, and you see this in basically every video they're in that features kind of section and platoon level Russians doing Russian shit. Is they just don't behave in a tactical manner. They don't behave like they've been through basic training, right? They don't behave like their NCOs have any handle on them at all, let alone their SNCOs, let alone their officers. It's like they don't give one solitary shit. You see it in the way they carry themselves, the way they park their vehicles, the way they never seem to prepare positions properly. They don't get the cam nets out. It's just, there's kind of just a lack of soldiering at the low level that seems to go on with Russian troops. Yeah, it's really quite a thing to see, and and I don't know what it is. I mean, what is it? Just laziness, or is it? Well, I suppose it's a perfect storm of every sort of military incompetence, isn't it? But it's really quite bizarre.
Where did I get?
Вот она наша гордость.
I think Twitter's acting up pretty good right now. I think you're 100% right when it comes to that, and I think that again it starts with training. I think that for a long time we've thought that Russia is this again the third greatest army in the world, etc. And I was able to I served in the military. My first duty station was mostly in Germany and in Europe, and we were planning for a war in Iraq, Afghanistan, but a lot of the doctrine, a lot of the folks, our leaders were folks that had been really indoctrinated into fighting Russia in the Cold War. That was kind of what the base of our units were made of, and I got to really be able to see that on the learn about that. But I think it comes down to training for one right off the get-go, but morale has to be a massive one. Morale is such an important factor for soldiers, and morale is created by a bunch of things. Your willingness to fight, your want to fight, the passion of whatever the mission you're on, how much food you've got, how much ammunition you've got, knowing that at 7 o'clock that supply truck's going to show up and you're going to have fresh socks or whatever it is. And it just seems like that again with the lack of planning, the lack of operational design when it comes to the senior officer thing, that the Russian forces lack a lot of those basic military concepts that Western armies have. And I think a great example is when you watch some of the videos of the drones dropping grenades, whether it's drones dropping grenades on Russian forces or on Ukrainian forces. When you see Ukrainians dropping grenades on Russian forces, it's chaos. People are running and there's nobody coming back to look for the soldier, etc. And I think it even faults the Ukrainians because when you see the Ukrainians react to contact, it's in a much more controlled area. They're running for 1 second and diving, looking for cover, and then once that explosion happens, they're getting up, they're looking for cover around the area, or looking to come back and get their buddies or whoever is if anyone's been injured. Compared to when you see a lot of the Russian soldiers get attacked, they're just running wherever they can go. And I think that's again very anecdotal, but it's on that very baseline level. But it's something that we're seeing every single day.
I think it's important to. I just want to dial it back. I got cut off. I don't know what you heard. I was talking about, say, defensive battle position. Did you hear me talk about that, William? For the benefit of the audience.
No, I think that you got cut off right before that.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, I said that platoon commanders, even though I don't do it now, but as I said, it's the most fun job, the best job as an infantry officer is being a platoon commander. And when you're doing exercises, and you have that defensive position. I said it's a work to behold. It's a sight of beauty when it's done the way we train to do it. I said you don't walk where you want to walk. There are routes to trenches. There's low level entanglements here. There's concertina wire there. There are certain things that are just done a certain way. And the good thing about it is, you don't see. I said you don't even see lawn chairs somewhere. You see the setup. You see the defensive setup the way it's supposed to, and you don't. The company commander doesn't need to tell them how to do it. The sergeant majors, they get together and they plan. They decide, well, where is this and where am I over interlocking arcs of fire.
Доброго дня. Я з України. Мене хтось чує?
Якщо маєш.
Добрий день. Нема нікого з України?
Can you sort that out on the co-host thing, please? Thanks.
Yeah, Yehuda, I don't know if you missed it or not, but I think that after you left, I kind of got into more detail about it, how, once we're set in a position, you go from A to B, you move from point A to point B, you have that planned out. And again, the platoons and the squads are planning their movements. You're going through that route beforehand. Your soldiers know what's going on. You get to position. It's a constant work thing. You're constantly improving your position, right? Once that, maybe that first day that the fields of fire gets put in place, by day two, you realize, hey, you know what, we might want to adjust this a little bit. But it's a constant work. There's constant work streams for our soldiers, and most of the time we don't. You don't have to tell the soldiers how to do it if they're trained right.
I heard that, William, but there's a reason why I'm mentioning it, because it's different. I heard what you were saying about that. What I was trying to say is that is something that, regardless of combat or the ability to not react well under pressure, that's something that anyone can do. A monkey could do it. Do you see what I mean? The fact of, you said a good point. Every day your job is to augment your machine gunner position, right? Every day. What we saw in Russian defensive positions, they'd been there for 4 months, and it looks like they just got there and fell apart, like a kid explosion occurred. Do you see what I mean? Like, that's the part that there's zero excuse for. You could say, they're untrained and in combat they panic. No one, you shouldn't react like that. But you could say that's a dynamic, wild card. You don't know. But hey, you're there for 4 months. Dig a proper trench. Why is it a glorified shell scrape? How is that going to protect you? And you see, dozens of dead Russians in them. It's crazy. That part is the part that really hits me. Sorry.
No, I don't get it. It's like, I'm with you. It's mind blowing. I mean, I think just the basic idea is, whether you're a trained soldier or not, but if you're in a position that you're supposed to be trying to defend yourself and your friends left and right, you should be, trying to do that. And it just doesn't seem like they're doing it at all. And I don't know if it's just, I think that we're underestimating how bad the morale is for these soldiers. Maybe we're not, but I think that that's something that we probably should look at even a little bit more. Is what I look is just complete empathy, or not empathy, or just lack of any motivation from those soldiers to defend themselves, and I just don't get it at all, Yehuda.
No, agreed. It's one of those unexplainable and inexcusable defects. There is no reason for it. So, it's literally, at that point, it's camp with guns, right? It's camp with guns, literally. There's zero reason for you not to have a proper defensive position laid out, and you can't even begin to talk about why this is. Because it's just not there. I don't think they have NCOs. Well, they don't have NCOs like we have NCOs. So we gotta stop saying that they have no NCOs. They don't have it. So it is a remarkable thing. We get it all the time, and the positions that we're seeing overrun, well, that's supposed to be their A team. So, whatever.
Yeah, and I think that, I'm not trying to beleaguer the point, but again, going back to watching the Ukrainians move into this over the last 2 weeks, watching the offensive happen. I think CJ posted that amazing combined arms video where you've got infantry, you've got tanks, you've got fighting vehicles working together. But my favorite one was just the other day from one of the cities that were getting, one of the videos it looked like on the front line in the Kharkiv area, is Ukrainian soldiers walking down a street, properly spaced and distanced, properly crossing streets. That simple video showed more discipline than any video I've seen from the Russian forces, maybe besides some of the Spetsnaz and the forces we've seen.
And we've seen that all throughout. We've seen that all even from the beginning. We've seen them get bumped and they panic and act weird. Fiona's had her hand up for a long time. Welcome, CJ, by the way.
Hi.
Thank you, Yehuda. Are we?
Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Fiona.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Yehuda. Go easy on me. I'm not a military person, but I just wanted to know what the strategy is to get behind the enemy and cut off their supplies. Do they use drones and special forces, or I'm just interested how cutting off supplies is obviously quite important.
Right. Well, there are many ways you can affect sustainment, and one of them would be using UAVs and people like CJ. They don't necessarily have to get physically there if they can create the same effect through things like artillery, the Baron of battle. CJ, do you want to talk about your wheelhouse?
Yeah, the main point being, of course, with Kupiansk being shelled as of an hour ago or so, according to Russian sources. I mean, this is gigantic news. Kupiansk is the logistical linchpin for the entire northern part of the Donbass battle. So the fact that it's effectively under fire, Izium is under fire, we could see a collapse of the entire front. And of course, it requires what William and Yehuda were saying, which is these, dismounted infantry patrols. We saw Chechen National Guards in the woods getting smacked by Ukrainians. We saw, obviously, Ukrainian light armored doing a pretty good lightning run. I mean, Yehuda, what I would ask you, of course, is we were pretty impressed, I think, with the initial Kherson offensive, which is a heavily defended area against a lot of Russian troops, a lot of Russian firepower, right? Moving about, 2 to 3 kilometers a day seems to be pretty successful. But what we saw in the last 24 hours was something on the order of, 2 different mechanized brigades, maybe 6 or 7 combined arms battalions moving 20 kilometers in each direction, right? Probably, I would say, a lot more complicated than what's even going in Kherson. Even though Kherson is a tough fight still to overcome, what the Ukrainians have pulled off in Kharkiv in the matter of a day is pretty big, mainly because, that area is so wide open and there isn't necessarily a lot of Russians defending it, right? We're pretty certain it's somewhere between 8 and 9 BTGs. So, at most 6 or 7,000. So still a pretty formidable force, but there's really not necessarily a good sense of where they all are. And I assume that's something through drones, through partisans, maybe through satellites, Ukraine has been able to ascertain in order to do these movements to avoid the enemy where they are and get behind them. So definitely pretty impressive. At least I'm impressed.
Росіяни обстрілюють нацгвардійців боєприпасами, які заборонені Женевською конвенцією. Відео знято на Донеччині. Саме там відбулася атака на наших захисників. Запальні боєприпаси мають вигляд вогняного дощу, який знищує все навкруги.
Hey, CJ, I guess I got another question since I'm talking on the ground infantry a little bit more. And, when you see the higher skilled training of those infantry soldiers, as they're moving forward, the combined arms aspect of this, how important it is to have great communication coming straight from that front line, from those assaulting forces back to the fire control centers, whether it's the unit may or may not have an artillery officer with them to help coordinate fires, but the ability for an individual squad to be able to quickly relay up the chain of command to get artillery fire on a position to support an advance. Can you talk a little bit how important that is to have those streamlined chains of command?
Yeah, I would say, we kind of know how important it is with these sort of, very attritional, heavy artillery duels we've seen for the last 2 or 3 months, right? Where, there's a lot of artillery, a lot of people, and everyone is kind of bunched up together. And so it becomes very important to quickly mass fire in one spot and then displace and keep doing that. But this is sort of a whole other thing, which, we haven't really seen this sort of large-scale open maneuver warfare since you could argue to some degree the invasion of Iraq was similar, but this is maybe against a much more determined enemy than the United States faced. And with that, I mean flots matter, and by flot, of course, I mean the forward line of troops. You have basically 200 or 300 square kilometer area. You have 6 or 7 Ukrainian battalions. You have 6 to 8 Russian BTGs. Everyone is using the same equipment to a large degree in terms of what the vehicles look like. Everyone has drones. There's a lot of artillery, and so it becomes a very delicate and difficult balance trying to figure out who's who, because there's a lot of areas, I think, where Ukraine maybe thought there was Russian soldiers, and yet there was none. And so that's a good thing. But if you advance forward past that, then if you, call back to the headquarters and you say, hey, I'm in X city, and the headquarters still thought there was enemy in X city, you want to make sure that wasn't shelled. So the communication is very important. One thing we'll have to wait till after the war is exactly how communications were jammed or intercepted. This is obviously a very important part. But as we saw in Kherson the other day, Ukraine was able to shut down all voice comms for Russia pretty effectively, and this is something that Russia has done pretty often to the Ukrainians. So typically that they have the advantage there, but it's clear through training, some new capabilities or whatever, Ukraine is able to do some pretty good comms blackouts. And so that means is, basically the Russians, if you look at their Telegram channels and everything, they really don't have a good sense of what's hitting them and from what directions. And that's on the one hand good from OPSEC, but two, probably due to the Ukrainian electronic warfare assets that are making it a living hell to talk to anyone. So definitely, as you spread your forces out, William knows this, communications becomes even more important because these are vast areas. There's hills, there's woods. A lot of these things are going outside the line of sight, so out of range of most radios. So I would say probably a lot of satellite communications. There's Starlink, of course, for Wi-Fi. There's probably a lot of different options that are being used, and they're doing a pretty good masterclass at it. I mean, I know maybe, William, you can sort of say, like, at the height of Iraq, when comms were not being jammed or intercepted, it was still pretty tough to talk to people, right?
Yeah, I mean, agree. And again, I never want to kind of compare the Iraq war, and again,
Siren alert update.
the global war on terror, not the
partial
first,
alert.
the Gulf
This
War,
message has been generated
this,
with
because it's much
municipal
different.
data.
But I think that, between the use of the newer technology in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the kind of difference of the fighting styles, you can kind of glean how this happens. Our ability to be able to quickly get fire control down, right? When a squad was or platoon was engaged, maybe we had a really bad ambush in an urban area, and being able to get, say, a Gimler or a close air support quickly was really pivotal. And you didn't have to have a field artillery officer with you on the ground. You could get it up there quickly. So when again you look at some of these defensive positions and defensive lines for the Russians, the shaping, I think the long term, like the
Air siren
the
alert
way
update.
Ukraine
Mykolaiv. Partial alert.
methodically
This message has been generated with municipal data.
attacked key areas, whether it's satellites, whether it's communication points, command and control. I mean, think about how many battalion headquarters have been taken out, CJ, in the last month. It takes a long time to replace a lieutenant, let alone a colonel, and that again trickles down to that infantry fighting private that just got to the line, that's terrified, that's wondering why the hell they're in Ukraine in the first place, and there's no one telling them, no one's telling them, what to do, because there's no chain of command. So I could only imagine the chaos that these soldiers are seeing, which I'm very happy to see. I want to see more chaos in the Russian forces as possible. But it's a masterclass of what Ukraine's done. Because again, if you see a Ukrainian, BTG coming down, your valley or your area, and you have no idea, you can't communicate with we're hearing, really bad, the lack of ability to bring in air support, the lack of ability to even talk to the artillery forces. I think that the lack of communication, just by the chaos that Ukraine has created in the fighting forces, is really, really interesting to see, and it's going to create that low morale on the ground.
And one other thing too with Balaklia that's very interesting, the news coming out this morning, the attack started 24 hours ago, but we're starting to get an idea of what happened. And basically, there were some pretty good units in the town itself, right? Some basically National Guard Spetsnaz, so no real equivalent in NATO militaries, but a more competent unit than the rest. But guarding them on the southern and northern flanks in the woods was these, forcibly conscripted LNR folks who, again, have pretty minimal training, but they have Russian officers. And so that is the colonel that we saw captured earlier. And then to the south in the woods, we saw Chechen National Guards, guys who they were literally wearing Adidas sneakers. Well, they had 4 stripes, so not quite Adidas, some knockoff. And what's been reported there you go, Abibis. And what was interesting about this, William, is these guys on paper were, each like maybe a BTG on the flanks and then a couple BTGs in the center. But what was interesting was these reports from again, the Russian Telegram, because that's the only way we get a source, so take it with a giant grain of salt, was that these battalions outside the city had heavy weapons, right? So they had Dishkas, they had some, armored vehicles. They weren't just, people in the woods with rifles, but they had no training on how to use them, right? So they had no sort of live fire experience. They didn't know how to operate them, and they were all captured in peace. And so one of the main key assets that Russia had in reserve behind Balaklia, so to the east, was a pretty sizable artillery brigade, right? Separate from everything else, designated to cover a large area of the Izium front with some pretty good trained officers, right? Because in the Russian military, artillery is sort of has a higher sort of rank amongst the officers than, let's say, in like the Western militaries. So it tends to be more competent than the rest. Again, that's questionable, though, to say the least. And so what happened was apparently, they get the reports that the troops in the woods are getting hit outside the city, and then lo and behold, tanks show up at the artillery brigade. So the Ukrainians had completely encircled, gone for the basically the highest priority target first, hit the artillery. So now no one in that area has support, and then cleared in through the woods people that did not know how to use weapons, and now the best people are trapped in the city still to this day. Again, fighting maybe street to street
support.
Without any, again, they probably weren't counting on the Chechens to save them, but they probably were counting on artillery to save them. What do you think, Yehuda?
Definitely the artillery they were counting on, and from what I saw, they didn't even spike their guns. Everything was taken intact.
Did we lose Yehuda?
Кроме того, высокоточным оружием в районах населенных пунктов Березниковатая и Мураховка Николаевской области поражены пункты временной дислокации 57-й мотопехотной бригады. В районе населенного пункта Кочубеевка Херсонской области ВКС России сбит вертолет Ми-8 воздушных сил Украины. В районах Вознесенска и Очакова Николаевской области уничтожены 2 склада ракетно-артиллерийского вооружения и боеприпасов вооруженных сил Украины, на которых хранились свыше 1500 реактивных снарядов для систем залпового огня, в том числе более 200 ракет для систем залпового огня «Хаймерс» производства США. Продолжается нанесение ударов оперативно-тактической и армейской авиацией, ракетными войсками и артиллерией по военным объектам на территории Украины. Высокоточным ударом ВКС России по пункту временной дислокации подразделения формирования «Кракен».
Yeah, it seems like there's been some problems. I'm not sure if anyone else is talking because I can't hear anything. There's been some issues with Twitter here. CJ, so since there's a little bit of a lull, did you see some of the? Were you able to?
Siren alert update. Mykolaiv.
The equipment,
all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
The Ukrainian forces, and these were not just special forces units. These were, this were not the front line of folks. These were infantry. You could tell there were infantry, platoons and squad elements moving through the cities. How well equipped they were, how disciplined were they. What would you feel if you were a lieutenant? You just took over a squad, a platoon on the line of whether it's artillery or infantry folks for Russia, and you come into one of those fighting positions with chaos and lack of discipline.
Siren alert update.
And
Mykolaiv.
Videos
all
of
clear.
Ukrainian soldiers
this message has been generated with municipal data.
Like a real fighting force. Can you kind of talk to the way they were equipped, the way they had their backpacks put together, the way they were walking in unison, the difference between that and the Russian forces?
Yeah, so we were so fortunate, and I may have the numbers wrong, so please someone correct me if I'm off, but one of the main units in this attack was, of course, the 92nd mechanized brigade, which was the brigade formerly that Roman was a part of, and a part of the space, of course, before he passed away. And they had been basically in the sector for months on end. But what's interesting, William, is they had been mostly in the woods, right? When Russia stopped attacking southwest from Izium, when they realized that giant pincer movement salient was just simply not going to work, and they oriented more towards Sloviansk, and they basically decided to take out a smaller bite of
all
the
clear.
Donbass.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
For literally months, just picking off Russians if they get too far from Izium, using M777s to shell the city and shell different supply routes going in and out. And it's interesting that this is their chance to get out of the woods and get on the move. I mean, I'd imagine if any of us were in the woods for months on end, I'd want to get the hell out of there at some point and a warm bed. But what's interesting about it, in my opinion, William, of course, is you have sort of the skills necessary to be, let's say, a good infantryman, whether it be ranger school or actual combat. Of course, in the woods is somewhat different from urban combat. And so the general takeaways, I would say, is when you're operating in the woods, of course, or in more rural areas, you need to be very quiet. You need to have a low profile and a pretty small silhouette, and you need to do that for a long period of time. And so what that leads you to have is a sort of a kit or equipment that's going to be mostly taped down. There's going to be no glints or reflections. And when you move into the cities, it's going to happen pretty silently. So there's a lot of, I would say, probably good skills that transfer over. Whereas on the Russian side, basically these Russian troops, mainly National Guard and conscripted people that showed up to the city a couple weeks ago to begin their rotation or contract. And then I think about a week ago, once the barracks started getting hit by HIMARS. So again, the Russians were inside to start, and then their barracks got blown up by American, missiles fired very skillfully by Ukrainians. I mean, they took maybe in the past week 1,000 casualties and 5 or 6 barrack strikes. I mean, just abysmal numbers, to say the least. They kicked them out of the barracks at that point, and they're in the woods. And they're not just in the woods, they're in the woods just standing around and just throwing trash around. I mean, it's one thing to kind of be like a military expert or whatever and say, here's exactly what you need to do on a patrol. And there's also some common sense. I mean, if you see these videos, William, they don't have trenches. They don't have any camouflage. They're just sitting in the woods. And there's a great before and after video. And by great, I mean pretty horrific for them, because they're sitting there in the patrol base, which is just them sitting in a circle. And then the video cuts and comes back, and there's only 2 people left alive, and they'd all been hit by artillery and machine gun fire. And that kind of thing in the woods, Ukrainians probably took absolutely no casualties doing so. And this is what's so interesting about it, is Ukraine is really caring about people's lives. And I just saw this other report from Balaklia where basically the Russian Spetsnaz are trying to break out of the city, and they're unable to, and they just geolocated the fact that Ukraine has
siren alert
all
update.
intersections are under Ukrainian
Full
control.
alert.
And so what that means is one by one they're going to get
This
picked
message
off
has
until
been
they surrender.
generated with
If they don't
municipal
surrender,
data.
that's going to be their problem, but not a good situation for Russia to be in.
I have a video. It was said it was a recent video of Russians getting fucked in the woods. Like how you said. I can. Is it the one where you see some Russians filming like dead soldiers and then they're getting smacked too?
Yeah, and they really just don't have any situational awareness of what's going on. They're just not unfortunately. Unfortunately for them, they're dying in place.
Thank you, CJ. Let's go to Born Again. Born Again.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv, full alert. Kherson, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Hi there.
Hi, welcome up.
I can speak English very well, but I will ask maybe someone who knows English, Russian translation.
I know. Born Again, я понимаю. Можешь говорить по-русски, я тебя
Дуже
понимаю.
дякую, да, дуже дякую.
Okay.
Я как бы уже немножко обращался к этому, но сейчас конкретно. Значит, вопрос у меня. Какая причина войны? What is the reason for a war?
Okay, thank you for the question. Born Again. So you was few days ago. So I remember I listened to you, and you have question what's the reason for the war? And actually, this is really interesting. This is question I think for me, because I'm Ukrainian in Ukraine, and I will answer to you because I understand your question. So I remember you're like a few days ago. You have like excuses for the Russians that like Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia is like they like a common people, like they are like together. But no, I want you just for this first things to say, Russia never a brother to Ukrainians, and that's it. And you should just understand. And the reason for the war, I don't know what excuses do you have, but Russia hates Ukrainians, and the reason Ukrainians Ukrainians don't care about the reason and excuses. So just I will let everyone else to answer, but my answer to your question simple: Russia come to Ukraine to kill Ukrainians. That's it. Genocide. Other reasons does not matter. Thank you.
Okay, but you can translate from Russia to English.
Yes, I can translate. So, born again, asking you, maybe someone want to answer to reason for the war, reason for why Russia invaded Ukraine. Anyone? Thank you.
The reason is that Russia is an aggressive, expansionist, unstable, borderline fascist dictatorship that cannot tolerate anybody but slaves at her borders. So the reason for the war is Russia's weird palsy around international relations and her inability to behave like a normal country. That would be my take. Hatred of Ukrainians, certainly, but I think the problems are more internal to Russia than that. I think, in my opinion, but certainly hatred of Ukrainians too. Jim, welcome up.
Русские — это фашистские государства, да? Russian is a fascist state. That is the reason.
Okay, you can translate from Russian.
Да, говори по-русски, я переведу.
Значит, смотри, у меня такой первый вопрос. Почему все эти 20 лет, с лишним 20 лет, правления Путина, которого россияне не выбирали, почему в составе «Газпрома» и многих других нефтяных компаний газовых присутствие европейских, американских лидеров, министров, и почему все эти годы при наличии оппозиции и правды о том, что в России нету правды, свобода слова, и постоянные аресты, постоянные угрозы, постоянный
Хорошо.
Да,
Хорошо, я понял, да. Да, в общем, окей. So, born again,
занимаемся обороной Мариуполя и также подготовкой бойцов, прошедших курс молодого бойца в подразделении «Восток». Занимаемся подготовкой малых пехотных разведывательно-штурмовых групп. Также саперно-инженерную подготовку проводим, в частности, проводим боевое слаживание малых пехотных групп, так как малые пехотные группы в своей практике показали свою высокую эффективность. Костяк данных групп составляют фанаты различных футбольных клубов. Я могу сказать только одно, что все в хорошей физической форме, все настроены патриотически, имеют высокий уровень боевого духа. Представители футбольных клубов, которые не имели боевого опыта.
I'm speaking to the closed mic. So, okay, I'm sorry. Mic check.
Oh, good.
I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, because I was speaking for the close mic. So actually, born again asking again same question as few days ago. Why the Putin was 20 years in the power, but he was like put on the power, but people did not elected him. I will have my answer to this. But another question, while European and other Western people have connection to Gazprom, and this is not my like a question, I don't have answer to this, but I will answer to your like a first question. Putin has was elected, he was like a put, but the Yeltsin, I remember what you said a few days ago, but you should understand, people are power. If they do not decide who to keep in the power, there will not be, like in Ukraine. Ukrainians don't want Yanukovych, they deal with Yanukovych. If the people in the Russia keep Putin, keep electing Putin, and after the Crimea takeover of the annexation of the Crimea, they even started to cheering and more support for the Putin. This is a problem with the Russians. No one gonna show example how to deal with them. They should choose what to do with the Putin. And they still keep electing and elected for 20 years Putin. So this is my answer about the Gazprom. I don't know, maybe team answer. Thank you.
My audio dropped, so I'm afraid I didn't hear the Gazprom comments.
So he's asking why all the European people have connection to the Gazprom, like Germany, some people, like important people like this. Who is this? How it's called? So like he's asking why economically. I heard the answer a few days ago, so I don't know why he repeating the same question.
But in fact, the fact of the presence of French equipment on Russian tanks, that's fact. In this war, in this Ukraine situation, and I can was putting terrorism in Syria too, but nobody from Europe governments and the American governments, nobody don't care about this.
Sorry, you're saying there was no Western intervention in Syria?
Yes, it was.
I've got some friends that would
Putin
say different than
terrorism.
that.
It was in Syria too, but no, don't care about this Putin regime.
William, would you care to deal with that comment?
Yeah, I think that while I don't think that our reaction to Syria and the aggression and the terrorism and fascism and ways that Russia fought and went to Syria, I would have rather had us do more, but there was definitely a response to that, and there continues to be to this day. And I want to just kind of take a step back. We live in a global society today. Every day we're supposed to be trying to make ourselves better, not just as our own countries, but as a group of humans that live on this planet together. And what we're seeing is a country that is losing power, that has been losing influence over the last over the decades. We see a little man that has created a narrative in his country that they're bigger and better than everybody else, just like any bully would. And as those bullies start to lose power and they become irrelevant, and you see a country that is completely, blinded by one man or an ideology that one person has been able to manifest on a country, what they do is they do really evil things, and that starts with taking over their neighbors and taking over and trying to control other people. I grew up in Ireland for 10 years as a kid. And our history was of countries taking us over, countries that are doing great things today, that have changed the way that they do business, that have changed from that imperialist idea, because that's not who we are today. And what we're seeing is what Russia's doing. It's pure evil. It's fascism, but it's what bullies do. It's an old style of thinking. It's a country that has lost relevance. And they're trying to gain it back. And the only way they know how to do it is by brute force. And the reality of it, and what we're showing, what this space is, Maria Report, which I want you guys to make sure to tweet and share, because what we're doing is fighting back against the ideas that this guy's talking about, kind of, is why we're not going to allow this to happen. We're not going to allow, as a society, a country that is failing, an idea that is failing, to use brute force to take over their neighbor, and then maybe continue to go as far as they want. This is not the 1940s or the 30s or the 20s. This isn't 2014. I want to make sure that's clear. As a global society, we are learning, and we are making ourselves better, just like we're supposed to do. It's just very sad that the Russian people can't seem to do that for themselves, because, if I was a Russian citizen right now, I would be really contemplating, my ideology and what I would be willing to do to defend my country, because the reality of it is Putin is destroying what's left of that Russian country himself. And if you're a Russian supporter or a Russian person, you should be thinking about what you can do to preserve your country, because if this continues, Russia is not going to exist the way they think it is. It doesn't. So I would just encourage anybody who supports this idea to start to think about what they can do to make Russia not a fascist country, not a dictator, and not a bully. I know that may not have made a ton of sense, but it just infuriates me to hear people defend what's going on here.
Perfect sense.
Thank you, William. Thank you, William. So yes, to answer your question, why hasn't there been any action on Syria? Well, apart from almost 20,000 airstrikes against both ISIS and Syrian government targets, the ongoing training of opposition forces, the deployment of 2,000 U.S. Marines, the deployment of several hundred British special forces, and French special forces personnel. Apart from that, yeah, there's been absolutely no action. Jim.
Yeah, well said, William, on the reasons for Russia's aggression. And thank you, Tim, for outlining what we have done in Syria. Now, I would agree to some extent with Born Again. Not enough was done. I mean, red lines were crossed and Obama did not act. And I think we can all agree that was unacceptable. But two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, let's fix Ukraine like we should have helped Syria. And that is being done. And going to a couple of other points Born Again raised, I mean, I also agree. Gazprom has its corrupt tentacles in Europe, throughout Europe, in the city of London, where I come from. Many of the large accountancy firms, legal firms, financial firms have taken Russian oil money, which now means blood money. Syria, Georgia, Ukraine. It's unacceptable. It has to stop, and it is being dealt with now to some extent. And in other countries as well. Gerhard Schroeder famously is as corrupt as they get, former Chancellor of Germany. These are unacceptable corruption links that exist via Gazprom. So agreed. And finally, on why Russia invaded, other than being a classic fascist state, they're a declining empire. As William mentioned, a declining empire is scrambling. They scramble for reasons to exist. An empire needs to expand to survive, and rather similar to the British Empire in the 1950s after the Second World War, we hadn't come to terms with the end of our empire. You'd have vox popped British people, and you'd have probably got the same results as you get in Russia today, where 70-80% of people supported the Suez invasion, which was totally unacceptable. We apologize for it now, but at the time, Russian people, not just the politicians, hadn't got out of that imperial mindset where it's okay to invade another country, another sovereign nation, if you disagree with it. And the global community is fixing that, and Russia needs to come to terms with it sooner rather than later, because the end of the Russian Empire is nigh. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. We may disagree on the Suez situation, but let's park that for now and go to Slava Ukraine.
Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava. Thank you. And yes, to the Born Again, just want to say, I heard you a few days ago, and just wanted to say, us in Ukraine, I know the mood. So your attempt to find the excuses about why the war started and why not enough was done before the war, you should understand. Russia and Ukraine, it's done. No more friends, no more brothers, and this is done. Don't try to. You should just change your mindset. This is. You said that you trying to help other Ukrainians when they live in the Ukraine, but you should understand. In Ukraine, mood is united and clear. Russian is not a brother to Ukraine. So just change, because when you speaking about this, all these reasons, you sound like a Russian propagandist. So please listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava Ukraine. Final point from Born Again, please, and then we'll move on.
But you, this is your opinion. It's not all the people around the world. For example, Yes. My question is, how many journalists was killed in Russia? None of the ministers of Europe and the United States cared. No one protested against Putin. The murder of Politkovskaya and many others oppositionists. And my question, but in Russia it was terrorism too, so many years, but nobody cared about this.
But,
Okay, let's.
Eating some sad shit kind of fucking.
Sorry, don't all shout at once, please. Don't all shout at once. I'd like to respond to Born Again's point. This is not just somebody's opinion. This is not just somebody's opinion. This is the opinion of the entire nation of Ukraine. It is the opinion of every civilized nation around the world. Against that, we have the opinions of Russia, North Korea, Venezuela, Eritrea, and Syria, and a whole host of other shitholes who have absolutely no right to call themselves the real world, right? So this is not an issue with two sides. This is not, oh, there's two sides to every story. No, there is right and wrong here. Russia has committed an illegal genocidal invasion of Ukraine, and the civilized world stands against that and stands with our Ukrainian brothers. And that really is as simple as that really is it. That it really is that simple. Jim.
I agree, and yeah, I'm going to give Born Again the benefit of the doubt that he is anti-Putin. He's on the right side of history. Agreed. Yeah, Anna Politkovskaya and a host of other journalists and activists, Litvinenko and so on, have been murdered by Vladimir Putin. And even before that, in 2000, Putin came to power through the Ryazan and Moscow apartment bombings to give him the excuse to invade Chechnya for the second time. He's been a nasty, vicious little terrorist for the whole of his career, and it's about time Russia realizes that. So I'm sure you agree with that, do you not, Born Again?
Born Again?
My question is, who is national in the Russian government, from oligarch and the Putin politics? How many Russian in there? Who is in Russian and Ukraine governments? How many Russians there, for example, or Ukrainians?
Not many.
Oh, okay, but it's Jewish people, so many in government in Ukraine, in Russia. Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go.
Can I get co-hosted for a second, please? I like to deal with it, not from timidity, actually. Tell me something.
Yeah,
what do they do, Born Again? What do they do? Born Again.
Yes.
What do they do, these Jews that you talk about?
No, my question is from national government.
Yeah.
How many Russian in the Russian government?
The Russian? 100. I would say all of them are Russian, wouldn't you? Is Putin Jewish now? Putin seen putting on the Ritz?
You will see. You will see how many in the situation. And for example, how many oligarchs was Russian?
Most of them, the vast majority, 95%. How many? What's your point then? Jews are controlling Russia and forcing it into a war with Ukraine. Is that the story you want to go with?
У меня вопрос, почему, если можешь перевести, если есть честность и мужество, сказать, почему русских обвиняют во время войны, почему руководство России, которое не является русским по национальному составу, и украинский состав правительства точно так же не является там в большей части украинцами, и которые, точно так же они все эти годы весь бюджет обмывали, воровали в Украине и в России. Почему их не обвиняют? Почему не обвиняют национальный состав руководства России и Украины?
Я понял. So he is like trying to defer to this situation that this is like a government. This is like a why you blaming for the war regular Russians, not just government, because in the government there is no clear Russians, but there is like some other nations and maybe some religious stuff. So this is like he's like trying to find the explanation that not to blame for this war, not to blame Russians. Listen, Born Again, there is this, I don't know, what you're looking, it's not working. It's like deferring to different situation. Reason for this war is Russia, whole whole Russian people, and including government, and including all the Siloviki and everyone, and including Russians who live in abroad, not in the Russia. So all the Russians to blame because they supporting Putin and government. I don't know where do you look in. So thank you.
Yeah.
My second question, it was maybe last.
Yeah, no. But we're not just going to let that pass. That first of all, that's untrue and it's racist and shame on you. There is no other group of people controlling Russia, putting Putin in power. It is the Russian people. There are Jews in Russia. Yes, there are some Jewish oligarchs. One of the most famous ones was poisoned, and he's living in exile. Zim Khodorkovsky. You might know him. He's a Putin opponent. Are you going to say every Jewish person in the world is a hero against Putin? No, just because of one person. So you're being silly, and shame on you. To blame this race baiting that you're doing, you're not going to gloss over it because your English isn't good. All right. So let's go to your next point. I think is he gone?
Следующий вопрос. Следующий вопрос.
Oh, there he is. Yeah. So go to your second point.
Born again. Следующий вопрос.
Да. Второй факт. Из более чем 200 олигархов российских санкции применены только около 45. Почему остальным не применяются санкции? Спасибо.
His question. There is more than 200 oligarchs in the Russia, but only 40 oligarchs was sanctioned. Thank you. This is question why.
There are thousands of oligarchs in Russia, and there are several hundred really important ones, and almost all of them have been sanctioned. So I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I know where it's going. There's a group of them that aren't getting sanctioned. They happen to be Jewish. Don't tell anybody. It's a big cabal. I think we're good. It's too early in the morning for this. Thank you very much, and I'm glad you shared a Russian talking point or a neo-Nazi talking point that Zelensky and Jews control Russian. Not only do Jews control Ukrainian politics, but they apparently now control Putin, and they've allowed him to be in power. That's where this is going. I'm just fast forwarding for everyone, but no, I don't want to waste your time on a nice Wednesday morning.
He's totally gone into this like a Ukrainian government. Like
I know. I heard him right away. I understand what he's saying, and I was just like, it's too early. Let's have a good day. Let's talk about the great Ukrainian successes in Kharkiv. I mean, usually they don't come here to say this. Usually, maybe we get the Jewish conspiracy. We got Yakuza once. That was interesting. Japanese mobsters ruling the world. But usually they'll go into Zelensky's Jewishness and blah, 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 and starting wars. And then you get your far leftists. But rarely do we get to, not only is Ukraine run by Jews, but Putin is run by Jews. And Russia is run by Jewish people. I mean, you know who else was run by Jewish people? Hitler. And the Nazis, they were actually taking secret orders from Soros when he was 13, and they were giving Soros checks to Hitler. I mean, it just doesn't get stupider. My brain hurts. I'm sorry. Can we get back to reality? That would be good.
Yeah, I've checked with my Jewish handlers, and they would very much prefer us to do that.
Listen, there's a space laser with your names on it, gentlemen. If you get out of line.
Jim.
It's actually Dr. Afo next.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Alfonso Fella, you're up.
Yeah, well, just the talk about, I mean, it completely derailed and went into that conspiracy theory, so it kind of, anything else that was before that then becomes questionable as to whether or not it's worth replying. But highlighting just the struggles that Ukrainians went through successive revolutions, the fact that the Euromaidan revolution, people were getting killed and they were still on the street. They were still fighting against what was clearly building up to become an oppressive dictatorship, Russian-backed, and they still went out and they sacrificed their lives for it. And I question whether or not there's a civil society within Russia with the strength to be able to do that as well. Because I haven't seen, over the past 2 decades, I haven't really seen evidence of that. So, and then we can spin off into the historical reasons for that. But yeah, I'm not entirely confident that that mindset will change, and that previous gentleman, I think my partner would probably put him under the Homo Sovieticus label, which unfortunately is still present in a lot of former Soviet states. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfonso. I think it was Lord Acton who remarked that people get the governments they deserve. I think that could not be truer of Russia, I think. Let's go. I believe Jim was next, then our man David, and then William. Jim.
Excellent. While we have our staff officer on here, I'd like to ask you a question. If you were in charge of the breakout through Balaklia, and I believe they've occupied Volokov Yard as well, how far would you let that salient be pushed before you'd say, right, consolidate, or it starts getting a bit risky? I mean, is it within fire control of that railway line through Kupiansk?
That's such a difficult question to answer because I don't know enough of the. I would just be making up. I don't know enough of the other factors at play there. I don't know the strength, the sustainment, where follow-on forces are, what the end state is. It's too difficult. I would always err on the side of conservative estimates there, but I can't. And I don't even have a map. Maybe when I get back in, I'll pull up a map and give you what I think. But right now I can't speak to that with fidelity, so I don't want to say anything. Maybe CJ, if you've seen the maps more than I have, that could be good. But I'll give you to answer to a degree. I would say the considerations would be Russian force posture, their strength, disposition, friendly strength, disposition, sustainment, and there's also there's a as you said, a fire support plan. There's definitely things I would need to know about Ukrainian capabilities vis-a-vis artillery. So I can't really give an exact, a meaningful answer, I'm afraid. But I hope the explanation or the listing of different factors kind of puts in perspective what would have to be considered.
Thank you. I think it was David next.
Thank you very much, Jim and Tim and Yehuda. Good morning from Florida and good afternoon if you're overseas. Good morning. Earlier still if you're out west.
You mean like Florida? You mean my people's second backup headquarters, Miami?
Hello. I've come to welcome our Jewish overlords and to let them know, personally speaking, I have been waiting for years for this moment. Thank God. Your God, our God, everyone's God. I think it's important to drill into this and focus on the why and the when. Slava Ukraini, I would say, Slava Ukraini, I would say thank you very much for leading by example. For months and months, I've heard different Ukrainian speakers encouraging us and cajoling us all to please don't rise to these schoolyard attempts at disingenuous discussion. Because all they want you to do is fly off the handle. They'll make their little snippet and then they'll spin it up into bullshit for some more weak minds that they'll use this against. So, Slav Ukraini, I say thanks very much. I'm a man of a short temper sometimes, and I was marvelling at the way you disassembled, dismembered, and thanked him for his time. I would just say that the failure to understand that people are sovereign and then projecting that as if it's something for the West to have to solve for poor Russia. I'm going to use some French language here. Fuck them, is what I say. If they can't sort themselves out and they spill over into another neighbour country on a genocidal mission, then they deserve to be wiped out to a man and woman. Anybody steps over the border should get it. And if that message hasn't been made clear to the Russians heretofore, I think this week they're dying in their thousands. And I lament the loss of any human life, but maybe the number has to be bigger for the lesson to be learned. But this is an opportunity to put this kind of thinking, this kind of medieval, superstitious bullshit into the ground. And I just say thank you to Slava Ukraini for for leading us by example. And if I could ask about the actual war that's going on and how the defeat of the genociders is proceeding, I have been watching and reading that the Kharkiv area has been seeing quite a little bit of action, and I've been skimming some maps. I'm just curious, and I ask the same question every day: how much of the influence of compounding use of more high technology shells, more high technology material run by crews who are now into months of field practice, compounded by the fact that Russia no longer has supplies. To me, it just seems like it doesn't add up. That this is just like a castle made of sand. It's just gonna, fall apart. And now I don't think I'm reaching. I'm curious as to the impact the artillery might be having. So thank you for the space. Please retweet and share. Visit mariaaid.org, and if you've been moved by the conversation like I had, usually I go and make a couple of
Air siren
retweets and
alert
then
update.
amplify a good
Person,
message.
all
And that
clear.
is certainly
This
a way to
message has
combat.
been
Thanks very
generated
much,
with
everybody.
municipal
Slava
data.
Ukraine.
Heroam Slava, thank you, Dave, for those wise words once again. And yes, look, and I'm sorry if I jumped in and didn't let Slava finish, but I understand,
No.
my
That's
friend.
the implication is masterful.
I knew where it was going. Slava figured it out too, and I'm like, you know what? I'm all. If he spoke English, I probably would have had a bit of a time with him. But since it would have to translate, I was just like, forget it. It's very bizarre. Has a Ukrainian flag in his profile and saying these things. It's shameful. But it doesn't cost to put a flag in. The reality is that Mr. Putin is supremely responsible for his actions, and the people that support him, if the shoe fits, right? Thank you.
It's the color of your heart and not the color of your flag.
That's it.
Air siren alert
And wait
update.
till the guy finds out
Person,
that Jesus was
all
Jewish.
clear.
My God, will
This
he lose
message
it?
has been generated
Poor
with
man,
municipal data.
born again.
And I believe the record will show.
Jeez Louise. And a dead Jew at that.
Yehuda, we all know Jesus was Church of England.
Definitely. He
And he looked like a bee.
He looked kind of not unlike Tim. So anyway, it's just I grew up with this. So, and usually as I've got it a lot here as a host. I've gotten that I sacrifice babies to Moloch, and usually I take it in stride. But at this point,
Air siren
when I
alert
hear it from
update.
someone speaking
Person,
Russian,
all clear.
or
This message has been
Ukrainian,
generated
I
with
don't
municipal
know who
data.
this man really is. But as someone said in a message, it seemed very scripted, some of these comments, just to leave a question mark. It's the Jews, they're not really Russians. Like, what? It's just insane.
Spoke no English, except he had all these leading questions ready to go.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. And I just didn't want to belabor it, because the truth is we've got some crazy news. Look, I think you've heard it in my voice and other moderators' voices. I think I even said it last night before I went to bed. I expect a general collapse of Russian forces in many areas, not just one. It is bad for them. Kherson is seen, by the end of this week, I suspect there'll be 10,000 casualties, if not killed in action. And then Kharkiv.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv. Partial alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Game there too. And you know what? It was always a possibility. I never really led with that, or we didn't lead with that. But with the amount of the precision of the deep battle and the close and the effectiveness of the close battle, and for lay people, the ability for the Ukrainians to strike well behind Russian lines, the fighting front to destroy their sustainment and cut off supplies. It's classic, right? And then the actual fighting, the close battle where they're actually engaged with the enemy, directly. They've just outdone the Russians hand over foot. It's a beautiful sight to see. And when we get back, we might be talking more about what could be expected in the next 12 hours.
Air siren alert update.
I know
Mykolaiv.
my friends
Partial alert.
in that area.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
24 hours. So it means that something's cooking, and it's not the rock. Candy. I'm getting a request for candy at early in the morning. So look, the only candy I can give my child, though, is the sweet news of success of Ukrainian forces, and I think that'll have to do. At any rate, yes. Pick it up. Yes. Woo. I'm a little flustered. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Born again Nazi over there really got under my skin, and I don't like that. So let's talk about happy things. Let's go. What is it? Tim, who is next?
I believe it was William again, and then Jens.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda, and Tim, I'm going to actually sign off for this morning, and again, thanks for taking care of that guy, David. I think me and CJ talked about it for a second, just to kind of, it's an honor to be able to talk on this site, just as a basic infantryman, be able to kind of add that on the ground theory, as I've got a little bit of work, some domestic policy work I got to do here in a second. But David, me and CJ did talk about the ability of the on the ground soldiers, the basic Ukrainian infantry platoons and squads being able to now call and fire and be able to do it in a better way with that precision munitions that we have, that the Ukraine artillery forces have. The ability for a squad leader or a platoon leader to call in direct precision fire on a tank individual fighting position, because of that technology, where you don't have to send 3,000 rounds to try and cover a grid scare to maybe hit one target that the Russians do. For those soldiers to be able to actually designate direct critical targets right away, there's nothing that's better than that, and especially as you're moving quickly in an offensive posture, to be able to see where the fire is coming from and then quickly put fire superiority on it in a precision way. Russia has not shown that they can do that at all, and it has to terrify the heck out of those individual soldiers that in my opinion should be putting up a lot more white flags. The last thing I'd like to say before I leave, again, thanks again. This space is so important. It's so important, not just for the people on it, but for folks that are using this to be able to send out information to help counteract the nonsense that Russia is pushing into countries like America through surrogates.
Air siren
It's
alert
so important.
update.
And
Mykolaiv.
the last
All
thing is I
clear.
got to spend
This
a
message
lot of
has
time
been
over the weekend
generated
with a
with
lot of
municipal data.
workers. It was Labor Day here in America, and I actually got to spend a lot of time with a lot of workers that are working in defense production. I will tell you, from our side here in the U.S., our workers are busy. They are working overtime. There's a lot of talk of increased production. It's fantastic. I love to see it. The spirits of the workers that are creating munitions and materials to help support this effort are extremely high. And I just wanted to kind of send that as a note. Because if
siren
we've
alert
got our workers
update.
here
Mykolaiv.
really happy,
All
excited
clear.
about helping out this
This
effort,
message has
it's
been
only gonna
generated
bode well
with
for the
municipal
future of this
data.
conflict, because we're going to make sure that the supplies are flowing as much as we can into this conflict zone.
Thanks very much.
100%. Yeah, sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you for speaking to the use of that. Really, what I didn't express, but what I was trying to ask was that exactly, that with this more modern use and more modern availability of artillery and modern shells, that these moving forces not just are following into areas that have been hit with artillery, but when they're on the move, because they have proper secure communication and the ability to target, they can call in this precise artillery, and I think it is being shown on the east and in the south. So thank you very much, and join the union, and I hope you have a good day.
Most definitely. Have a good one, David.
Absolutely, William. Yeah, it's always great to have. It's nothing basic about infanteering. So let's tip our hats to good old infantry on our black Cadillacs as we walk across a field. All right, Jim and Jens.
Yeah, it's actually Jens first.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I just wanted kind of to tie the two things together, like spoke about how it was the individuals, soldiers' kind of duty to improve their position every day, where it seems like the Russians' duty is to collect as much trash as possible. So it seems like, that their defensive positions, they just deteriorate the longer they are there. And then I kind of connected it to all these breakthroughs we see. If the defensive wall is completely deteriorated, does that mean that when they that Ukraine break through, that they're more or less almost free to operate because everything is just broken down? So they have to attempt to show some restraint, but once they break through, they're just free reign to do whatever because everything is just broken down.
No. Short answer. That's exactly the wrong attitude they would take. Because, first of all, there are obstacles everywhere. There are minefields. The Russians have machines that throw mines out like candy. So Ukrainians don't know where they are. Professional army will clear routes. They will secure and clear routes. They will move methodically. They won't just rush because they see, hey, now if they're exploiting an enemy collapse of a position, they could destroy it and fall, pass through the objective if that was within reach. But other than that, the next step would be, as we said, to consolidate. There are still wounded Ukrainian soldiers that need attention. There is resupply and sustainment issues they have to figure. They planned for that battle plus a little bit more. They can't just go hog wild and do what their hearts desire at that point. So that's why you saw they're very tactical and they're very competent professional motions and actions after their initial offensive in Kherson. And you're going to see that in Kharkiv. And the reality is, let's be honest, the Russians aren't going to get better at defending the next position. Okay, so it's not like they're missing that. They still have the momentum. I know we don't use the term third world, but every bit of video and photographic evidence I've seen of any Russian position in the last week I've seen, it literally looks like it's a Banana Republic army. There's all you can say. Everyone who's seen it, every soldier who's seen anything, we all look at that and go, "What's going on? This is so weird. It's just so weird." So they're not losing out. They'll get the next position too. The Russians, the rumor on the street is that Russia's already talking about surrendering in Kharkiv. And that's how bad it is. I want to be at my desk when I kind of go through the next update, but Ukrainians have also extended an air umbrella, so to speak, the ability and where the areas in which they can operate pretty freely. They've extended it almost all the way up from Kherson to Zaporizhzhia for sure, and it might be even going further. The Russians are toast. And the question is, how does this end at this point, right? And the Ukrainians have to be very specific, very methodical, take territory back in small chunks, secure it. You don't want people stepping on mines. You don't want trucks needlessly destroyed by anti-tank mines. There's a lot of stuff going on, and although it might seem the intuitive thing to do, it really isn't. So
I think maybe I articulated it wrong in a sense. I think I heard what you said. It just seems like the defensive position is completely deteriorated, and so that obviously they have to show restraint, but it just seems like if the front lines are deteriorated, everything behind it must just be full of, booby traps and drunken officers.
Right. I'm not sure there's that many booby traps considering they're very not organized. So usually you would find those type of countermeasures in very well organized defensive positions where the troops in those defensive positions where they walk on certain ground only because they know where where it's safe. I don't see that. I don't think there's an issue of that. I think there's an issue of landmines for sure. And I think that you have to understand there are different defensive battle positions, not just the ones that the Ukrainians have just encountered. There's defense in depth of sorts because as the Russians were moving up, they would build some quote unquote defensive and then keep going. So unless the ones that they first built were really good, and then as they got further in, they just got sloppier because they didn't expect to defend that position. I don't know, but there will be other defensive positions for the Ukrainians to capture, to destroy, to seize, all that jazz. All right, let's go to Jim. Born Again wants to come back. Anyone want to deal? You get Furlane. Let's get Furlane to translate. Jim, let's go.
Hey, yeah, and I understand your caution in wanting to give any assessment, Yehuda, without all the facts. But what we can see is the reaction of the Russian Telegram channels, and they are going apeshit about this. Igor Girkin, who's the notorious war criminal, former FSB officer.
How does he have a Twitter account even? That's the part that
Telegram. He uses Telegram. He posts videos there all the time, and he's tolerated by the Russian government despite being arrested the other day. But he does seem to have good sources, and he's got quite a balanced view, whether that's politics for the government to let him do that or not. But anyway, he's saying that he's praising the Ukrainians. He's saying that their attacks have been carried out with outstanding audacity. Praising them for their speed and violence of action, while complaining about the poor training of the Rosgvardia troops who are on the line, and the caution of the Russian armed forces. So, and that's he's the most sober analyst. The rest of them are going absolutely bonkers about this.
Yeah, no, and they should be. Yeah, Russian Telegram is a dumpster fire. it's pretty obvious it's a dumpster fire. It's been like that for a while, but you're seeing everything we've been discussing in this space. We've talked about the way that Ukrainians operate. They operate like a professional army, and right now that's pretty much confined to the West. They're motivated, and they know they're going to take casualties, but they keep going. They know that if they are injured, it is in the back of a person's mind that if he's injured, that he can be back in triage and off to a hospital quite quickly, and he knows his chance of survival if his head isn't blown off is pretty high, right? And that and that's another reason why I suspect you don't see these huge they're not doing these mad dashes running for the border. They can take their time, do it appropriately, do it professionally, and slow and steady wins the race in this case. And the Russians are just obviously, as I don't want to repeat it over and over again, but it's a madhouse there. It really is. Hey, Jim.
It is, and well, some of the reports are coming out are quite revealing. I mean, they're talking about Balaklia being surrounded, Spetsnaz forces being surrounded. They've lost communication with them. That they were being attacked all night. The tactics of the Ukrainian armed forces are excellent. I mean, combined arms basically. Their columns break into positions at speed, dismount. There's Ukrainian aviation involved. It sounds like a shit show for the Russians.
Absolutely. And I brought back our friend for a second. I might admonish him in Russian if you guys don't mind. Let's go to Florian first, though.
Just a comment on Girkin. Yesterday, around 18 hours ago, he made a short video and basically said, we have lost it. Ukraine won, we have lost it. I've retweeted it. I can tweet it here.
He's a bit late, is he not? Because he could have acknowledged the strategic defeat 2 weeks into it.
Yeah, but the video appeared simply yesterday. And it's 30 seconds where he said...
I was joking, Florida.
So, yeah.
He would never have acknowledged it, but he should have.
Yeah. But the quote is, the war in Ukraine will continue until the complete defeat of Russia. In fact, we have already lost it. The rest is a matter of time. That was his quote from yesterday night.
Yehuda, is he calling for a general mobilization in order to incite more resolve in Russia with this?
Yes, he does all the time. He always said, we don't do this right. He has done it on and on, but already, in April and May.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, although that is the only play the Russians have left, and that is a general mobilization, at the end of the day, their training is still the same. Their equipment is less and less. I just think it would be a longer, protracted defeat. I really do. They just don't have the manpower Even if they were to mobilize 2 million people, who would train them? How would they train them? Are they going to throw them into the mill again? Okay. At this point, it's not a function of number. It's definitely Ukrainians have a critical mass of quality troops. They have, as long as they have that artillery, as long as they have the supply, which is only growing, all the Russians can throw into the mix is people, and people aren't. You can't run into a tank and do anything to it as a soldier. That's it. So I'm not even as terribly as concerned anymore. First of all, it was the long game, general mobilization. The effects of that would be seen after a minimum of a year if they were to do it properly. But even if they were to do a general mobilization and throw people in after 2 weeks of training, what does that do? Nothing. What are they going to have, a mountain of dead Russian soldiers from Moscow to Kiev, or from the border to Kramatorsk? What are they going to do? Throw dead bodies of Russians at Ukrainians? They can't do anything. They've been neutered effectively, and the longer they do it, I think that there's a direct relationship, a mathematical relationship between the time and the effort the Russians put into continuously attacking or being in Ukraine with the length of time that it'll take for Russia to recover as a country. The more they do this, they will gain nothing from any of this anymore. I'm more concerned now about Donbass. I'm so interested to see how the Ukrainians position themselves to the north, from the Kharkiv Oblast into Donetsk and Luhansk, and from the south with the guard on Crimea. I mean, the Russians, they've got to see this, and they've got to see the writing on the wall. Who knows? Maybe there'll be enough surrendering and enough capitulation for the people to generally react very poorly, and Putin might feel that his power is at risk. Florian.
Have you seen the comment of Mr. Putin from early this morning in Vladivostok? Or heard it?
I have not. Would you care to share with the room, please?
I cannot quote it I cannot quote it literally, but he said, "We have not lost the special operation." That really caught my attention. And we didn't start the war, and we have not lost the special operation. That's what he said. I find it and retweet it. And this was the speech because of the Vladivostok exercise and to a few other East Asian nations, and said, whatever, the Western sanctions are killing the world economy. But then he had a short comment on the special operation where he said, we have not lost the special operation, which is an interesting comment. So I think reality comes also to him.
Yeah, well, it's coming a little late for Christmas, a little late for dinner. Battle Moose and Jim.
Yes.
Wow, what a thing to wake up to. I
missed it.
I was completely blown away. Like the Ukrainians are advancing like their hair's on fire. And I just wanted to, I was laying in bed speculating and going, are we seeing the beginning of the rout? Because they're pushing through Russian positions, and it doesn't even look like they have any defense in depth. And with
Go ahead, sorry. I was
the whole comment on the special operation, who cares what Putin says?
Agreed. I was going to say that the real issue is positive control, and what that means from the Ukrainian perspective is making sure that they consolidate their gains appropriately. I know. Listen, on the fly, if there is nothing in between them and it is safe to proceed, let's just say, that's one thing, right? But they have to be careful that, if I was a switched on Russian, BTG commander, I might say, oh my God, unless I'm a VBV clown or whatever, I might say, well, everyone else is collapsing. You know what? I'm gonna booby trap my position and just do what everyone else is doing and fall back. At least I could take out a couple hundred Ukrainians in the same in the final bid to cause damage. So at no point would I think that the Ukrainians would move, as you said, with the hair on fire, but they're going to be really methodical. I know you didn't mean that, but you know what I mean. They're going to make sure that everything is secured and they move up appropriately. But it is definitely super interesting.
No, I get what you're saying, and it gives me it reinforces my the feelings in my cockles when they're moving up their police forces to consolidate in behind them. So lends to they're not doing this without rhyme or reason.
Yeah.
You know,
Do
and
you know why they're bringing up their MPs for the audience?
oh, you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Oh well, it's multifold, right? One is to basically consolidate, mop up everything behind them, anything that they may have missed, and they're bringing them up because MPs, or I guess they have a different structure than us, but their police forces are the ones that professionally handle prisoners of war.
Bingo. That's it. So they're expecting an enormous amount of surrendering Russians. So that should tell you something right there. So they are already preparing for thousands of Russian POWs. So the MPs, one of their tasks, in this case, their most important task is PW transport and security. So they'll be getting the Russian PWs. Number one, number two, traffic. For follow-on forces, they're going to use their engineers for other stuff. So I assume their MPs are going to be guiding people through the lines, so people know where everyone's at. It's a big deal. It's a really big deal, and it's a good thing.
And they're doing this in a manner that if you were to close your eyes, you would swear it was NATO forces doing it. It was Canada, the United States, and England. Cruising through Russian lines. Like, they look good. Oh my God, they're so switched on.
Yehuda, can we get a confirmation that the Ukrainian armed forces are currently advancing on Borivske?
I think Yehuda might be advancing on Candy.
Yehuda was advancing on dropping off the young one. And he saw his daycare, and so he bolted out of the car to send the kids in the park. So anyways, here we go.
If you start talking about yourself in the third person, then you know that you need a day of rest,
He would never do that. He would never talk about himself.
Thou shalt not do that.
Here's a joke for Axel. So Axel, if I wanted to set up let's say I wanted to do a small business in Estonia, maybe a dry cleaners. You know what I'd call it? With a catchy title.
Catchy title?
Yeah. Maybe Yiddish catchy. I'd call it Einsfide Dry Cleaners.
Oh, sweetie. Did you learn this from the anti-Semite? You evidently deflected earlier.
He came up and he went down. Constantine. Oh, wow. I needed Constantine. Let's bring up Born Again. Constantine. Did you miss that, Balamut?
Miss what? There's many things I missed this morning.
So I come in and I hear some Russian fellow with a Ukrainian flag in his profile, and he was speaking to Slava, or trying to translate, or Slava was translating, but he was speaking English, and I don't know what was in Russian or in English because I was so mad. But so if for those who didn't hear, what he was saying was, yes, but how many? And it was, and it took me a while to understand it because he said it in Russian, then he said it in English, and then I'm like, wait a minute. But he started by, really about the war, and war is bad. And he goes, but really, we have to understand how many Russians, actual Russians, real Russians, and real Ukrainians are in the government. And it's such a strange thing to say. And then we parsed it some more in Slava, and then I immediately realized what he was saying. And I didn't even say it. I didn't lead him on. I didn't pull it out of him. He goes, he basically said the real, the oligarchs and the politicians, the people who keep the politicians in power, are Jews. Just came out and said, did he say it in English or in Russian? Evrei, did he say, or Jews? I forget. I don't remember. But he went out and said it, and then I said, okay, so Putin's Jewish now. And he goes, oh, you will find out. You will find out who puts, and this went on, and basically, so it's one thing to slam Zelensky for being Jewish, but this guy actually then said Putin is in power only because Jewish people. and I kind of lost it, and I just kind of fast forwarded the conversation. But Slava, at first, I kind of was mad at Slava because I didn't see him catching on quick enough on it. And then when the guy said it in Russian directly, he then asked Slava, and Slava goes, he basically said, "I just want to know why is it that all of the oligarchs are Jewish, and then Putin and da da da." And Slava just at the end, he's like, "Yeah, okay, it's exactly what he's saying." But it was pretty incredible. And the reason why I got mad is usually sometimes I consider a lot of anti-Semites to be mentally ill. So I like to be kind to them and not be too bad. But everything he said was actually quite insidious. He was very blunt, very direct. It was the war is basically being caused by Jewish manipulators of Russia and Ukraine. So in fact, Russia's not even the aggressor. It's actually Jews who are the aggressor because they're the ones controlling Russia and pulling the strings.
Well,
that was not...
what people don't know is there's a whole spectrum of crazy, right? And you have, and we've seen them all here in the space at one time or another. You have the slightly anti-Semites, and they're a little bit reserved when they're talking about it, and you got to kind of, and I've seen you try to coax it out of them, and eventually they'll just break down and say it. Then you have the ones that are, just come out and say it. Then you have the ones that are like, I think this guy falls into this category. They're the batshit crazy. So they're the anti-Semites that are not only anti-Semites, but they're wearing tinfoil hats. So not only do they believe that the Jews are controlling the world, that the Jews are lizard people and they live on the moon.
Yeah, and we have a space laser.
Sorry, wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
They don't?
You know what? We joke about it, and I just am curious, in all the time we've been here, not to point out a poor me thing, but how many times have we heard someone come up and say, I don't know, let's just say we got Ryan, that you Episcopalians are trying to take over the world. We know it, or the Roman Catholics like Battle Moose. It just keeps going on and on,
Can I take over Königsberg?
Yeah, you can have it at this point. Who really cares?
Thank you.
Speaking of another puppeteer, we have finance coming up. Slava, sorry, go ahead, Slava.
Слава Україні, героям слава. Actually, one thing that he's смерть ворогам. Actually, in Ukraine, actually, one thing that he said he's like asleep on it when he started telling about the governments. He said how many Russian people in the Ukrainian government. Yeah, I said not many, and he's right away. Oh, it's Jewish, and that's it. He said Jewish, so it's like right away. He's like he have this like a talking points, and he's right away. He was ready. Then he's go to the Russia, but this doesn't matter. Why do you looking for the reasons? Like they trying just to put shift focus. Like on the Russia, I remember he's like a few days ago, maybe in the morning, in the Monday, he's talking about the he's today repeated same things like Russian people not to blame because Putin was put to the power. He's like they not elected the Putin. He's got a response. I listened to response, but still he's repeated the same thing. So he's totally goes to like this finding excuse for the war, but there is no excuse. Russians and Russian people, everyone, government, military, they all responsible for this war, which main reason to kill Ukrainians. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, he the whole thing was this whole he was gonna go down the route of Slavic brotherhood, that Russians and Ukrainians are the same, and if it wasn't for those pesky Jews in the Scooby-Doo episode, who they would have got away with it. And that's the part that, and I've heard it many times. It's a more insidious anti-Semitism because it's not doesn't involve space lasers, so those are the more fun ones. But yeah, and Constantine, I wanted you to hear it because it was rich, man. It was incredible. And he tried to walk it back a bit, but the reality was he had been on, as Slava said earlier, he had this person basically trying to absolve Russia of any collective guilt, and that's one thing to try to absolve Russia of collective guilt, and then it's another thing to say that Putin is actually controlled by Jewish money. That's what he literally, I mean, he didn't say it, I'm paraphrasing it, but that's entirely what intended. I think Slava picked it up after a bit because he was dancing around it at first, and he was switching from English to Russian. So there you go. Anywho,
so he hates Igor Sechin.
Who knows? He probably hates himself too much. Poor man. He is messaging me though. Oh my god! Guess what he messaged me? Would anyone like to know what our friend messaged me? He messaged me shalom. What a strange world we live in.
Could he just send the word for surrender in his little dialect in Russian mad?
It's so disingenuous, so silly. Sorry, I know Jim and Finance wanted to go.
Hey, quick question regarding the speed of this advance. I mean, 10 to 15 kilometers in 12 hours. We haven't seen that since February or March. It's extraordinary. And we're seeing around Balaklia a whole bunch of prisoners of war being taken, which is great news, particularly for the heroes of Azovstal. I noticed that a podполковник, a lieutenant colonel, regimental deputy commander, has been taken prisoner, looking very, very fat and very unhappy, to be honest. How usual is that, right? That a regimental deputy commander has been taken in combat. I mean, clearly they were surrounded. He had no choice, but that's a quick advance, right?
Yeah, normally you would say that, but again, because the Russians are arrayed so bizarrely, how just that none of it seems to really make sense. It's not necessarily an indicator of that, but it probably is true what you said. However, we've seen generals in places that they should never be. So simply more of the same in that regard.
I think this is the highest ranking prisoner of war so far.
I'm not sure. Is he a major general?
Lieutenant colonel.
He's not.
I think they've got generals. They've had full colonels even.
They had a full colonel. They had 2 generals. So no.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Finance and Constantine. I wanted Constantine to chime in here. Talk maybe. I'd like to know where all this money is. Why do I work? Finance. Why do we work?
I mean, I just get checks from George Soros every month that funds my space laser that I use to power my house on Mars. I don't know why you work.
I think I missed the memo.
I can't help you. I mean, you didn't get your George Soros check this month. BB Matt Yahoo signs the other side.
All right, Finance. Can we go to Constantine about the feedback on this one?
Yeah, no. I did have some serious question, but you were covering the offensive so well. I actually just wanted to ask. We're hearing about all this routing going on in the Kherson Oblast, and you've said what you're hearing as far as just straight on collapse and such. But isn't there also a lot going on up in Kharkiv, where after months of just horrible shelling of the city, that seems like the Ukraine armed forces are making moves? Yeah,
that's what we're talking about. Kharkiv looks like to be a large surrender in the next 24 hours of Russian forces.
Oh wait, so the Russians are surrendering there too?
Yes. Well, they should be very shortly. They've cornered. They've captured an artillery brigade. They've mopped up a TikTok brigade of Chechens. They caught them while they were dancing, and it was bad. And DNR, clown show, LNR, whatever, made up Republic soldiers with Russian officers. The Ukrainians went for the highest priority target first, as CJ said. They went for the artillery, seized that intact, no less. Then went through their exterior defensive position and by flanking them and took those guys out. In fact, most of them surrendered. And then you have the VDV guys that were switched on. I'm not sure who they were. CJ knows. Had to retreat to a particular city and wait it out because they're toast. So, yeah, it's a strange world.
I just want to mention that the TikTok brigade did film themselves getting wiped out. So they went down TikToking.
They said make it stop. TikTok make it stop, and they did. The Ukrainians, courtesy of the Ukrainian armed forces. So yeah, maybe it's a good time for Kadyrov to get out of Chechnya, become the Russian National Guard commander. He's not going to have many friends left in Chechnya.
Well, thank you for explaining. Yeah, please head on to the next. I think you said Constantine. Yeah, thank you, Yehuda. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. I'm glad to be the bearer of good news. Constantine.
I wanted to say to comment the Jewish part. I was born in Soviet Union and in Ukraine, occupied by Soviet Union, and this was a problem. What you're saying, it was like day one. We were, day one that I remember, Russian propaganda was spreading this crap that Jewish money control everyone, and whoever they don't like appears instantly becomes Jewish, even though he has no Jewish roots at all. But it was like association between bad means Jewish. If you're bad, that you probably are Jewish. It was like for me in entire life, and not entire life, legacy of the Soviet Union in specifically in 90s when I was going to Jewish school, and that's we made before 90s we had to really hide that identity because you would get into the trouble. You would not, get promotions. You would not get a job. You would not be accepted to universities. You would get lower scores from professors. But in 90s, we stopped being afraid, and that's everything was entire Soviet propaganda machine, and the legacy was unleashed, and it was like exactly those things that you were saying. Everyone is controlled by Jewish money, and right now those in Russia, I don't even know where it's coming from, but they are, there are groups that are blaming Putin and saying he's Jewish indeed, and that money control him, and that's why he's failing the invasion, for example. That's why things are not going as well, because it's all a grandmaster planned by some Jewish leaders of the world that are secretly pulling the strings behind Putin and clashing our brotherhood nations against each other, and it just sounds so stupid and so ridiculous that I'm not even engaging into that, and I lost multiple friends because they believed crap like that, but in 10 years later they came to apologize, but it's a little too late. But
this message has been generated with
most of them
municipal data.
understood. And anyway, I wanted this. I woke up this morning and I saw so many great news, and I want to share a couple of them. I cannot say too much, but I will give you this. I heard someone asking how come the colonel became a POW. So I will give you one story. One of guys from 92nd Brigade who I keep contact with, he told me that they actually engaged into the firefight with Uragan missile MLRS system crew of Russians. So you can imagine how deep they were in, and that
Siren alert
Russians they
update.
did not
Dina
realize
Propetrovsky.
that
Full
they
alert.
were cut
This
off.
message has been
And
generated with
they
municipal
just cut so deep into the control into the occupied territory that they were all taken by surprise. No one knew what is happening, and they literally drove into the Smerch, into Uragan artillery crew, and engaged them with the handheld weapon firearms like AKs, and that's a lot. That means a lot. And one more item. they say when they're
Ear siren
going into
alert
the
update.
villages, locals are crying
Full
and
alert. This
jumping on
message
their
has been
shoulders.
generated with municipal
They
data.
have been 6 months in the occupation, and right now they just, when they see our troops, they just, cry and hug them and just, run towards them. And it's very touching. He said he has never seen anything like that before, even when they liberated north of Kharkiv. But, it's insane. So I just wanted to share this with everyone.
Thank you. It's Oregon, the city. I skipped my mind. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's the same. The Tsars, when the Tsars fell, it was the Russians who loved the Tsar blamed the Jews. When the Bolsheviks, split, it was the Jewish Bolsheviks that were the bad ones, and then they got rid of them. And then when the Soviet Union collapsed, it was Jewish money that collapsed the Soviet Union. Now, believe it or not, there are people further right than Putin, and now that Putin's losing the war, it's Putin's actually Jewish. It doesn't. It sounds funny, and I don't want to keep bringing it up, but if you notice, it keeps coming up because this pervasive anti-Semitism that exists in Russia, it's actually phenomenal. It's a huge phenomenon. And there are many reasons as to why. I'm not going to get into it here, but we're going to see it keep coming up. By the way, we don't claim Putin, never will. Whatever godless, bastard this guy's from, they can keep him. But it is a prevalent theme, and it does keep coming up, and it's pretty rich. That's why Jewish people, especially when we hear Lavrov call Ukraine neo-Nazi, we lose our marbles, because literally the biggest source of anti-Semitism outside of like Iran, for example, is Russia. And they use it as a tool. They weaponize it. When he wants to look liberal to the West in the early '80s, late '90s, and well, not him in the late '90s, but in general, they were we allowed the synagogue to reopen. I remember that was news. We've allowed the synagogue to reopen. Oh wow, that's so nice of you. Oh kind. And that's considered progress. So now it's going to swing the other way. The pendulum will swing, and it isn't a joke. If I was a Jew in Russia, I'd get the F out right now if I could. That is not a place you want to be, and for any minority, Muslim, Tatar. Unfortunately, this is the Russia of the future. We're seeing it now. I'm glad Konstantin mentioned that. I forgot to mention that. Now as Putin's losing, the ultra nationalists, the who was that clown in the '90s? Oh my God. AZ. Zhirinovsky, Vladimir Zhirinovsky, that guy, he that level. There are groups of people like him who are massive anti-Semites, and these are people that will be the next leaders in Russia. It's horrible. We don't know the town that Konstantin references, and the speed at which the Ukrainians obviously had intelligence that showed that they were cleared. If they flanked a certain position, they could literally take the artillery brigade, and that's what they did. And that's what Konstantin is saying. It's unheard of. It is probably the most colossal failure tactically that I've seen so far. Those people should have been protected. They should have been in the rear. They should have had no one be able to just roll up on them, and that's what the Ukrainians did. They just, it's a counterstroke. It's just a master stroke of genius on the Ukrainian side, and it's got to be demoralizing already to a psychotic genocidal force when you find out that the Ukrainians are just skirting around you and they're taking your guns. When I mean guns, I mean artillery guns. They're just taking them. That's pathetic for the Russians. That's how they operate.
How do you view, as of today, Yehuda, if I may just interject, how do you view as of today the carefully, seemingly crafted and very well prepared multi-pronged attack, the thinned out Donbass and northeastern front lines of the Russian forces, all of this, contrast this with the preparation over the past 2.5 months by the Ukrainian armed forces? How do you see this strategically and tactically?
It's too broad of a question, but I'll say that this was part of their plan when they stepped off in Kherson. I think they got maybe there was a bit of luck in the fact that the Russians were dumb enough. A lot of people don't know one of the reasons why the Russians were reinforcing Kherson Oblast is because there have been plans that were found and it jives with what's on the ground. The Russians thought they were going to advance to Odessa. They thought Mykolaiv was their next tactical bound. They were going to attack Mykolaiv and Odessa simultaneously. They cleared minefields in the southern portion of the southwestern portion of their occupied territories. They cleared them to attack. And what did the Ukrainians do? They snuck up on them and they bumped them right there. So they put a lot of firepower and things, treasure and blood, into that to do that, and they left themselves more exposed than they should have been in the north and in the center. And the Ukrainians just, this was obviously a consideration. They obviously saw Russian troop movements in that area, and they knew that there could be a chance that they could capitalize and exploit the weakness of the Russian positions in Kharkiv and in Donbass, and they saw it and they took it. So in that case, they wouldn't have to go through the operational planning procedure again. They probably had several plans, and that one made sense because it matched what they had expected could happen, and what could happen did happen, and boom, you saw it. I really suspect right now the Russians, a good chunk, I'd say a good 5,000 Russian troops in Kharkiv are effectively cut off, and the only thing they could do is fight it out. They have no supplies. They have what's in their positions and on their gun lines, but the next step is a capitulation. That's what, and that's the rumor coming out of the Ukrainian net, I call it, is showing that. Constantine, what do you think?
I usually try to, not to be as optimistic, not to get my hopes up, so I don't look that far. But, we talked about a lot of culmination, and I think we're getting to that point getting pretty close to it. That's what I think. And, when we watched Severodonetsk battle, and Lysychansk, what we observed there is that Russia amassed all their forces that they had. They pulled all the forces all around there. They're like, a stupid kid playing a strategy game on the computer against the computer. When you move, try to take an objective and you move everyone over there and storm it. But in reality, if you move all your forces into one place, you have, other flanks that you open up, and that's where, your enemy will attack you. And you have to, keep your forces well distributed and not amassed in one single point. And I think that's what Russia is failing right now at. They amassed all the troops to have some successes in Lysychansk at some point. Then they moved everyone to Storm Pisky. And right now, Ukrainian general staff, accumulated enough resources to launch a wider scale attack against them on multiple axes like Kherson, like Kharkiv. There are some attacks maybe not as successful in Bakhmut, but and the results is what we see. The flanks that they opened up, Russians, they are being breakthrough. And maybe we want to hear Kherson city being taken, but let's understand that Russians have moved a lot of forces there as well. And funny thing that Ukraine understands that, and that's why we do this wide scale attack on multiple axes, so that amassing the forces is not as successful as one can imagine. And Russia obviously fails at controlling this wild scale stuff, because they don't have their good command. They probably have 2 or 3 good commanding generals that are being sent. Okay, go to Kherson front, defend it. He comes, he tries to get operational control, and while he does that, you open up your map and you see, oh, they're attacking Kharkiv, and you you cannot tell him, okay, go back to Kharkiv, or because it's 2,000 kilometers distance, and you cannot throw your troops there because the bridges are broken, and it takes a whole lot of time to move such a long distance. And I think that's Ukraine is just will keep pushing until they collapse, and I hope that collapse is going to be really soon.
No, 100%. Yeah, I suspect the collapse is around the corner. And I know you don't like being optimistic, but I would say I think I don't know if any of my I don't think I've been wrong yet, and I'm going to stick to that. And I think that it's based on a bunch of factors when I make the prediction there, and the Russians are giving us more than enough evidence of their field craft and their abilities to fight and how they array their forces. And it is very, and you actually said it the way I've been thinking about it for a long time. It's almost as if a kid is playing a computer game and says, I'm going to put everything here and do this. There is no understanding of how modern warfare works, right? The only thing I can dress it up as, they're just so supremely confident that the Ukrainians are afraid of them that they'll leave a large frontage exposed, thinking, well, they don't dare attack us. I mean, they're nuts, right? It's just absolutely nuts what they're doing. And, short, small victories that are slow are good, but if you have enough of them and there's a critical mass, those can turn into fast, large victories, which leads to a rout. And I suspect the Russians are completely. This is not a month out. I don't even think it's a week out. I think large chunks are going to surrender today. I think as well, Bakhmut, you mentioned Bakhmut. I don't think any Ukrainian force's job in Bakhmut is to advance. I think their mission task verb is to block. Their job is to not let Russia push in, and they're doing that successfully. Now, will they, do more and be a little more, as aggressive as possible? For sure, but I don't see the Russians. I see the easier fight for Donbass is to be, encircled or to be confronted by Ukrainians on three fronts. That's where I suspect we will see the attacks east of Bakhmut into Donbass itself again. But yeah, that's great points, and I'm glad the information you've shared from your sources pretty much jives with everything we're picking up here, and that is that the Russians have been outplayed, and it'll only continue to get worse.
Luhansk before Christmas.
Well, I think it's sooner than that, to be honest with you. I don't know if there's. Yeah.
One more thing about the offensive going on in Kharkiv. It's not gonna stop in Balaklia. It's not gonna stop there. Just the tasks are a bit wider than people think because Ukraine wants to liberate all its land. And trust me, it's not going to start in Balaklia, and you're going to see more and more. Yeah, and I believe, I think there were already a large, POW captures in Balaklia, but we will see more. Yeah, totally agree with you, and that's what every night I go to sleep and I wait for the morning to to get news and new video of soldiers surrendering, and it's it warms my heart.
Yeah, warms all of our hearts, and the biggest concern I'd have for the Ukrainians at this point is having enough troops to have a defense in depth of those reclaimed territories. Because remember, they've got to be orienting themselves to the east to head off a Russian countermove. Who knows what they'll do? Maybe they'll move something that's not supposed to be there. And because everything they do is stupid, really. I know it sounds so childish when I say that. I don't like saying it. But everything that they do it doesn't really make sense. Please put up your hand if you'd like to speak, Deepesh. We're having a conversation, if you haven't noticed. But everything they do is stupid. Maybe they might move something from Moscow and just... okay, how's this? Can you hear us now, Deepesh? So, who knows? And it wouldn't make sense. But they throw bad money after good money all day, every day. The Russians just don't have a plan. But yeah, the Ukrainians, remember, everything they take, the Ukrainians are going to have to defend again, right? So, and that assault force, those formations that are doing all the fighting, they have to actually go on and finish fighting. I'm not sure if a territorial defense unit, I'm not sure who they've got to fill in, but they're going to have put troops up there to put up a guard. We call it guard. So yeah, so Daniel's had his hand up for a long time. Sorry, Daniel.
No problem, Yehuda. I want to tell Axel is probably right. New settlement was liberated in north of Kherson City, and I think he's very close to be right. I am not military man, so I will give you two things. First, news from Balkans. Albania just cut the diplomatic ties with Iran because they hacked the governmental systems in July. They have the proof, and they asked ambassador and all the staff to leave Albania immediately. It looks
Immediately
not
or
connected.
24 hours or 72 hours? How immediate?
24. Albanians are in rage, was the Prime Minister of Albania on TV. And
Yeah,
he
that's
said that
the reason why I mentioned the time is because it's commensurate to the offense. So 24 hours is a remarkably fast time to tell a diplomatic mission to pack up and leave. They can barely pack up their stuff and take their families out. So that's very bad.
idea is Iran is, we know who, the only three friends which Russia have now. And I think Iran don't get the memo. Albania is in NATO. And second thing I want to tell you about all the tropes, all the theories, anti-Semitic ideas. Look at this. Every time when something is to blame in Europe, it's George Soros. If you are populist, nationalist, it's Soros. Soros gives the money to protesters in all European countries. In Hungary, it's governmental position. So it's not incidental. And what I think the Russians will do with this idea will be similar with 20s in Germany, the stabbing in the back. No, we don't lose the war, but the enemies inside us made us to lose the battle. And of course, one great scapegoat will be, like always, Jews. Probably Uzbeks, also Kyrgyz, and
Chechens even maybe. He might throw the Chechens under the bus.
I'm pretty sure Kadyrov is the first who died. Kadyrov is too unwieldy, and when Putin falls, Kadyrov is next. And of course, there will be some revanchist guy who say, "We are still great." This will not go down easy. Even if they lose Ukraine, they will not go down easy. It's not. The empires have a tendency to keep with teeth and nails, to stay alive. They don't want to die. One exception, Great Britain. That's all for me. Thank you.
Yeah, no, a lot of people don't realize empires sometimes takes 100, like depending on how long they last, they take 100 years to fall apart eventually. Russia's been at it for 30. Hopefully it only needs another 5 more years and it can go back to its rightful place in the world as a third-rate power. Oops, I said it. Let's go to Jim and Connor, and then we'll go to CJ. Jim, Connor, CJ.
Yeah, credit to you, Yehuda. You did call it after the Battle of Kiev. You said it looks like the Russian forces are basically shit. You calmed everyone when we were understandably concerned about Russia's massed artillery advances in Donbass. You said they were about to culminate. They did. You said keep an eye on Kherson. And yeah, and behold what's happened down there. And yeah, if you believe that they're going to rout in Kharkiv, we better listen to you, mate. So good on you.
Well, thank you. I'm right until I'm wrong. So hopefully I'm not wrong on this one. I see this definitely playing out in Kharkiv, and I also see the collapse in Kherson coming. It's a little different there because the truth is a lot of them don't have anywhere to go, and with Ukrainians encircling the Russians in Kharkiv, there's only one solution there. So yeah, no, it's thank you for that, Connor.
Yeah, Huda, how are you?
Well, thanks.
Very good. Yehuda, last week we were listening to you and there was two high-level reconnaissance planes flying parallel over and back, and they were saying it was overkill at the time. Is it possible that they were just seeing how sparse the Russian troops were, and that's what made them go with a further, bigger offensive than they had planned?
I don't know exactly. I can tell you for sure that that was part of any plan that they had initially. So in other words, they most likely intended for that to they had within their plan consideration for that to have happened. And sorry, your mic is killing me. And so you wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel at that point. But it's clear that that the Ukrainians, unlike the Russians, are supremely good at either obtaining, ISTAR sense, how do you call it, being able to translate the data they collect through their drones and having it materialize into an executable plan much more than the Russians, because the Russians have an incredible number of UAVs, but they don't seem to be learning anything from the information there. Like, so they're not learning that the Ukrainians are amassing this, that, or the other. They're not understanding, they're not following through with the information that they clearly have access to, and then therefore acting on it, or they're just ignoring it because they don't care. It's not, I don't really know the answer, but the Ukrainians obviously had contingency plans, and they had ideas of how stuff might go down when the fight is being had, and they were able to implement those. They were able to implement the plan that was most appropriate for the condition that they faced. So in that case, yes, they probably had their ISTAR capabilities, their sensory capabilities confirmed stuff, and then they acted. So yeah.
That's great. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. All right. If Tim, if you want to take the wheel for a bit here, I got to do something real quick.
Don't worry, we're here. Tim, what do we know from the Defense Intelligence Agencies and from the MOD intelligence update?
We went through this a couple of hours back.
Air siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Contested areas, particularly this was just this afternoon, particularly leading into Kherson, and especially that crossing of the river at Snigorivka, with some slightly approximate arrows on it. They're also detailing a Russian counterattack in a counterattack in further north in Donbass, and towards Izium, which I understand is now out of date. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes. In the formal intelligence update, the UK MOD is pointing out Russia's inability to react to a changing situation. Seems to be the theme of this, and this is something that Yehuda talked at fascinating length about.
Air siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
This was off the back of UK Defence Intelligence's comments about the Russia's lack of ability to have reactive operational design and allocate resources adequately across multiple formations. And they've also pointed out that early in the war, when the Russians were singularly failing to take Kiev in three days, as they promised they would. This was basically the underlying reason for the failure of that operation. Effectively, the MOD report is saying that Russia now faces a choice between basically reinforcing the north or reinforcing the south, because it's losing quite significant ground in both. And the UK MOD doubts that Russia has the what's the word? Has the competence to do so effectively. Is the long and short of it. But I'll nest that. We went through it earlier, but I'll nest that so everybody can have a little read.
Просто вихваляються своїми злочинами. І надзвичайно складно взагалі усвідомити зараз те, що той час, поки
All right. Looking at this, I mean, I've already highlighted this. It seems that Ukraine has, the Ukrainian armed forces have a very, very modern interpretation of mobile warfare. They are utilizing what they have learned from Americans and, by the way, also some other time commanders from yesteryear. They don't wait. They pass by with force. They have a small force of mechanized infantry to attack the encircled enemy or the salient from the rear and or from the flanks. They move forward. They cut the second echelon. They bound over, move again, have, if they can, long-range artillery, hit it, pave the way, and if and when Air Force elements are available, mop up enemy elements. They kill them on the ground. They show themselves everywhere, and they push, push, push. It's astonishing. It's just exciting. And I can definitely tell you there are so many people who are in this, who are enthralled and outright ecstatic at this point in time.
Absolutely, it is really quite astonishing. But at the same time, it's not, right? Because what we are seeing here is a modern Western-style armed force facing whatever the hell Russia is, right? So, should we really be so surprised at Ukraine's success? I mean, I never doubted that they'd be victorious for a moment, not even at the beginning of the war.
If they weren't tarnished by their reputation as enablers of a fascist regime, at least in terms of battlefield strategy, this reminds everyone of Guderian and Manteuffel.
Can you elaborate on that, Axel?
Not today, mate.
Righto. Daniel, welcome up.
I can go a bit divergent from the Guderian. In the far right places of Russia, they tell about Germans failing Nazis, something like that. Not great enough for the National Socialist ideas. And they take the flag and will make the fascism great again, something like this. What I saw, like just a spectator using Telegram and Twitter, you were on Kharkiv. Impressed me in a different level because I saw Kadyrovites die. I saw the capturing the artillery pieces, but the saddest and the most heartbreaking image was the LNR prisoners, because you can look at them, they are press gang. They were young men, old men, some look workers, some look like, I don't know, city dwellers. And I don't need to tell you how bad the uniforms were. And them are Ukrainian citizens. Even if they live 8 years in so-called separatist republics. That guys, maybe some were greedy, maybe some believe in Russian ideology, but most of them, they're collective victims. They're people stolen by the Russians from Ukrainian borders. And I have a feeling press-ganging them and put them on the line will be one of the parts of their failure, because they use them to fill the gaps in the lines. And they are not trained, they are not soldiers, they don't have the motivation, don't have the equipment necessary. And these lines will broke, because remember when the Kherson offensive started, similar thing. DPR people who just retreat because they are not for this. And it's heartbreaking. Ukraine army has no choice. They need to fight them, but fortunately, probably they will surrender faster than any other unit. And I don't know, will be a pain to change the mind, the topic, the feeling, because these people, I'm heartbroken because these people will give not only the PTSD which all Ukrainians have, they will be like, I don't know, victims without conscience sometimes, without understanding what happened. And it's not pretty. For example, I saw in Crimea, they start prosecuting people who listen Ukrainian music or using Ukrainian symbols, because people started in Crimea to ask to bartenders, put me that melody, and they start prosecuting them. I don't need to tell you how bad decision is from Crimean authorities. You just feed the fury and the excitement. They can see them pushing Russians in their so-called federation. But again, for me, it's a pain, because these people who suffer enough, they will have a lot of things to struggle, and it will not be easy. The good thing, they will get a lot of help, a lot of help. I'm pretty sure everybody will want to help them. Even people who said neutral General Assembly of United Nations. Just
Absolutely. I mean, we're all familiar with the rather questionable recruitment policies of these so-called people's republics in the east of occupied Ukraine. We've all seen we've all heard the stories of them, the reports rather of effectively them press ganging able-bodied and very, very reluctant civilians into military service. It's not a recipe for military success. This is not how armed forces are formed. This is not how wars are won. And the ineffectiveness of these troops, which I'd remind you, the battalion tactical group concept relied upon. Battalion tactical groups, the basic organizing formation of the Russian army, they are light on infantry, because the doctrine around them relies on there being infantry from the occupied eastern Ukraine, effectively militia, fulfilling the role of the infantry that they lack. Right? That's what they, that's why they think they can get away with not having enough infantry in their basic building block, their basic formation building block. Of course, this is failing because fundamentally they designed this strategy around believing their own bullshit, right? And believing for some reason what is patently untrue and what they really know is untrue, that there are large numbers of disaffected people yearning to be Russian in the east of Ukraine, and it's just not true. I mean, if it were true, they wouldn't need to press gang people. So they're kind of engaging in this weird doublethink in basing their military
Can I add
strategy
something,
around
Tim?
something that's untrue. Sure, Danny.
Something similar happened 100 years ago for us, and probably for a lot of nations from Austro-Hungary. For example, soldiers from Transylvania fighting for them. But Austro-Hungarians were smart enough to put the Romanians from Transylvania to fight in Italy, not to attack Romania. I think there is this caveat. Because happens. Empires always have something like this.
Реально происходит, я могу назвать. Вчера по результатам одного из ударов по их плацдарму на правом берегу из одного только места вывезли 3 КАМАЗа.
Yes, to an extent, I guess. I mean, could you elaborate on your specific example?
Российских военных это только один удар. Таких ударов за сутки штук 10.
In World War I, Romania made the huge mistake counting on France and England and allying with Tsarist Russia to attack Austro-Hungary, who have a lot of problem in Serbia, and they need help from Germany. And Romanians, bad army, very bad prepared, attacked Transylvania. They were annihilated. We need to keep a line south of Moldova. But idea which motivates Romanians to go in Transylvania was we go to liberate our brothers from Transylvania. And Austro-Hungarians were smart enough to not put the Romanians from Austro-Hungarian army to fight the Romanians. They put Slovaks, they put Hungarians. Understand? Romanians from Austro-Hungarian army fight in Italy. Do not have, the feeling I cannot shoot. Not all. Some from Transylvania fight with Romanians, but not a huge number. Because if it was a huge number, that big defeat we have, Bulgaria, Austro-Hungary invading Romania and almost destroy the state, if were most of the troops Romanian from Transylvania, probably the things will be different. And we didn't need to defend ourselves in 1917. And it's interesting, this lesson was not assimilated in Russian High Command.
Sure. I mean, it's fundamentally outdated thinking, right? The idea that you can you can impose an empire on a reluctant population, and you can conscript that population to fight for that empire that they don't want, right? It's kind of outdated, right? But let's go to I believe Mark was first, and then Raver. Mark, you're up.
Yes, hey Tim, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll be quick. I see Raver's hand is up, and he always has something good to say. I've been seeing some very troubling reports of Russian retribution. But first, I want to congratulate Konstantin for all his efforts in getting all that cold weather gear for the soldiers. I picture his living room filled with boxes from Amazon. I do feel a bit sorry for the Amazon driver that has been delivering hundreds of boxes to the Konstantin's home. But as far as the Russian retribution is concerned, I see that Russia has banned visas for Sean Penn. So, yeah, let's add that to the long list of all of the things that the West needs to be concerned about in regards to Russia. Anyway, thank you for hosting the space. Thank you for keeping it going. And I'll back down now.
It's interesting. Did you say, you broke up a little, I'm sorry, did you say that Russia had sanctioned Sean Penn?
Yeah, Sean Penn and Ben Stiller, they have entry visa bans against them now. So, you know.
Okay, because I thought Sean Penn was a bit of a tanky. You know, he's been tight with Venezuela and Maduro and all of those horrible people in the past. No?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know he met with the Ukrainian president not too long ago in Kiev. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the specifics. But anyway, thank you, Ben. Appreciate it.
Well, likewise, joy shall be in heaven over one sinner who repenteth, I suppose. So jolly good for Sean Penn. He's joined an honourable company of people sanctioned by Russia. Braver, you're up.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Daniel brings up a really interesting point about the LNR, DNR prisoners and how Ukraine treats them. I don't know, but if I was Zelensky, I'd move them to Western Ukraine and start sanitizing them and figure out who just wants to go home, who is a true believer in the separatist cause, and who wants payback. And use those who want payback, nurse them back to hell, get them into the Ukrainian structure at some point, and use them to start recruiting more LNR, DNR defectors, because Ukraine's going to need them post-war to help rebuild and reintegrate the LNR, DNR regions, and they need to know who they can trust.
Absolutely. Sorry, Raver, could you say that again? I was distracted for a moment.
So I was talking about Daniel's point about LNR and DNR prisoners, and I don't know how Ukraine is treating them, but if I was Ukraine, I would move them to Western Ukraine and sanitize them and start figuring out who just wants to go home, who actually believes in the separatist cause and is thus a true POW, and who was press ganged and wants payback. And then I would start using those guys once they're back to health to start recruiting other defectors from the LNR, DNR, because post-war, Ukraine is going to need people from that region that they can trust to help with the reintegration of those provinces or those oblasts.
Sure. I mean, my understanding of this issue is it's not really much of an issue, simply because the narrative of separatism in Luhansk and Donetsk is a Russian manufacture, right? So it's Russian import of it's the Russian importation of Russian people who are agents provocateurs, troublemakers, etc., and they form a kind of administrative agitation corps and do predominantly political things, and that the people serving in the armed way, the people who have found themselves forced into the service of these so-called people's republics, they are reluctant conscripts who either previously had no particular dog in the fight, or they are simply local, perhaps Russian-speaking Ukrainians who don't want any part of this, shall we say? They certainly don't want to be Russian, so they're conscripted, they're forced into service. So I think from my understanding of this issue, it is anybody captured, anybody in People's Republic service captured by Ukrainian forces will be very glad to be free of that of their conscription. So I don't think, to my understanding, I don't think it's much of an issue. The genuine separatism thing is a Russian invention, and that capturing these fighters, these conscripted fighters, will amount to their liberation rather than their capture. But I'm sure Slava has a view on this. Slava Ukraine.
Героям слава. Yes, I have view on this.
Слава нації.
Смерть ворогам. Україна понад усе. and this is just death to the enemies, what we talking with the accent. So yes, on this topic, just wanted, because it was the recent conversation with the Danilo, he actually did message, and his message was clear. So about these people on the so-called LNR, DLNR, like on the east territories. So question was, how are we gonna? I don't know exactly about this, like a soldiers, like a prisoners, or all who everyone took a gun to fight Ukrainians. For me, it's like it's enemy, same thing as the Russian. So it's like a criminal. I don't know how they're gonna be dealing with them. But question was about the like to Danilo, about the people who like civilians who took on this like occupied territories, and his like answer was clear. For them, it's easy. Or you find a way to live with the Ukrainians and be peaceful, or you, if you want Russia, go to Russia. If you want to live somewhere else, you're free to live. But when the Ukraine part, all this Luhansk and Donetsk gonna be liberated, freed from all the Russians occupation, then people are free to choose. But they should gonna learn to live with the Ukraine. There no longer gonna be issue with the Russian propaganda. There is no longer be issue with the calling Russia to come into Ukraine. Everyone who gonna be doing this is gonna be criminal. This is like a new law. So for them, it's like you should already thinking about it. Do you choose live in Ukraine with Ukrainian people, or you should just prepare your baggage and to live to Russia or maybe Europe or everywhere else? But there will be no other way. So this is like a message clear from the Danilo, who is like a SNBO, is like a defense in Ukraine. I don't know how to explain. So he's like a serious guy. So thank you. Just wanted to share. Thank you.
Slava, what do you think is the most favorite and most ubiquitous, most often used Russian word in the next 72 hours?
Okay, good question. I need to think about it.
I'll give you one. Stavаться.
Yes, easy. Stavаться. Yes, I heard it about this, that there is some like a secret instruction how to properly to give up to ZSU, because I see they are really afraid that because they're gonna be killed, and at the tempo that Ukrainians are moving, they need to think really fast. Or you live, or you're gonna be died, and death is really gonna be really fast. So they should think fast, and they should be my instruction is just go get naked. So there is like a note signs of guns, and just say yes, the use, or just start singing hymn of the Ukraine. So this is like to make it easy, because if you holding a gun, you just dead. That's it. Thank you. And yes, I would not really think hardly about the people who on the occupied territories who choose to call the Russian, because we had this and when the team said that it is Russian manufactured, yes, I agree with that, but they was really susceptible because they living close to the border to the Russia. They for years they consumed all this Russian television. They all really easy to put this message Russia is better than Ukraine. But they now, after liberation, they should choose only Ukraine or just leave Ukraine, because will be no other way. This is a new rule in Ukraine, and just that's it. Or you for Ukraine, or sorry. Thank you.
The sweet poison of propaganda has worked its way through eastern Ukraine for more than 1.5, if not 2 full decades. And this is what the Western media has always missed. That's what Western politicians have gallantly overlooked and happily conceded to Putin and his regime. The amount of money poured into media operations, the amount of people working in Russian agitation and propaganda to subjugate those people in eastern Ukraine to the view that Western Ukraine is their enemy, Ukraine itself is their enemy, that the West is heartless, soulless, valueless, that only Mother Russia is their friend. That is exactly the issue which the West, in its narcissistic, navel-gazing way, has overlooked. Because agitation and propaganda changes, shifts the views people have on culture. And as I never cease to say and stress here, everything is downstream from culture.
Thank you, excellent, Slava. Nina, welcome.
Thank you, Tim, and Slava Ukraini. I actually want to comment what I have read before this war and during the war, and what I have been studying. And as Axel said, this has been going on for decades there. Actually, I just have this comment that I will never trust a Russian person, because they are like marinated in lies, and they are always lying, and they will not stop lying, and they will continue as long as they live. Sorry for this really negative view.
Actually, I would like to thank you. That it's like really warming to my heart to hear from you. That people are really started to hear Ukrainians. That this is a message that you should just wake up and understand that this is a danger. And we had few hours ago good example that people are still trying to convey this all already old stuff. It is not working, but still trying to find a way how to pollute free people pollute free information pollute with this Russian narrative. It's not working. Russians already lost. That's it. Thank you.
And if this lying mentality and all this we have heard that it's actually in the roots and in the genes for hundreds of years, how on earth should we, or should I start giving any kind of thought of? I would be naive to think that they would say they would change. Of course they will lie. I will change. Okay, and what will happen after a few years and from that? Kiitos ja anteeksi in Finnish. Thank you and sorry.
Thank you, Nina and Slava. Yeah, I mean this goes back to what Sir Jeremy Fleming, the Director General at GCHQ, which is the British government's signals intelligence apparatus. He wrote an editorial in The Economist a few weeks ago, which we discussed at length on the space, in which he basically poured cold water on Russia's propaganda efforts in the West and in Ukraine, and said that, in the opinion of Her Majesty's government, their propaganda is simply ineffective. Everybody seems to have their number. Okay, so there are a few loons at the margins who will believe whatever the Kremlin says for their own reasons, but ultimately they're convincing nobody. Their narratives are collapsing. They have lied so many times that anything they say is immediately dismissed by basically everybody. They have totally failed in their information war on the West, and they will continue to fail because the most casual observation of what's going on puts them so firmly in the wrong that it simply cannot be challenged. But thank you, Nina and Slava. Raver, welcome back up. You never left. Raver, you're up.
Yeah, I never left. So on this current iteration, Maggie Hemingway posted something that she took out of context, but the story behind it is apparently that in at least English language Twitter, pro-Ukrainian messages outnumber Russian ones like 90% to 7%, which is basically a crushing defeat for Russian propaganda efforts, because every time the Russians or their trolls try to post something, they just get absolutely swarmed under, often by NAFO. And back to my previous point, what Slava said actually reinforces it, that Ukraine's going to need those captured LNR, DNR soldiers who want to be Ukrainian as a nucleus to help reintegrate those territories once Russia's kicked out.
Gentlemen, I'm going to agree with you, but I'd also note that we have our interview ready for 5:30 p.m. And I also agree that NATO expansion is 100% non-negotiable. It must continue. Orlando, I hate to interrupt you, but we have our interview here for the moment. We will be happily taking questions related to that afterwards. And then if you have a question on the current line of discussion, we can continue after Mr. Temeki leaves. Lucas, pleasure to hear from you again, though this time I'm across the world.
Sorry, yeah, my mic was off. Thanks for having me again.
How are you doing, Lucas? How is everything down in Texas?
It's going good. It's going good. We managed to keep the lights on, which is quite an accomplishment these days. Some of you may not know that California is struggling with keeping their lights on, and Texas is not far behind.
Have you bought a generator, Lucas?
Not yet. Not yet. But I've stocked up on canned tuna.
Our colleague Yehuda, for a brief period of 4 days in spring, was a utility company in Toronto during the storm. So maybe that's something which Lukasz will have to look at in Texas just as well, providing his neighbors with power. Hi, Lukasz.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
So I'm sure you've heard that since we last talked, there have been significant changes on the ground in Ukraine, with the Ukrainian armed forces making pretty significant gains.
Yes, I have. I've heard that there have been various gains. My tempered, realism or pessimism that you heard probably last time from me probably is still my base case. And I believe just today we heard from a government spokesman for Ukraine that they don't expect the war to end this year. So I've heard about the gains, but I would still guess that we go into some kind of winter stalemate probably.
Yeah, I don't think even our military experts here have said that we're expecting a end of the war at the end of the year, but they are just noting the significant gains made by the Ukrainian armed forces, and if those keep happening at some point, we are hoping that they will be able to enforce a favorable peace in the conflict.
Yeah, I think that would be fantastic. The sooner the better.
Thank you. So I'm really curious to hear your views on, what you view. First, the two things I'd like to talk to you about while you're here. One, actually three things. I would love to hear your views on European energy markets, which are clearly in flux right now, but have had some key underlying changes. I would like to hear your view on sanctions, and I would like to hear your view on market opportunities, especially if you see investment in Ukraine and opportunities in your mind, what you would invest in if you were going to invest on the ground in Ukraine. I know that while you run a hedge fund and invest in public securities, you do sometimes privately invest yourself. And if you were going to invest in Ukraine, that's where you would go. So that's the three things I'd like to talk to. And let's finish on the Ukraine one. Let's just sort of go in order. Sound good?
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. So look, what was your first question? Energy markets, right?
Yeah, let's kick off with the part where I know you were most pessimistic last time. Last time you were here on the German, especially natural gas markets and the European energy markets in general. I'm currently sitting in Estonia. Certainly, power prices here are sky high. So there was certainly a cause for some of that pessimism. But here in Estonia, they view it as the price for freedom. They aren't going to cave into Russia under any circumstances after, the experience they've had dealing with them, as well as the rest of the Baltic states sort of stand in that view. So I'm curious sort of how you view the changes. The German natural gas supply has gone up. Their usage has gone down. The French power companies are going to turn on pretty much all their nuclear reactors, et cetera. So how do you view, since we've last talked about the changes in the European energy situation and what you think that looks like for the coming winter?
Well, I mean, I think the projections that I've seen just this morning are for, running out of gas this winter without some form of rationing. And the rationing will come, through prices or through some government fiat. But if the amount of gas used would be the same as last year, you would run out of gas this winter. So that's number one. Certainly, the Baltic states and Poland, particularly understand the situation with Russia and Ukraine. They are. I don't think anyone there is going to be "quote unquote" caving in to Russia. But I did mention, I think last time, I think there will be difficulties in maintaining unity on various policies. Right, and so Europe is already disunited with respect to gas. Hungary is fully supplied with gas, right, because the Hungarian leader is good friends with Putin, and there's no issue there. The EU is having these somewhat silly, having silly proposals about reducing gas consumption voluntarily, and then they're telling people, the Swiss today just reported that you could potentially face up to 3 years in jail if you heat your house beyond 19 degrees Celsius. So these are kind of ideas which bring back strange memories. If we're going to have police officers checking people's thermostats. Poland, as a member of the EU, has been asked to participate in these measures. And to paraphrase the Polish response, it was pretty much take a hike. Poland will use as much energy as it deems necessary and as it can afford. So those are the kind of things that I'm talking about in terms of not being able to coordinate things, and I think that will continue to be a problem.
And I'm noticing right now that we're seeing power, after ridiculously big run-ups in natural gas and oil, we're now seeing these come back pretty heavily. I've actually been the person who has been somewhat a downer, which is after such a run-up, we would expect a big pullback, but clearly it's better to see a pullback than just continued, runaway freight train prices going up. I wonder your views on sort of the current, I know you don't like to talk about short-term movements, but when we're talking energy markets, it's pretty relevant to the politics of the situation and our support here. What are your views on the current pullbacks of energy prices? Is this related to, say, economic recession activity? Is this related to changes in the supply dynamics? What are you seeing? How is it you're viewing these activities and this price movement?
Sure. To answer your question, the answer is yes. So the answer is yes. You gave me plenty of options to choose from. No, but seriously, I think there's an interesting disconnect, right, between crude oil markets and natural gas markets, which is quite interesting. Crude oil, has declined for several weeks in a row now. It's hard to pinpoint a reason, and people are pointing at the slowdown in China and lockdowns in China potentially, and some kind of slowdown in the European economies. They're pointing at, the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve release. But it's quite puzzling. I think that oil prices are where they are. At the same time, natural gas prices, right, in Europe are still, I think, incredibly high. There hasn't been I would say, meaningful pullback in natural gas prices. My friends in Poland told me that they have been told by utility companies to expect another 80 to 100% price increase by the end of the year, on top of the price increases they've experienced already. So, I think the oil price is very interesting. It's very curious what's going on there. But natural gas prices remain, I think, stubbornly high. And you're seeing industry shutdowns because of that in Europe.
Axel, do you want to chime in and ask a question real quick here?
No, on the energy markets, I think we have clarity in that regard. I mean, obviously, most of this was foreseeable. We discussed this in April and in May. Current issues are more predicated on the fact that Germans and French need to find a way to trade electricity against gas, because the German government doesn't want to retreat from its ideological approach to nuclear power, which is bad. But then again, this is what they're doing. So they're going to phase out one of the 3 remaining nuclear power plants at a point in time when electricity is, should we say, priceless. But then again, we're told that they are quite happy that gas is not electricity, and they understand everything much better than we do. It's interesting because they are I don't know, Lukasz, if you play against the market, what happens? If you try to, invest against the market, what typically happens?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting question. I mean, typically, you don't do very well. But I'm not sure what you mean, playing against the market, investing against the market, or looking at these kind of.
They're raising electricity cost and energy cost, primary energy cost in Germany substantially, whilst believing that this would actually help them migrate at a later stage to new energy utopia, and that they can afford to do so because they are supplying themselves with coal-fired and now even oil-fired power from northern Germany, whilst at the same time the French, with their 56 nuclear power plants, of which not all of them are operating, only 32 are currently operating, are supposed to supply Germany. So French nuclear power, good. German nuclear power, very, very bad. Therefore, they're raising energy and electricity prices in Germany, which has led ArcelorMittal, a very cost-conscious, vertically and horizontally integrated steel group worldwide, and never known for not shedding cost, to phase out and currently furlough both of their steel plants in northern Germany, one of which they are about to actually close down completely. Now, evidently, that doesn't make much sense if you want specialty steel, high-grade steel, and steel which you require for industrial components in Europe, have it available in Germany and not ship it around from, say, Korea or China, for that matter.
Right. Euros megawatt hour. But again, exempting, subsidizing others. I mean, it's, every one of these policies may sound interesting to someone, but collectively, I think they're likely to be poorer outcomes in certain. No, look, a utility company would need a bailout if it's not allowed to pass on the cost of generation to consumers, or they're giving loan guarantees, which effectively is the same thing, to utilities, or they're subsidizing consumers through some way, or they're eliminating taxes on the consumption of electricity or other things. So in Poland, for example, there's been a package of measures that eliminated or reduced VAT and other taxes on fuel, so gasoline and other fuels. That's just one example. The problem with all of that is that these things are going to stimulate more demand. If you lower the effective price, there's going to be more usage. That shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. And one way or another, this is putting more money, more buying power into the economy. And one of the big problems in Europe today is inflation. Let's not forget about that. And interest rates are going up, and they're going up quite substantially. And I think, what people are maybe not fully comprehending yet or talking about is what's going to happen with bond yields in the weaker Eurozone countries, especially if we start getting, consecutive 75 basis point rate increases. Italian bonds, the yields are the highest they've been in quite a while. So there's going to be others that are going to have similar problems. And I think the Eurozone crisis, in terms of the financing of the debt, which kind of began in 2011, was kind of put to bed through very low interest rates for a while. Well, for quite a while, for a decade. And I think
the sweet poison of QE2.
QE2, whatever you want to call it, and there's various stability mechanisms, what have you. So I think that's the next problem, perhaps, that hasn't been fully discussed yet.
What would you expect to happen with bond yields going up, let's say all in total, at least 100 points within the next, say, 2.5 months, as it seems quite evident that they have to raise, and they will, and they don't have the kind of regularity as the FOMC, so they can really, really speed through this quick. So if they do that, whilst at the same time we have Italian elections where the crazies are going to come into office, the Italian establishment will carry through, the media will be changed, but then more constraints will be impacting Italy's budget. So within half a year, that government will fall.
Yes, I'm not going to predict when the Italian government will fall or not, but certainly I think that's going to be a problem again, that we'll be dealing with in the coming months. And not just Italy, but other countries in the Eurozone.
Yeah, Spain can't afford this. Portugal can hardly do this. The remainder of Southern Europe is under stress in that regard. So Europe will have to make a decision as to how to deal with this.
Right. And certainly taxes in Europe are already quite high. So we'll see what happens. So I think that's kind of the next step. And I think it's somewhat predictable, that things will go in that direction. At the same time, Eurozone manufacturing PMI, which is an index kind of manufacturing activity, just fell below 50 as well, which is indicating contraction. So there's a beginning of a economic slump happening in Europe, at least in the data, if you haven't felt it already in the ground.
No, of course, we do. We can see it already. But now, Lucas, let me ask a couple of silly questions. Would you not want to, if you are in an environment where you have to fight inflation with higher interest rates, which makes sense, we can all go back to Paul Volcker and try to emulate certain parts of the strategy employed then. Isn't this a point in time where you would like to relinquish regulations and try to incite, say, the spirits of the markets to be released in order to generate growth despite higher interest rates, to grow out of a recession quick, rather than artificially, say, raising, for example, primary energy cost?
Well, absolutely. I think Europe definitely needs what we would call a supply side, revolution. So the supply side of labor, business, and inputs, right? So reducing regulation, reducing taxation, reforming labor laws, all those things would be very beneficial, I think, to Europe, and reducing regulations. I'm not optimistic. I think Europe has decided some time ago that it doesn't want to be the low-cost producer of anything in the world anymore. But certainly, it would be...
What should it do then, Lukas? What would Europe do if it can't produce anything?
Well, that's a great question. So it is producing some things, clearly, but the elite political establishment seems to have a view that we're going to have this green future where we're not producing anything and just importing things, or somehow industry doesn't matter. They're disconnected from realizing the level to which industry still plays a role in Europe.
It sounds a little bit like the Eloy and the Morlocks in the Time Machine, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Now, on that happy note, finance.
There we go. Sorry, kept hitting the wrong button. Canberra has his hand up. If it's on energy, it'll be our last energy question before we move on to discuss sanctions. Canberra, welcome up.
Thanks, finance. And I've got to do my battery, see how I go here. So you were talking before about your perplexity about the oil price versus the gas price, and I assume that's because, well, I know a lot of the contracts in the early 2000s, the contract price for the gas was linked to the oil price. I'm just wondering whether you know whether that's the case in these European contracts, and whether if the oil price falls, even though the spot gas price might remain elevated, the actual price being paid by these providers might actually start to fall as the oil price falls. And more importantly, how much of these gas contracts are linked to the European spot price, and how much is linked to other sorts of benchmarks?
So I don't know the specifics of the contracts, and I do understand what you're referring to. But I would say, what tends to matter most at this point is kind of the marginal cost, right, to get the spot price. So Europe is, for the last several months has been importing record amounts of liquefied natural gas to replace Russian supply. And there's finite capacity to liquefy gas in the world. So in order to get those cargoes of LNG, European companies, utility companies have been paying record prices to get those cargoes. And those cargoes were coming, being diverted from other countries in Asia primarily. So I think that's the bigger question. So to me, the surprise is this big divergence between natural gas prices and crude oil prices. And I believe, the market is not fully appreciating the tightness of the crude oil market. I believe, as Alex mentioned,
Air siren alert update.
Europe is beginning to burn
full
crude
alert.
oil for electricity.
This message has been
And I think
generated
there's
with
likely to
municipal
be
data.
quite a bit more of that happening this winter.
Thank you. All right, moving on. There's been a lot of debate and discussion around the sanctions against Russia. We sort of here on the Rear Report adhere a little bit closer to the Sonnenwerth group at Yale, who published a pretty seminal study suggesting that Russia is buckling under sanctions. When you look underneath the hood, that Rostat itself has been highly politicized, and that the more rosy analyses coming out about Russia, which even themselves aren't particularly rosy, tend to quote Rostat, tend to quote
Air siren alert
Russian media
update.
sources,
Mykolaiv.
are about as
Partial
trustworthy
alert.
as Soviet era media
Kursin.
sources,
Full alert.
and that under
This
the hood,
message has been
they,
generated with
total
municipal
reliance
data.
on import technology and the huge removal of basically 30 years of foreign direct investment in months is absolutely racking their economy. That's sort of the way we're viewing things, and we also think that the level of atrocities is quite frankly too high for these sanctions, at least on some of their economy, to be lifted wholesale after the war. Though a post-war lift on probably
Air
natural
siren
gas
alert
would be
update.
the thing I would
Mykolaiv.
expect the fastest
Full
to
alert.
happen.
This message has been
to sell it,
generated with
which
municipal data.
I expect at some point they will, because they need the money. I'm curious what your views are on the sanctions and how they are affecting the current version of the Russian state. Yeah, so I don't have any inside information on the effects of sanctions on Russia, frankly. So I can only repeat to you what I've heard on your spaces and what I read in the media on this. I do certainly understand that Russia is very dependent on imports, and there's no doubt about that. I'm not sure, to the extent that sanctions are like punching yourself in the face, and both the EU is punching itself in the face and Russia is punching itself in the face, if you will.
Air siren alert update.
The question of who is
full
hurt
alert.
more
This message has been
by these
generated with
sanctions
municipal
regimes,
data.
be it Russia or European countries. I would simply say that Russia has a lot more people living in poverty who have been in poverty for a long time, whereas Europe is a higher income, more developed economic region. So I think from the European perspective, going into poverty, right, energy poverty in many cases, feels very unpleasant. Where I think for Russia, for many Russians, things were never that great to begin with. So I don't think that we're going to see Russia buckle under sanctions, if you will, or change course meaningfully, because of a sanction regime. And I do have a fairly cynical view about Europe and their posture on this. I think if the war in Ukraine ended tomorrow with a complete defeat of Ukraine, I think we would probably not hear about it in the US media after a couple days. Right? We would move on to college football because it is football season, and we love our college football here. And sanctions would probably be lifted quietly within a couple of weeks, and people would move on. That's my sad, cynical view of European politics.
Thankfully, it looks like the war is headed the other direction.
Absolutely.
And that leads to people taking very different approaches, I think, towards sanctions. And though I do agree with you that the media sphere has no attention span for Ukraine in America and in some parts of Europe, I think it is quite clear that the people who matter and are serious in the country, including some people who never had a foreign policy spine until this war and have shocked me heavily, as well as many people in this space who are now showing distinct levels of have moved from the invertebrate to the vertebrate column in foreign policy. Didn't know it was possible, but here we are. Joe Biden. Oh, man, this cough. But seriously though, the people who matter, who make serious decisions, they do have their eye on the ball. They are taking sanctions seriously. They are taking the genocidal and human atrocities of Russia very seriously. And I don't think they are as cynical and short-sighted as the media ecospheres are, and even places like, the UK clearly is not either, where despite their domestic discontent with their government and the change over there, there's still strong support for Ukraine, even across their parties and across the aisle in the UK. So I would say that, for a lot of the people who are serious, who matter, this is something that appears to be on the ball and, quite frankly, on the side of the righteous cause. And also, right now, Ukraine is moving and grooving, and Russian lines are absolutely in disarray from everything we hear from our military analysts on a daily basis. So I think that changes the calculus of longer term sanctions, right?
Yeah. And regarding the U.S. media, I don't think it's necessarily them being spineless or cynical. It's actually just the fact that the U.S. media is a profit-oriented media sector, and it's more profitable to report on other things.
Yeah, no, I can see why they get to where they get to. I just point out that they can find it more profitable to report on football or celebrity news or whatever the world is happening in that kind of sphere. Yeah. And that doesn't change that, Joe Biden and Lloyd Austin are going to green light sending huge amounts of arms to Ukraine, while Adam Kinzinger and Mitch McConnell sign up on board, give the thumbs up for the rare amount of U.S. bipartisanship when, let's face it, right now, the U.S. isn't bipartisan on pretty much anything else. Like, I really can't list many subjects our nation is bipartisan on at the current time, other than Ukraine. Can you think of anything?
I think we can always get bipartisanship when it comes to our defense contractors.
You know what? God bless. Canberra, are you have a question on this topic as well, sir?
No, I was just going to say that the thesis that Lucas put was that, you know, if Ukraine lost the war tomorrow, and the point is, even if Ukraine was going to lose the war, they wouldn't lose it in a day. And that's what keeps it in the headlines in Western nations, and that's what keeps the sanctions in place. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, let's suppose that Ukraine wasn't going to win this war, the struggle to survive regardless would be important of itself, because it would keep Western democracies focused on the survival of Western democracy as a form of governance, as a form of rule of law. So, you know, I know that we all believe that Ukraine will win, but to some extent, it's not necessarily important whether they win or not. What's important is that we fight to defend their democracy against authoritarianism, and we fight to defend free markets and the rule of law. And that is what's going to bring attention to this struggle, and that is what's going to ensure that these sanctions remain in place. And that's also, you know, Lucas was sort of saying, well, it's like two parties punching each other in the face. Well, that to some extent that's true, but what it does is it means that everybody knows the sacrifices they're making economically are for a purpose, and they are to achieve an aim. And over time, you know, basically we have to outwill authoritarian regimes that want to undermine these sorts of things based on, you know, a perception that they can just outweight a democracy and wait till, you know, a government's turned over and a policy's changed. Thanks.
Thank you, Canberra. Lucas, real quickly, how much time do we have you for, sir?
You have me for another 2 hours, actually, if you need me. So
I don't think we need the full 2 hours, but thank you. Excellent. Means we can hit these topics well. Paul, you're up for a question on the current topic.
Sorry, may I quickly just respond to Canberra?
Sorry, apologies. Yes, please.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I agree with you philosophically that we should fight for democracy, but I'm arguing that on a practical level, quite a lot of people have a different view on this. In the US, Ukraine is not in the news for many months now. So we have basically forgotten about Ukraine in the media. I have spoken to several people who on a unsolicited basis have told me, you know, why are we sending money to Ukraine? We have people hurting here with high gas prices. And I saw a news report on German TV last week about a refinery that's in Germany, in East Germany, that takes crude from the Friendship pipeline, which is supplied by Russia, and their whole town is dependent on this refinery. And the media report was like, why are we doing these stupid sanctions? The whole town is gonna, you know, everyone's gonna lose their jobs. So there are different points of view on this, and I think it's important to realize that.
Thank you, Lucas. All right, we now have an order of hands on this. Polly is up, then Canberra again. Polly.
All right, greetings from Finland. I have one note and then one question. I think I would just like to remind you that in the EU there are 27 member states, and well, in the US there are 52 or 50 states. So I think the views within the EU, they vary quite a lot. If you take the recent approaches from the Nordics and from the Baltic states, you can easily see that our approach towards Russia, how to say, is quite direct. And I disagree that if the war would stop tomorrow, that it would change. We have reversed our ship totally against Russia. So we have made an application with our brothers in Sweden to NATO. Finland has 900,000 soldiers, the biggest artillery in the Europe. And we have said that enough is enough, that we are not neutral anymore, or we are not neutrally aligned. We want to join NATO. So I would say that at least in the Nordics and in the Baltic states, the approach and the view towards Russia has changed dramatically and drastically. And you can see it from the actions that the Nordics and the Baltic states have done towards helping Ukraine. All right, so that's one quick note. But one question, what should we do in the EU to stabilize and make the energy market more healthy? And maybe what should we also do to get rid of the, how would I say, the neediness of non-EU energy sources or non-Russian Russian energy sources? All right, thanks.
Thank you for that question, Pauli. So certainly the closer you are to Russia, and if you can point out Ukraine on the map, the more, I think you care about the issue in Ukraine. And so certainly the Nordic countries, the Baltic countries, the closer you are to the situation, the more you care, the more you know. So I certainly understand that, and I agree with that. I was simply pointing out that the U.S., is quite far. Mentally, Americans are quite far from this conflict today. Though certainly not on every level. And as Finance mentioned, people who are making decisions, they have pretty good attention spans. And I think U.S. policy is not going to change anytime soon. Regarding your question, what to do about the energy market, I think the obvious, easy one today is, changing course on things like nuclear power, where it's possible. And secondly, the EU has a carbon emission trading scheme, which the carbon price has, I believe, more than doubled in the last 3 years, because every year the number of emission permits shrinks. So changing that policy, which is a government-imposed tax and mandate on the cost of energy, I think is a thing you can do immediately. And then in the longer term, you have to get consensus on producing more energy domestically within the EU. And I think, the new Prime Minister of the UK made a statement today about opening up more parts of the North Sea for production and more nuclear and other things. But there has to be some consensus on that. And these are long-term investments, that have to be made. I think it's if you look at some of the policies, for example, about the windfall profit tax on electricity producers, people are looking at that and they're asking themselves, should I invest more in European energy? And so those are kind of counterproductive policies, obviously. But I think the longer term is you have to develop more energy domestically. And we should, I do care about the environment, but we're going to have to balance that with energy needs. So I think that's the longer term answer.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Canberra, you're back up again.
So just to respond to Pauli, obviously you're never going to have a perfectly informed public. But if there is no defense of Ukraine and they just slip off the map, then obviously there's not going to be any interest by any public leaders in defending democracy or establishing a world framework for international law. As long as there's some form of attention on the people, at least there's going to be some, as Lucas was saying, the closer you are, the more proximity you have to this, the more interest you have. But if there's no defense at all, and Ukraine, let's say there was no support for Ukraine, there was no training, there was no weapons support, there was no sanctions, and they were rolled in a couple of weeks, well, the next thing we'd be looking at, that would have been just the sort of signal that Russia would have used to then go and take on the Baltic states. And then we really would be in a situation where Europe had a monopoly gas supply, a monopoly energy supplier, and had no access to ports for the decompression or the deliquification of gas. They'd be subject to basically a monopoly provider, and there'd be no international rule of law about sovereignty and sovereign borders, and everything would be up for grabs, and suddenly there'd be a global conflict which the US would eventually have to involve itself in. So, apart from anything else, the struggle that Ukraine has gone through provides an answer that you can provide to these people you encounter in the US, which is, these are people who are giving up their lives to ensure that there is an international rule of law, that democracies aren't squashed by their authoritarian neighbours, and that there is a principle of global free trade. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I think it would be great if that was the world that we live in. I am just skeptical that really happens. There's a period in World War II in the first 8 months, which was called the phony war, because after Germany invaded Poland, Poland was actually in a military alliance with the French and the British, and they declared war on Germany, but actually didn't conduct military operations for 8 months, hoping for actually a peace settlement of some sort with Nazi Germany. So, coming from Poland, being from Poland originally, I am just reminded that these things often or sometimes can just turn out this cynical way.
Thank you. Moving to my co-host, Tim.
Hi there. Yeah, I thought it best to stick my hand up as you're absolutely bossing this guest spot, Finance. I have a quick question that came up on the space this morning. Now, it's the natural gas prices have been, tanking in the last couple of weeks. They're down around 40%. Could you, Lukasz, talk a little about the relationship between the wholesale price of gas and energy bills to consumers and businesses? Like, where are these correlations? Is there any delay to them? Do the prices to households, do they completely correlate with the wholesale price, or do they kind of follow a few months later, or how does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lag. There's generally a many-month lag, and so natural gas can be used for two things primarily: generating electricity in a natural gas-fired power plant, and heating your home. In most cases, you have utility companies that have to ask the government permission or some local regulator to raise prices. So their costs may go up. And again, this is quite complicated. So you can have a utility company maybe taking deliveries of natural gas. Some of them, they have long-term contracts under a certain price. Some they may have to buy at the spot market at whatever the current market price is. But in general, to pass costs on to consumers to raise your utility bill, they need regulatory permission to do that. The other thing that is quite common in Europe and not just in Europe, but in the US as well, is you may look at your average consumption of natural gas over the year and then take that monthly average, and you pay on a monthly basis whatever your average expected cost is. Even though, of course, for heating purposes, you use lots of it in the winter, and then you don't use that much in the summer. So that spreads out the billing to consumers as well. But again, in Poland, I have family that lives there. They've seen gas prices double, and they have been told they should expect another doubling by the end of this year. So there's a significant lag to consumers, from those price increases.
Thank you. I have a quick follow-up question to that. Now, you seem to be fairly familiar with British politics and policy, so forgive me if I'm going to assume that you're somewhat across this. Now, Liz Truss's policy on energy bills is likely to amount to a subsidised price cap, right? So the rumor is, I don't know if it's been formally announced, that the new government will cap the household energy bill, so the household utility bill for energy, at £2,500 a year, and whatever room is left in the wholesale price, the retailers will then be compensated for that by the government. Could you talk a little about the potential market impact of this? Is it essentially sound from an economics perspective, or is it going to be deeply distorting?
Well, so first off, I'm not an economist, so I don't want to comment whether it's economically sound or not. I think the natural outcome here is, the price to consumers will be lower than it would otherwise be, and you're going to get more consumption than otherwise would happen. That's number one. Number two, the money is going to have to come from somewhere still. So it is going to come from either other parts of the budget, which have to be cut, or new taxes, or the issuance of more debt. But in either way, the inflationary problem that you have in the UK and the Eurozone is that there's too much spending happening in the economy. You have to somehow bring down aggregate demand. And so all of this sounds to me very inflationary, right? And so that's a challenge.
Thank you very much. I'll leave you in finances capables for the moment. Thank you very much.
Well, let me put it 2 cents into this, Lucas, because you just highlighted something which ties back what we discussed earlier. The sweet poison of quantitative easing 2, or quantitative easing infinity, as I once called it, leads to the conjecture of having always sufficient liquidity in hand. So it misguides politicians on the spending side of the balance, not necessarily finance ministers, but it misguides the others in each and every cabinet. But there's always enough money at hand because it's so easy to print. That evidently has taken hold in Europe, has it not?
Well, I mean, I think it has. Now, I think the counter argument to that would be that we are in an emergency situation, a form of economic war, and war is not the time to try to balance your budget. So I see both sides to this argument. Having said that, the money is going to eventually have to come from somewhere. If you keep printing money and you have high inflation, then your currency goes down, which is exactly what has happened. Which I think is a nice.
Yeah. By the way, Lucas, sorry to interject. Yep. I was not talking about defense spending at all. Whilst defense spending is evidently consumption, I'm talking about the wastage otherwise. But please go on.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, all spending at the end of the day is from an economic perspective, right? All spending fuels the economy one way or another. So there's going to there will have to be some readjustment. If you think energy prices stay where they are, there's going to have to be some lifestyle readjustment at some point.
Yeah, I think we have a supply side problem for a change, which we haven't seen since the 70s. I do agree that there might be some, as you put it, lifestyle readjustment. I also think we are watching a sadly crash out of crash course in how to uninvest in certain Russian energy assets, which we didn't have to do it in this fashion, but yes, better late than never. But once the energy markets readjust, and once more energy sources come online, which they will do, because one thing is true about market economies, they work. Sadly, it might not be this winter, but it definitely will be next, that the demand for Russian energy will be significantly lower. All right, we have a number of hands on this before we get to our next section. So I believe our order is Gunny, Nina, Craig, then Kanza. I'm not sure where Kanza fits in. I may have totally skipped him. So we're just going to go with that order I came up with because none of them have asked the question yet. So Gunny, you're up.
Yeah, hi, mate. I just called something. Sorry, I was in the gym. I thought I caught the tail end of something about the UK and Poland in 1939. I think a point of order. The British Expeditionary Force was fully in the UK and needed months to mobilise because basically we had to mobilise every territorial unit to bring it up. And a reminder that Poland was on the other side of Germany. I think any allegations that we carried out precious little military operations is historically ignorant. And I would recommend if anyone thinks that, maybe go to Scapa Flow and have a look at the memorial to the ship's company of HMS Barham, where 800 people died in the space of about 60 minutes. And maybe look at Royal Navy history and see that essentially on the first day of the war, Royal Navy ships were coming under attack and we started losing people right from the get-go. So I think that's incredibly unfair and it's not a helpful narrative, bearing in mind that a few months later the Nazis were poised to land on the south coast of the UK. We gave up everything, including the early collapse of empire, and put ourselves in debt to America primarily until after the millennium in order to fight the just fight. And I think that kind of nonsense about the UK not pulling its weight in the first few months of the war is very, very unhelpful, to say the least.
Spoken like a true Navy man of the British Empire. I'm going to just leave that one where it was because I don't think we need to debate this. I do appreciate both sides of this understanding. I understand why Lucas, as a Polish gentleman, might have his own understanding of the history of the effect. But let's move on. We have Nina next.
Thank you, Finance. Actually, I think Kansa was before me because I came late to the party. So Kansa, go ahead and I will go after you if that's okay with you, Finance Atacam's cigarettes.
Perfectly fine. There's actually been a recent Atacam cigarette product placement in the Euro Weekly News magazine. They picked up our excellent product placement tweets as the Russians are enjoying smoking all over the place. So Kanzakilla, please ask a question for our good friend Lucas here.
Finance, thank you so much for inviting Lucas on here. Lucas, thank you so much for your insights here. This is a wonderful space. And just a reminder to everybody, this space is here to support Maria Aid, who provides non-lethal support for the Ukrainian troops, and it's a wonderful cause. Wonderful to hear Ukrainian voices in here. I'd like to go back to the sanctions for a second and ask basically a question, trying to look forward a little bit. Once this war is over, we all believe that Ukraine will win. I firmly believe that. All the military updates we get and the military insights from such wonderful people as Colonel John Spencer, Chuck Farrer, Yehuda, and all the others, and the wonderful finance insights that we get from our very own Atacam spokesperson, basically says Russia's in a crap ton of hurt. My question is, knowing what we know about the way the world markets go, about how free markets, as you said, Atacams, you believe in free markets. I believe in free markets. At the end of the day, once this war is over, the Russian remnant, whatever that may be, will be sitting on a huge supply of energy. So the question is how to integrate that back into the world market in such a way that doesn't that doesn't prioritize them rearming or imperializing their way to Ukraine Part 2. I'm just curious as to what ways we can deal with that when it comes up, because undoubtedly there will be increased demand for energy, and you've got this entity that is sitting on a tremendous amount of energy, and there will be calls to get access to that energy by hook or by crook, whether it's for nations that don't quite have the same moral stance as the Western world, or whether it's from folks, certain aspects within the Western world that want access to cheaper energy. So if you could, I'd appreciate your comments or insights on what that might look like, because I think there will be pressure once the war is over to gain access back to that energy. And really, how do we do that in such a way that is not going to put us right back in a situation like this in the future? Thank you.
Right, well, there's two things, right? One, for Russia to partake in a war, they can't just throw money at a problem. They need to throw weapons and people at a problem. And they are distinctly losing both at a really, really high rate. So the import technology restrictions and problems they have, and the fact that currently the technology level of the stuff they can pump off an assembly line is like earlier than 1970s right now, should tell you what the import restriction side of things look like, even if we were to buy their oil. So even just holding on to the import side of things, but still accepting oil and natural gas purchases would be an acceptable approach to slowing it down. As far as Ukraine Part 2 goes, Ukraine is not going to be disarmed after this war. Quite the opposite. One, here in the space, we have a significant view towards Ukraine having a full and complete victory. We are currently seeing their success in this battle space right now. We hope this continues. I certainly do. But assuming that kind of thing happens, I'm going to push to a quote that Zelensky himself made, which is the expectation that Ukraine will become what he referred to as Big Israel. Right? Ukraine is a very large country. But just as Israel is surrounded by enemies who are collectively outnumbered, are larger, etc., but at a lower technology level, Ukraine is surrounded by one very hostile country who is larger than it is at a lower technology level, currently seen. And the solution to that is to be highly militarized. I would expect a draft to be a feature of their country going forward, and I would expect a robust military defense complex, because they are not going to want to be in a situation where they have to rely on foreign supplies of weapons going forward should Russia decide to be a genocidal asshole again and attack again. They are going to want to be as supplied, ready, and able to defend themselves as possible, sort of indefinitely. And that, of course, will help avoid a Ukraine 2 situation. For those of you who do not like Israel, and that is not your cup of tea country, I would point everyone to the lovely country of Finland. I believe Paulie here himself is Finnish. The Finns are a country that is quite peaceful, quite militarized. There is a full draft. The people there have a excellently trained military. They are great at sniping, especially. Good luck with people who love the biathlon, where it snows pretty hard. They like to ski cross country and then shoot things. But no, in all seriousness, that's the kind of country, if you don't like Israel, that's not your cup of tea, fine. Let's just look towards Finland, where this is the kind of country that is militarized, but also highly democratic, has democratic norms, and the actual level of militarization is an institution that helps keep the country cleaner. And, that's a useful institution within the country, not a source of Soviet-style corruption, as we've seen in Russia, where the military seems to provide many, many yachts. So those are the things I would look at. I'm curious to hear Lucas's take before we move on to Craig and Nina. Lucas.
Yes. So regarding the sanctions and especially the energy sanctions, um, I think even today, if please correct me if I'm wrong, some of Russia's crude oil is going to China and India, right, which are not part of the sanctions regime, effectively. And over time, I think Russia will be able to diversify its energy exports, even if Europe decides not to take Russian energy at all. Unless you think the Indians and the Chinese will not want Russian energy, I just don't see how this is going to be feasible. I just don't think we live in a world where, the U.S. or the West in some way is going to dictate to those two very large emerging economies, what to believe in and what to stand up for. That's my view. I think, unfortunately, I just don't see how we prevent that in a meaningful way. And I think those revenues will, again, over time, will help Russia rebuild its economy. I think we can certainly build the large state of Israel and support the large state of Israel, as finance mentioned, and I think that's probably a part of what will happen. But I just I don't see energy sanctions being maintained in any meaningful way in the future.
Yeah, I think we're agreed on that, Lucas. I don't think there's daylight. Does that answer your question, Kanza?
It does. I mean, it's not what I wanted to hear, but I mean, that's why we have this space here. I guess just a comment. There was I was on the space when the sanctions first were being talked about, and somebody brought up the fact that A, we think Ukraine is going to win. B, Russia is going to be in a world of hurt economically, and C, we have to look to the past to make sure we don't repeat the same mistakes. And somebody brought up the Treaty of Versailles, the end of the First World War, and I think Lucas just made a good point. Like, it's not going to happen because they do have the energy capability to basically revitalize their economy eventually. So I think that makes even more sense to me, and I'm grateful to.
Well, let's be clear here. They have the energy capability to gain cash. What they use that for and how they use it is not always revitalizing their economy. Russia is so corrupt and not perfectly capitalist in sort of an efficient way that whereas a normal country might do things like spend those huge reserves on providing sewer systems and electricity to their people, Russia, and might spend their military budget on like military equipment, even during a war. Russia spends their military budget on, yachts and such. So just because they have the income doesn't mean that they will be rebuilding their economy in a productive way. The Potemkin Village Soviet Empire analogies all pertain here. With that, I would like to go to Craig. Craig.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that, Finance. And Lucas, thank you for joining us today. As a fellow Texan, I can appreciate you spending your morning with us. Weather's been much kinder to us lately than it has in the past several months, so you can appreciate it cooled down just a little bit. If I could pick your brain a little bit about the domestic economy in Ukraine. The thing that sticks out to me is everybody says, the West is going to, be there to flood them with resources and give them what they need to rebuild and stuff like that. But that creates a little bit of instability and